One day a fierce beast asked a brave warrior. Many wolves stood in the middle of a dark and dense forest, baring their long fangs. Huge streams of drool flowed from their mouths due to intense rage. One of the wolves angrily began to dig the ground with its paw, raising dust. The grinding of his long black claws echoed loudly throughout the forest. The wolves continued to growl angrily, opening their mouths. The main wolf stood above them, a yellow aura emanating from his eyes. The ferocious beast said that it had neither sharp fangs nor strong claws. Many wolves surrounded a strange monster with skin that was similar to a dragon. The howls and growls of wolves echoed throughout the forest. The ferocious beast, meanwhile, asked the question, what is he going to fight with? The monster began to rise to its feet, gradually straightening its powerful back. The wolves took off after their leader began to howl, giving the command to attack. They ran with a loud growl, continuing to bare their teeth. The monster, meanwhile, squeezed the wolf's head with one hand, lifting it up, and with the other, with its claws, tore off the head of another wolf. The monster's eyes glowed bright red. One of the wolves practically approached him on his head, trying to attack. The monster, meanwhile, replied that he would fight with blood and sweat. A moment later, he stepped on one of the wolves with all his strength, breaking every bone in it. Blood began to splash in all directions. The monster, meanwhile, said that he would achieve everything with flesh and bones. The leader of the wolves had smoke coming out of his mouth, which came out in all directions. He looked forward menacingly, preparing for battle. Taking off from his place, he rushed to run with his mouth wide open right at the monster, who readily met him. The monster grabbed the upper part of the main wolf's mouth, starting to break it with a loud crash. Blood began to spread in all directions, staining the fur of the wolf, who growled desperately. The monster said that he devours the corpses of his enemies. The monster dug its claws into the wolf's body. He pulled his head up, starting to sink his teeth into the wolf's neck. The monster used it as a weapon. He pulled back the monster's skin and fur with all his strength, tearing a piece of meat from the body. Blood began to splash down. The monster said that he would first kill him and then eat him. Animals endowed with green magical abilities were called mystical creatures. Only a small number of them were given the human form by the gods. They became prophets to serve the people. There was also an evil embodiment of this force. It was a huge dragon, from whose body flames and smoke spread. Later, people called him the demon god. The dragon opened his eye, from the pupil of which everything gradually turned from orange to red. Meanwhile, elsewhere, someone was trying to normalize their breathing while running through a dense forest. Dirt rose from the top of his boots, bouncing off the soles. The man barely moved his legs, trying to cover the distance. Someone's voice said please. It was a guy with red hair, whose face was covered in dirt and bruises. Desperate tears flowed from his eyes, and the guy shouted that someone. Meanwhile, someone aimed a crossbow at his back. Several arrows passed by, sticking into the ground where the guy had recently run. A moment later, another arrow was released, which pierced the guy's back with a whistle. Someone's voice said contentedly, beginning to admire that he had hit the target. The man with long hair said with a grin that everything went better than he thought. Another man with a crossbow in his hands looked at him and said with a grin that it was a piece of cake. Another person lowered the blade of the ball down, from which scarlet drops of blood flowed, and said that they should take away everything valuable. He stood next to the corpses of people and added that they needed to return before sunset. He explained that the forest seemed especially creepy today. The men began to move through the forest. Some of them laughed and suggested that somewhere in the thicket a monster was hiding and watching them. Another man with horror in his voice added that he should throw it out of his head because it was all rumors. Suddenly, a man with a beard and long dark hair said with a trembling voice that everyone should stop. In front of them were fallen trees, on which lay the corpses of wolves. The other tree trunks were all covered in huge, deep claw holes. The wolves' bodies were half-eaten. A man with a beard leaned over and asked a question. Did the wolves divide the territory? A man with long hair and leather gloves leaned over the corpse of the wolf and said, he is not sure, but it seemed to him that there had been a bloodbath here. Suddenly, one of the men called out to him, calling him Martin. He shouted at him to look here. Martin turned his head sharply in his direction, frowning with intense contempt. The same man added that there was the corpse of a mystical beast. Next to the corpse of the wolf, who was the leader of the entire pack, sat a guy whose arms and shoulders were completely black. Martin leaned down, putting his hand to his chin, and began to look carefully. The man who called out to him assumed that he was the leader of the wolf pack. Martin quietly asked the question, "What kind of idiot is this?" The man asked a question. Maybe it was he who killed the mystical creature. Martin called him an idiot and told him not to talk nonsense. Martin reached for the guy's head and asked the question, "Who cares how this abandoned guy died?" He decided that they would see if he had anything useful on him. Suddenly, Martin's eyes turned white, and his pupils completely shrank. He began to tense his whole body due to the intense tension. His leg was bitten by a small red lizard, which grabbed his boot with its small paws. Martin screamed angrily and called her a stupid little lizard. He started waving his leg and shouted for the lizard to come off. He repeated again for her to unhook from him. The bald man put his sword forward and, starting to grin, told Martin to stand still. He swung his sword downwards with all his might and said that he would cut the lizard in half. Suddenly, he looked to the side, noticing something strange. Drops of sweat were running down his face from excitement. The lizard, meanwhile, detached itself from Martin's leg, beginning to bare its teeth. The guy who was leaning on the leader of the wolf pack came to life and began to gradually rise, raising his fist. At the same moment, he threw back the man with a light blow, who desperately began to press his hand to the wound and scream. Martin stepped back and asked the question, "What is this?" The guy, meanwhile, quickly hit the bald man in the head. The man began to jump back, and blood poured from his face in huge streams. The guy's eyes glowed bright red. Martin called Hans desperately. The guy, meanwhile, frowned deeply, clenching his teeth tightly. He filtered it through so that they wouldn't dare touch him. He said, holding an axe in his hands, and warned that otherwise he would rip their throats out. Meanwhile, the lizard very quickly moved behind the guy's back, sticking out its forked tongue. One of the men angrily asked a question. Watching all this, "Is this idiot looking for a fight?" Someone else asked what's going on. The man with the beard pointed forward and shouted that it was him. He added that it was he who killed Hans. The guy angrily clenched his teeth, looking to the side at the lying Hans, and said that he was still alive. Martin cursed and called him a moron. He asked the question, "Does he think they will let him leave in peace?" Martin shouted for them to surround him. The guy, meanwhile, began to pull the hilt of the sword out of his clothes and said that they were idiots. The men, meanwhile, quickly began to approach him, putting their swords forward. The guy said, if they have someone to mourn their death, then it's better to let them retreat. The guy had 2 axes in his hands, which he skillfully wielded. He said if they harm anyone other than the beast, he will make their lives hell. The lizard behind him, meanwhile, clenched his small teeth angrily, staring furiously ahead. One of the men shouted for them to kill him. A huge crowd of people began to rapidly move forward, waving their weapons. The guy leaned his whole body down for a more comfortable position to parry every blow. He quickly began to run forward, swinging an axe. He easily struck each person, cutting off some part of his body. The lizard, meanwhile, clung to his back with its mouth and quickly followed him. One of the men, landing on the ground, desperately shouted that his leg. Another man was clutching his severed hand and screaming very loudly in pain. The guy, meanwhile, landed on his knees, sticking his weapon into the ground. The man with the beard looked forward in panic, clenching his teeth tightly in fear. He said that this guy was a monster. Martin swore, holding a crossbow in his hands, and looked forward with fear. A moment later, he and his assistants began to aim their crossbows forward at the guy. Martin shouted at him to stay where he was. The lizard and the guy looked tensely to the side, experiencing strong feelings of rage. Martin, meanwhile, ordered everyone to start shooting. He and his assistants fired at that very second. The arrows flew out of the crossbow with a loud whistle, beginning to fly forward. Meanwhile, the guy grabbed the lizard by the body. The lizard began to squeak desperately, its eyes wide open. He hid the lizard and, turning his back, took the attack of 3 arrows that pierced his back. He clenched his teeth tightly, experiencing wild pain from this attack. Someone asked, stunned, were they done with him? It was one of the people who fired the crossbow. Martin told him to wait for now. Suddenly, the guy's entire body began to transform into a huge creature, which consisted of black and red energy. The arrows that were in his back gradually began to ignite and burn. Every vein and cell in the guy's body began to swell, and the black stripes from his hands gradually began to spread across his body. Strong energy emanated from his body, in which all the magical creatures that had been killed could be seen in barely noticeable outlines. After some time, energy continued to spread even more rapidly throughout the atmosphere from the guys' backs, from which a huge dragon's mouth appeared. The men began to retreat from the red energy approaching them. They shouted in fear that it was the demon god. The demon god's eyes glowed bright red. The next moment, the guy opened his eyes wide, feeling something strange. The aura gradually ceased to emanate from him, which completely dissolved in the gray space. The guy angrily clamped his teeth, starting to growl. He stood on his hands and feet, continuing to clench his teeth tightly together. The lizard watched him in surprise, releasing its forked tongue. Meanwhile, someone was watching him, sitting on one of the branches of long fir trees. The guy's body continued to burn with fire, and black smoke came from the extinct places. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the village was surrounded by a wooden fence and a huge wooden gate. The path, which was trodden by cattle and people, was illuminated by bright torches installed not far from each other. The man looked forward in shock and said that he could not believe his eyes. He had blonde hair and a long beard of the same shade. His eyes bore long scars from some recent battle. The man stood next to a huge cart, to which a friend of the leader of the wolf pack was attached. He said what it was. The main character was tied with tight chains to a pole. The man, meanwhile, asked a question. Did the guy do this? Just one? The lizard, meanwhile, was next to the main character and tried to gnaw through the wooden bars of her cage. The main character suddenly tried to call out to the man. He looked at the cart with the wolf leader and, with a broken voice, warned that this leader should be burned right now. Martin, meanwhile, shouted that he just needed to be chopped into pieces and that would not be enough. A man with blonde hair interrupted him, putting his hand forward with a gesture to stop. He approached the main character and asked him a question. What is his name? The main character replied that his name was Ananta. The man asked him why he did it. Ananta angrily said that he was hungry. The man asked in surprise what. Martin turned to him and exclaimed that they should not listen to him. He announced that they saw it with their own eyes. He explained that this kid suddenly turned into a huge monster. A monster of red and black aura appeared before Martin's eyes, opening its mouth threateningly. Martin said that recently rumors had been spreading around Sench. He imagined a huge creature with long horns, a bright blue aura emanating from its eyes. Martin explained that rumors had spread about a demon god who was roaming around eating corpses. The man with blonde hair said in disbelief, "However, let him see that this guy was a human." Martin pointed his hand at the leader of the wolf pack and shouted at him to just look at this. He showed him the huge and deep wound of the wolf, saying that he was talking about the wounds on the body of the mystical beast, next to which he was found. He added, looking at the deep marks in the wolf's body, that these were marks of teeth. Martin said that this guy is for sure. He looked at Ananta tied to the post, whose eyes shone brightly in yellow, and exclaimed that this was the demon god in human form. The man, meanwhile, began to laugh loudly, showing his snow-white smile. Martin angrily shouted the question, "What's so funny?" Ananta, meanwhile, added, "What if he really is an evil god who can defeat even a mystical creature?" Martin and all the other men looked at him with undisguised fear and disgust, clenching their teeth in fear. Ananta, meanwhile, continued to grin, showing his fanged teeth, and asked the question, "Is it possible to restrain him with chains then?" He looked forward menacingly, and his eyes began to shine even brighter in yellow. Suddenly, the body of the leader of the wolf pack began to move, causing the ropes to grind unpleasantly and begin to rub against each other. The bright moon was covered with gray clouds. Someone said that they don't know anything. A bird of prey began to fly across the sky, its wings spread wide for good balance in the air. The same voice said, they don't even know what exactly the monster eats. Meanwhile, drops of scarlet blood began to flow onto the man with blonde hair, staining the fur of his red cloak. A few more drops fell on his cheek. The man looked up, puzzled and hesitant, watching what was happening in panic. He noticed how the wolf leader woke up and grabbed one of his people with his teeth, completely biting his entire body. The man began to fearfully ask the question, did the corpse come to life? Huge streams of blood flowed from the mouth of the leader of the wolf pack, continuing to stain the man with blonde hair. Ananta meanwhile explained that it was an unusual corpse. He explained that he was a servant of the demon god. He added that it was a disgusting monster. Suddenly a voice was heard coming from through the wooden fence that they were now having an emergency. Many wolves began to run quickly, raising a huge layer of dust. The wolves growled and howled loudly, and a red aura emanated from their eyes. Meanwhile, a voice announced that the demon god had attacked them. Behind the wolves was a monster with long horns. His build was that of a deer. Instead of a head, he had a bird's beak with human teeth. Long ribs stuck out and had no skin. The monster reached forward with its hand, as if it controlled every wolf running in front of it. The wolves approached the village gates. They began to climb on top of each other, trying to get over the wooden gate and fence as quickly as possible. Many wolves moved to the other side of the village and began to attack people. People started screaming desperately to be saved. Another man, who swung his sword at the wolf rapidly approaching him, screamed desperately. Several more wolves attacked Martin, biting his shoulder and arm. Suddenly the torch began to fall onto the fence. At that very second, the dry logs of the tree began to ignite, starting a strong fire. The wolves, who did not manage to get over the fence, began to burn alive in a bright flame. The demon god watched this as he continued to walk forward. Other wolves, who continued to rapidly approach the blazing fence, tried to get over it. Suddenly, the demon god stopped, starting to scream loudly and desperately, and watched as his assistants died in a huge flame. With a sharp movement, he jumped over the burning fence of flames. The leader of the wolf pack fell lifeless to the ground. The demon god meanwhile landed next to his open mouth. He began to look around, puzzled, trying to find the killer. Ananta stood in front of him, assuming a fighting pose. He thought that he should wait. The aura above him once again took on the shape of a monster, which roared angrily. Ananta mentally said that all this would unite and become his strength. He quickly walked towards the burning fence, breaking through it. The wolves, who were still trying to get over the fence, began to run back. Ananta, meanwhile, thought about blood and sweat. His eyes shone a bright red. Again he thought flesh and bones. Ananta stood before the god of demons. The ground next to him continued to blaze with bright fire. He thought he would swallow it. He continued to rapidly move forward through the corpses of the wolves. He waved his arms to move as quickly as possible. Ananta thought of swallowing him whole. Ananta, in the form of a dragon, slowly moved along the street, leaving ashes and houses in flames behind him. The fire instantly turned wooden houses into a pile of ash. Ananta, with a sparkling fiery gaze, looked at the monster standing in front of him, the god of demons. He said ominously that he would disfigure him so that death would seem like a blessing to him. Ananta stood on his powerful hind legs, his aura glowing brightly with a fiery red color. The demon god took a step forward, stepping on the nod, bloody remains of the wolf corpse with his clawed black paw. He opened his sharp mouth predatorily, revealing sharp teeth. His eyes flashed with a predatory green fire. The demon god let out a loud battle cry. From behind, someone was rapidly approaching them. Many different animals, including a jackal, an antelope, and a wild boar, rushed at great speed, sparkling red eyes. A moment later, they approached Ananta, intending to attack. The jackals opened their toothy mouths, the antelope jumped high and put out its horns. The wild boar, sparkling with an evil look, opened its toothy mouth and stuck out its fangs. Ananta put his scaly paws forward and stopped the boar and antelope as they ran. He grabbed their heads and slammed them against each other so that blood gushed in different directions. Ananta took a step forward, waving his paws, leaving behind many torn corpses. The entire space around him turned bloody. The demon god stood and watched as Ananta, in the form of a dragon, easily dealt with the angry animals. His eyes flashed with a purple glow. He said, "Phantom form." After that, 2 streams of blue magical energy gushed out from his eyes. The monster closed his eyes and raised his head up. His aura flashed brightly with white lightning against a dark blue background. Glowing with magical energy, he crossed his long hairy arms with huge claws in front of him. The demon god rushed at Anant with lightning speed, who was ready for his attack. Ananta opened his mouth and extended a scaly hand glowing red. The distance between them was rapidly closing. The demon god's aura was blue and Anant's aura was red. A moment later, there was a powerful explosion. Ananta and the demon god fighting. Clawed paws, predatory jaws, sharp fangs, and splashes of blood flashed in the air. The demon god tried to strike with his hand, but Ananta deftly dodged to the side and looked back at his opponent. He opened his dragon's mouth and growled menacingly, his red eyes flashing. At this time, the demon god rushed at him. glowing with magical light. Ananta grabbed his hand and squeezed his fingers tightly. The demon god became wary. One of his eyes went out, becoming a dark bone socket. Ananta clenched his front paw into a fist and swung his hand to strike, sending a powerful red energy stream towards the enemy. He held the monster's hand with one paw and dealt him a powerful blow with the other. Something flew through the air, leaving a white trail, and fell to the ground with a noise, raising clouds of dust. Ananta unclenched his clawed fingers and released the hairy hand of the demon god. He squatted down, glowing with a bloody light, and squeezed his paw, which began to change. Looking at him, one could already discern human facial features. One paw turned into a human hand, and the hind legs became like human legs. The bloody demon god lay in the clouds of dust. Ananta, having become completely human, walked towards him. Approaching through the smoke and clouds of dust closer to the monster, he saw strands of white hair and a human face. Ananta grabbed the man by the neck and pulled the slain monster out of the body. He looked in bewilderment at the man whose neck he was tightly squeezing with his fingers. Ananta looked closer and realized that it was a girl. She grabbed his wrist with her hand and looked up with her light blue eyes, exhausted and doomed. He asked in surprise, was she not herself from the very beginning? Ananta continued to hold the blonde girl by the neck, holding her over the corpse of the slain monster. Suddenly he heard a sound behind him and squinted his eyes warily. From above, from the sky, something dark gray quickly flew past him, leaving a fiery trail. Ananta winced in anger and pain. Above him, making a loop in the air, hovered a huge black bird with eyes glowing with violet light. The huge bird landed on the ground not far from Anant, who was still holding the girl by the neck. He turned and looked menacingly over his shoulder at the bird, saying that he thought so. Ananta was wounded in the arm and was bleeding. A huge bird, spreading its feathers, looked at him predatorily. Ananta looked at her and said that this is the real demon god who devours corpses. A purple glow appeared in the air. A moment later, instead of the bird, there stood a blond man in a fur cape. Black feathers swirled and flew in the air above him. The demon god looked forward and said that this was incredible. He never imagined that his precious puppet would be broken. The demon god has a wrinkled and pale face, a sharp, hooked nose, and thin lips. His eyes are different colors. One eye is black and the other is white with purple pupils. The demon god admitted that he had been watching him since he stepped onto this earth. He sat on a tree branch, hiding in the thick foliage, and hovered in the dark sky, hiding under the cover of darkness, observing. Ananta asked why. The demon god caught the blonde girl who slammed her back into him with force. Ananta, throwing her away from him, said irritably that he almost fell asleep under his grumbling. He is not interested in listening to his boring monologue. The demon god frowned with displeasure and looked down. Ananta mockingly made an inviting gesture with his index finger, beckoning him towards him, and told him to come over. His entire body was covered with wounds, cuts, and blood spatters. He added ominously that he would destroy it. The demon god instantly transformed, turning into a huge black bird. He put his paw forward, pointing his sharp claws towards the enemy. His eyes glowed with purple fire, and a purple aura flared around his torso. Spreading his huge wings, he said that his power allows him to control the souls of the dead. He flapped his wing, and black feathers swirled in the air. The demon god said that if he kills him and takes control, he will receive an invincible warrior who will stand at the head of his army of the dead. He stood on his hind legs and extended his clawed hands protruding from under his wings in front of him. The demon god turned into a humanoid monster with huge wings and a bird's beak. He took a step forward with a four-fingered bird's paw and flapped his wings, activating a powerful flow of energy force around him. Demon god said, "Phantom form." Suddenly, a purple light flashed from the eyes of the bloody animal corpses. A moment later, the animal corpses turned into people with glowing eyes. They, holding weapons in their hands, rushed towards Anant. He looked around and saw that zombies surrounded him on all sides, and in front of him stood the demon god, waving his powerful wings. Looking at the zombie, Ananta thought that it was an unknown beast. The demon god, surrounded by bloody, reanimated corpses of animals and humans, shouted that Ananta would be torn apart and trampled by a horde of bloody corpses. The zombies rushed at him, swinging axes and spears. The bloody animals ran ahead, their huge mouths open. The powerful wolf attacked, sank his sharp teeth. Something pierced his chest with lightning speed, leaving a white trail in the air. After some time, the predatory corpses of animals, clinging to their teeth, tore his flesh. The zombies pierced his chest several times with sharp spears. Ananta bowed his head in defeat. The demon god rejoiced and laughed maliciously, waving his paw with sharp claws. He mockingly asked the question, did he really have no more strength left? The demon god, flying up, approached Ananta and pierced his chest right through with his hand with sharp claws. A stream of scarlet blood gushed out. The corpses of animals and zombies continued to torment and tear his flesh. The demon god said with a victorious gleam in his eyes that he wanted to enjoy his last desperate cry. Ananta opened his mouth slightly, from which streams of blood flowed. Suddenly, the corners of his lips stretched into a mocking smile, and he laughed. Ananta, flashing with a bright flame, turned into a fiery dragon. A huge flame soared into the air, burning everything around. The demon god backed away in fear and asked the question, "What is this?" Tongues of flame were reflected in his predatory pupils. He asked in fear, "Really?" A black human silhouette stood in the middle of a huge hot flame, which formed many fiery dragon mouths. Ananta, his eyes flashing predatorily, said that he was the one who would howl from him now. He swung his dragon tail and sent a stream of fire towards the demon god. Then he approached the monster with his fiery mouth. The demon god screamed heart-rendingly, spewing streams of fire and blood from his sharp beak. Bloody tears flowed from his eyes. The demon king and his army of animal corpses and zombies were engulfed in hot flames, gradually turning into charred bodies. After a while, the blonde girl opened her eyes. She rose from the ground, sat down and looked to the side in bewilderment. She watched as the fire dragon Ananta burned the corpses of animals and zombies. She sat on the ground in fear and shock, afraid to move. The black silhouette of Ananta in the form of a man stood on one knee in the middle of the fire. He turned his head to the side and looked with a fiery gaze. The blonde girl widened her eyes in horror and looked at him, unable to look away. She was scared. Ananta took a step forward, stepping on the ground with his foot on fire. In the form of a man, he approached her. His arms and back were still covered in flames. The blonde girl looked up at him, scared. Ananta looked at her sternly and said that she no longer needed to obey the demon god. She is free. The blonde girl closed her eyes, grabbed her head with her hand and sighed in relief. A white, brightly glowing creature with huge wings appeared before her eyes. She held out her hands to him in shock. The girl said that at that moment she could not resist the shining wings. Ananta looked at her warily. He asked the question, "Really?" He looked at the sad girl, who looked down. Through her long white hair one could see long ears like those of an elf. She fearfully pressed her palm to her chest, touching the fur cape. The blonde girl, with her head down, looked sadly at her feet. Ananta asked a question. Did she also become a victim of the winged creature? The girl looked up at him with blue eyes in surprise and asked again, "Is he a winged creature?" "Who is he?" He replied, "Ananta, surviving descendant of the black dragon." The blonde girl looked at him in shock and fear. Ananta added, "Who travels the world and devours demons, and the one who will destroy the winged embodiment." He, wounded and covered with soot, looked down at her sternly. Some time later, the morning sun gradually began to rise upward, and its rays broke through the thick gray clouds. Many wolf corpses were piled on top of each other. Their bodies continued to bleed profusely. There was thick smoke everywhere throughout the atmosphere from the rising dust. Someone said the name Ananta. Ananta, meanwhile, continued to stand next to the girl with gray hair. The village was almost completely burned. Smoke from the dying flame rose high up, mixing with clouds. Ananta meanwhile explained that he was the surviving descendant of the black dragon. The girl with gray hair looked at him in shock, her mouth open. Ananta, meanwhile, added that he travels around the world and devours demons. He said that he is also the one who destroys the winged embodiment. The girl pressed her fist to herself, in a state of shock. She looked down, beginning to anxiously inhale air through her mouth. After a moment, she said in disbelief that she couldn't believe it. The girl added with confusion what he was talking about. Meanwhile, a lizard began to run up to Ananta, its paws quietly patting the dry earth. The girl continued, "He is a black dragon and a winged incarnation." She didn't understand anything. The lizard, meanwhile, climbed onto the shoulders of the displeasedly frowning Anant. Suddenly, the girl opened her eyes in shock, starting to panic. She asked a question, "And what does that mean?" At that very second, she unconsciously began to fall down. The emotion on her face disappeared and a paler skin tone appeared. The lizard looked at the contemptuously frowning Anant and squeaked something to him. Ananta, meanwhile, calmly said that she had done a lot of things. He frowned, pressing his lips tightly together, and looked down. Meanwhile, the girl ran across the bloody ground. Blood sprayed from her feet in all directions, soaking it. The girl tried to catch her breath, carefully looking around. Suddenly, a deer skull appeared in front of her. The girl looked back in fear. All her clothes were bloody. After some time, a monster came, who was the lion god of demons. The horses screamed loudly among the red space. The girl continued to rapidly run forward, but her feet fell into the red liquid soil. Suddenly, she completely plunged her foot into the liquid, starting to fall down. Blood began to splash in all directions from the sudden intervention. At the same moment, the girl fell down, landing with her entire body on a strange red liquid. She stood up, starting to cry. She clenched her teeth and pursed her lips with distaste. All her white fur was stained with red stains of blood. She looked into the blood reflection and noticed a monster standing right behind her, its eyes shining a bright blue. The girl looked forward, noticing a huge city of corpses of people whose bodies were tormented or mutilated by swords. She raised her palm, watching the blood flowing abundantly from them. She began to look around it anxiously. Suddenly, a bird figure with the appearance of a man appeared behind her. The girl opened her eyes with fear and excitement, tensing her entire body. After a moment, she turned to the snow-white light behind her, her eyes widening in surprise. The figure of a man with the physique of a bird grinned through the bright glow, letting out a few chuckles. Some time later, the girl lay on the ground and sleepily opened one eye. Snow-white hair fell from her face. The pink-haired girl made a sound in excitement. She asked the question, did she finally wake up? The girl gradually began to rise, leaning on one arm. She looked at her in surprise. Meanwhile, the girl, with undisguised happiness, raised her hands up and said that she was very tired and had fallen into an uneasy sleep. Bunny ears hung from her hair, which was light pink in color. The girl asked a question, did she have nightmares? The girl mentally asked a question, incarnation. Suddenly someone called Ruby. Ananta meanwhile turned to Ruby and told her to get started. Ruby obediently pulled out her forked tongue, letting out a hiss. The girl with white hair, meanwhile, leaned on both hands, looking at it in shock. Ruby began to open her mouth and several sparks of fire flew out of her mouth. A moment later, a huge stream of fire began to emanate from Ruby's mouth, distributing everything that was nearby. The huge flame began to form a strong fire, illuminating a huge space. The figure of a monster, similar to a dragon, began to appear in the flames. The flame began to ignite even more strongly. From this, black smoke rose, which formed strange outlines of figures of people and animals. Ananta looked down thoughtfully, frowning. The pink-haired girl joyfully raised her hands and shouted that all the minions of the demon god were burned in one moment. She exclaimed enthusiastically that wow. Ananta approached her, looking at her with a frown. His face took on dark shades of gloom. The girl continued to wave her arms and exclaimed that he was great. Ananta hit her on the head with all his might. The girl began to stutter with fear, having lost all that enthusiasm. Ananta bent down and approached her face so that she would remain silent. He called her a peddler of useless information. The girl laughed anxiously, nodding her head several times. Ananta turned to the girl with white hair and, pointing his finger at her, muttered that it was because of her stupid conversations that now they had a lot of problems. He added, hitting the pink-haired girl again, that he had kept his end of the deal, so let her pay. The girl fell down and screamed questioningly. After a moment, she began to climb upstairs, leaning one hand on her knees and pressing the other to the bruised spot on her back. She said that he was still as evil. The girl immediately turned to the girl with white hair and asked a question, if she doesn't mind, then can she find out her name? The girl with white hair looked at her in surprise, her mouth slightly open. She remained silent for some time, but later said that Nejda. The girl with pink hair grinned with a warm smile and said, she didn't know that there were people like Ananta in the world. Nejda puzzledly asked the question, what? Ananta clenched his teeth angrily and, crossing his arms over his chest, suddenly called out to her. The girl with pink hair took out a watch with a golden hair from her pocket and said that he needed patience. She opened it by lifting the top. Inside it were strange-looking mechanisms that kept spinning. Some signs and symbols appeared in the air next to her hand. A moment later, Ruby, Ananta, and Hope were hanging over a huge abyss in a circular shape. They froze in fear and surprise. After another moment, they began to fly down. Ananta continued to cross his arms over his chest as he fell. Ruby grabbed his raised cloak upward from the strong speed of falling down. Nejda completely turned her whole body over and fell head down, putting her hand forward. She started screaming desperately. Nejda frowned deeply so as not to see how she was falling. After a moment, she opened her eye, puzzled, looking down. She stood on a stone bridge made of cobblestones and looked at a huge tree. The tree branches at the ends were covered with a huge layer of foliage. The rest of them had a bright light that illuminated the city in white and blue. Nejda asked in surprise, "Where are they even?" The girl straightened her hat and said, "Many people say that smart people always look for 3 different ways out." She immediately remembered that she had not introduced herself. Nejda looked at her in surprise. The girl imagined that she was a member of the largest information network on the Rabbit's Feet continent. She presented the company logo and said that she was the cutest white paw merchant. She added affably that she was now available for their services. The white paw pointed at the frowning Anant and did not explain that he was a long-time companion and friend. She pointed to the fence of the house and explained that this was Kafes, which was the largest city in the south. She further explained that this huge tree in front of them was a sacred tree called the White Lotus. The white paw pointed upward and said what was on top of it. Nejda immediately shouted darkly, being in an angry state, for her to stop. She told them she was very grateful that they saved her from the demon god. However, she didn't want to listen to their stories anymore. The white paw began to lower its hand down in disappointment. Ananta looked away. Nejda, meanwhile, with dark circles under her eyes from fatigue, added that if they want to continue this conversation, then let them start answering her questions. She asked the question, for what purpose did they drag her to this mysterious city? Ananta began to walk forward and angrily told her to shut up and follow him. Nejda looked at his retreating back in surprise. Ananta shouted to her, turning his head back, that he would show her why she was there. Ruby, who was still holding onto his cloak, also turned his head back. Some time later, someone asked a question, "Is his name Ananta?" Ananta, the white paw, and Nejda entered the arch connecting the houses. Nejda asked what kind of winged incarnation he was looking for. Meanwhile, merchants stood outside their stalls selling various fruits and vegetables. Ananta gritted his teeth with displeasure that this creature imagined itself to be a god. He added, looking at her thoughtfully, that it was that monster. Nejda stopped and asked in surprise what it was. White Paw replied with a sweet smile that it could give others great power. She explained that it was almost the same as what they were once given. She didn't know if it was a blessing or a curse to have such imperfect power. The White Paw presented the red outline of Anant, who was using his magical form. Nejda looked down and asked thoughtfully, with imperfect strength. Suddenly someone announced that they had arrived. They were among the prisoners who were led into prison cells. The prisoners' hands were inserted into a wooden board with 2 holes for the hands, and a thick chain was attached to their necks. The man was holding a girl on a chain, who sadly lowered her gaze, and a man with a pumped-up bare torso. A small child, who was also imprisoned, looked around in fear and anxiety. Another man, who accepted a bag of something, looked carefully at the 2 people standing in front of him. At this time, someone's voice said, turning to Nejda, that she was welcome to the cafe's slave market. White Paw explained that for some reason, it has been getting more and more frequent lately. She immediately laughed, pointed to the side, and asked them to come here. Nejda, with a strange feeling, wrapped her hand around herself, looking around in fear and anxiety. White Paw, meanwhile, added that local slave traders bring here foreigners, wanderers, and wandering people. She said, remembering a white tiger with blue shining eyes, that even. The White Paw looked at the cage behind which the tiger stood, and added that even a mystical creature. Next to the cage of a mythical animal stood a man, enthusiastically telling something to another. Nejda turned to the White Paw and warily asked the question, did it instead have something to do with the winged incarnation? Meanwhile, the White Paw began to open the door slightly, smiling sweetly. At the same moment, someone pushed Nejda in the side with all his might. She began to roll down the long stairs very quickly, hitting her side each time. Rolling down the last staircase, she screamed in pain. Ananta and the White Paw stood next to the front door, looking into it carefully. Nejda began to rise with a groan, leaning on one arm. Her whole body trembled with weakness. Suddenly she noticed and heard something strange behind her. She glanced sideways in fear to the side. A moment later, she turned around completely with her whole body, noticing a huge crowd of tied people in front of her. The man, who was covered with bruises, looked forward with emptiness and indifference. The girl, with huge dark circles under her eyes, looked excitedly at the doors. Nejda said with a stutter that these people, she added, beginning to understand that this was a victim. Ananta, meanwhile, explained, looking at Nejda lying on the floor, that this was an offering for the winged incarnation. He remembered the white lotus and thought that they would all be killed during the ritual at the top of the sacred tree. Ananta imagined how each person would be pierced by a tree branch, and blood would bleed from their bodies in strong streams. Ananta closed the iron door and said, turning his back to it, that she was the same as them. He added that she is a winged incarnation. Nejda looked at him with incomprehension, her mouth open in shock. Ananta, meanwhile, added that he prefers to fish with live bait. When the strong wooden door with metal bars slammed behind them, Ananta sternly said that the rest was on it. The White Paw smiled and replied, okay. Footsteps were heard. Someone was quickly climbing up the stairs. Just as Ananta was about to walk away, someone shouted at him to stop. Ruby the lizard and White Paw looked back at the cry. Behind the strong wooden door, holding the bars of the bars with her hands, stood Nejda, who indignantly asked, is all this his doing? Ananta looked over his shoulder and angrily asked, even so, what will she do to him? Nejda frowned angrily, grabbed the bars tightly with her hands, and commanded him to stop talking nonsense. She was furious. She imagined the tear-stained, doomed faces of the bound people who were in this basement, and angrily said, he uses weak and innocent people to achieve his goals. Nejda indignantly asked the question, is his conscience not tormenting him at all? Ananta looked at her angrily over his shoulder, turned away and walked away, holding Robi the lizard on his shoulder. He said that it is impossible to take revenge without getting your hands dirty with blood. Nejda looked after him angrily, not believing her own ears. She tried to open the door, pulling it towards herself, holding onto the bars. She looked down angrily, clenched her teeth, and said that she could not accept this. White Paw came to the door and said that this was understandable. Nejda looked at her thoughtfully. White Paw mentally imagined a blonde boy sitting on the floor in the basement with his hands tied behind his back, and asked what these unfortunate people would have to go through. The boy raised his head and looked doomedly in front of him with an empty, expressionless gaze. The White Paw asked what terrible torment they would have to endure. Just thinking about it brings tears to my eyes. She brought her index finger to her eye and wiped away a tear. Nejda frowned and said through her teeth that she was disgusting. Tears flowed down her cheeks from powerlessness and resentment. She clung her hands tighter to the bars and shouted, let White Paw not even think that they could get away with this vile act. The White Paw laughed and said, everything is as Ananta said. She mockingly said that while under the control of the demon god, Nejda killed many people. She didn't care about other people's lives. Out of shock and indignation, Nejda widened her eyes and opened her mouth. White Paw added, even if she didn't want to hurt anyone, pretending like nothing happened wouldn't work. Nejda remembered with horror the many dead, mutilated, bloody bodies and the ground drenched in human blood. From her facial expression, one could understand that she was currently experiencing mental anguish and regret. Nejda tried to object, but her words were slurred. The White Paw smiled broadly, extended its hand and covered Nejda's fingers, which had clasped the bar of the bars, with its palm. She said that she shouldn't be angry with her and Ananta. After a pause, standing at the door to the basement, she added that their common enemy was an evil winged incarnation. After some time in the palace under the sacred white lotus tree, Ananta was sitting on the floor in a stone arch, on both sides of which stood guards armed with spears and swords. Ananta bent his arm at the elbow and checked the fastening of the wrist guard. White Paw came up to him and said she thought it was just nonsense. Those prisoners have nothing to do with him. Ananta, not paying any attention to her, looked appraisingly at his hand. Ruby slept next to him, his red body pressed against his owner's leg. Ananta raised his head, looked in front of him and asked the question, what is wrong with her? White Paw replied that she tried to convince her, but did not think she succeeded. At this time, people in white cloaks, with masks on their faces and crowns of thorns on their heads, were leading captives tied together. Among them was Nejda, whose hands were tightly tied with a thick rope. White Paw reported, as planned, the winged guards were leading the slaves to the White Lotus Temple. Nejda sadly looked up. She looked at the tall staircase with many steps that led to the snow-white temple at the foot of the sacred tree. The White Paw said that sacrifice is the starting point for meeting the winged incarnation. They completed all preparations for the hunt. They also sent assistance to the White Lotus Temple, which is impossible to penetrate because of the barrier. The barrier surrounded the sacred tree and glowed with magical light. The White Paw said that Ananta will enter the arena if he receives a white lotus branch, which is given to the winner as a reward. Then he will not have to wait long for a meeting with the winged incarnation. She closed her eyes and thought that this was still too tiring. White Paw imagined a powerful fire dragon and decided that it would be much easier this way. It would be easier to attract the enemy's attention with a bloody massacre. She slowly opened her eyes and thought that there was a line that should never be crossed. White Paw looked at Anant sharpening the edge of an axe with a round stone, and saw a bloody aura behind him, forming a black silhouette of a fire dragon. She mentally asked the question regarding monsters. Is he trying to differentiate between the human and beast realms? Closing her eyes, the White Paw mentally concluded that this was some kind of unreliable plan, and very illogical. Ananta stood up and said sternly that even from there he could hear her rolling her eyes. White Paw raised its head and looked at him in fear. Ananta meticulously examined his axe and said, "Not much time has passed since the last meal. It's time to exercise after eating." Turning around and taking a step forward, he said over his shoulder that she should sit quietly and watch everything from the side. Ruby the lizard woke up and looked at his retreating owner. Holding sharp axes in both hands, Ananta commanded over his shoulder for her to watch him hunt the animals. The White Paw got excited and asked, "What?" She excitedly asked him not to attract unnecessary attention. Suddenly something goes wrong. Ruby opened his mouth wide and squealed. Ananta frowned decisively and said that he would take note. After a while, a bearded warrior with a helmet on his head shouted, "Protective wall." Warriors in knightly armor used shields to build a protective wall and put sharp spears forward. All the shields were different colors. On one there was a red and black circle. On the other there were compass arrows on a yellow background. On the third there was a bear. Among this was a shield with the face of a white wolf. In the square in front of the palace stood a huge leopard with 3 arrows sticking out of its back. He looked predatorily at the warriors pointing spears in his direction. Behind the monster lay the torn corpses of people. The leopard flashed its yellow eyes, opened its toothy mouth, and growled. A warrior with a red beard ordered the knights not to be afraid and to keep in line. Suddenly, someone's hand fell on the shoulder of one of the warriors. He asked in fear, "What?" The warrior looked around and saw that Ananta was standing at his side, who sharply threw the other warrior aside with his hand. The warrior fell to the ground and exclaimed indignantly. The warrior angrily asked the question, "What is he doing?" Ananta took a decisive step forward, holding sharp axes in both hands at the ready. He replied that this idiot was annoying him. The leopard's eyes lit up predatorily, and he opened his mouth even wider, showing sharp fangs. The monster stood on its hind legs and swung its powerful front paw at Anant. Ananta stood calmly and confidently in front of the monster, looking up at him. A moment later, he swung 2 axes, and a stream of scarlet blood gushed out. Seeing this, the bearded warrior widened his eyes in shock, and White Paw watched with emotion what was happening and exclaimed in admiration, "Wow." Ruby the lizard also looked at his owner with admiration. At this time, Ananta swung sharp axes in different directions and cut off the front paw of the monster leopard. White Paw added that it was a complete headache. The bearded warrior asked in shock, "How is this possible? How can a person defeat a mystical beast?" The leopard sank to the ground defeated, looking at its severed paw. Ananta, glowing with a red aura, flashed his eyes menacingly and rushed into the attack. He pushed off the ground with both feet and jumped high into the air, holding 2 sharp axes above him. Ananta jumped on the leopard and dealt 2 blows to its head with axes. People who crowded nearby watched him with excitement. Ananta took the bloody axe from the torn flesh of the animal, looked up at the sky, and let out a battle cry. A heartbreaking scream was heard. Ananta, splashed with blood, turned his head in the direction from which it sounded. He said, "Let him just wait." He stood and looked at the huge sacred tree, saying that he would cut it into pieces and devour it whole. The sacred tree glowed brightly with white magical light, towering majestically above the city. There were people standing at the top of the stairs in front of the entrance to the sacred temple. The huge white doors were open. A moment later, it slammed shut. Nejda looked up angrily. Her hands were still tied. Captured, bound people, accompanied by winged guards, slowly walked along the gray slabs of the square, on both sides of which rose gray columns. From this square, there was a staircase leading to the sacred tree, at the top of which someone was standing. Someone's voice addressed the bound slaves, saying, "Frightened citizens." Nejda raised her head and looked up. She furrowed her eyebrows angrily and thought that this guy was familiar to her. A small gray bird trustingly sat on the indicated finger of someone's hand. The blonde guy smiled and told them to put aside their fear. He is glad to welcome them to the temple built in his honor. Nejda excitedly asked herself, "Is this a winged incarnation?" The blonde guy was dressed in elegant gray and gold clothes. On his shoulders, the cape smoothly turned into 2 gray wings. Small gray birds fluttered around him. A white lotus surrounded by a strong barrier is also known as a sacred tree. For an unknown reason, a winged incarnation settled there and began to accept victims. Those who make a living sacrifice are given the chance to fight in the cave's arena. Warriors who were able to survive the battle with mystical beasts and prove their superiority are given branches of a white lotus, as well as enormous power and the title of Winged Guardian. Earlier, a white paw, standing in front of a wooden but strong door, on the other side of which Nejda was, shared plans to break through their defenses. They planned to sneak them inside, passing them off as a living victim. This is the essence of their plan. Questions. She said all this, still smiling sweetly and revealing her rabbit teeth in her smile. Nejda, holding tightly to the metal bars with both hands, asked the last question. Why Ananta wants to kill the winged incarnation? Is it because of the power it has? The paw, having replaced its usual talkativeness with silence, suddenly admitted that it could not tell everything. She will say only one thing. If there is an embodiment of revenge, then it is definitely Ananta. Speaking of this, she closed her eyes and mentally transported herself to a terrible place. Everywhere, in a huge field, there were skeletons of burning tents. On the orange horizon, a fire was blazing, and the entire sky was covered with thick streams of smoke. The next moment he appeared in front of the white paw, being small. Holding the burnt corpse of a child in his hands, Ananta sobbed tears of blood. The winged incarnation, standing on his pedestal, addressed the prisoners, feeling his importance, his charges, who had gone through so many difficulties. They must raise their heads and look at his bright face. The slaves, who in many ways had a sickly appearance, gray skin and torn clothes, repeated in some oblivion whether he was really their patron. The winged incarnation, blissfully closing his eyes, continued, "He is the saint whom everyone admires. The master of the white lotus and the winged incarnation that brings the blessings of heaven to this mortal world. His name is Balzac. His poor victims must prepare to be delivered and entrust their souls to the winged savior." He said all this under the dissatisfied look of Nejda and the tired look of the blue-eyed boy. His speech was abruptly interrupted by a young girl in dirty and old clothes. Falling to her knees, she begged, "Winged incarnation, he must be merciful. She asks to let them go. They are not guilty of anything." The girl with her hands tied said this and almost cried while another girl stood next to her, whose hands were also tied with rope. The brunette added exhaustedly, "She really asks for at least the release of her sister." With a dismissive wave of his hand, Balzac suddenly said how poor she was. He should reward her for her good thoughts. The girl immediately looked up at him with a dreamy look and took in more air into her lungs. Well, just when she wanted to express gratitude to him, her head exploded like a balloon. The girl, looking at the fallen body, was at first taken aback with horror, and as if she did not fully understand what had happened, she said, "Sister." The people who saw what happened were also shocked and started shouting, "What? What? She died." Nejda, also feeling the rage taking over her, frowned and pursed her lips. However, he, imposingly sitting down in a chair that was growing into a tree, said, "Everyone is equal in the face of death." Her sister had just been freed from fear and regret. Crossing his legs and his head in his hand, Balzac also said that they would soon be reunited with her in the next world. Suddenly, in the spacious hall in which they were, a noise was heard, similar to someone stomping. The guards guarding the slaves immediately grabbed their swords with their hands and prepared to launch an attack if necessary. But the very next moment, black clots of energy appeared out of nowhere, forming the skull of a terrible creature with glowing blue eyes and deer antlers, and surrounded the guards. A black hand with long fingers and sharp claws grabbed them by the throat, and Nejda, who was the reason for this, said, while her voice became deeper, "He is not a savior, but a cold-blooded killer." However, Balzac did not seem impressed or frightened by what he saw, and even with a bit of mockery, he lowered his head down and noted out loud, "Who would have thought that the mystical beast Yggdrasil Cernun would be sacrificed to him?" By saying this, he meant that the first word denotes the world tree in Scandinavian mythology and cosmology, the ash tree, which is located at the center of the universe and is the basis of all 9 worlds. The second word meant the Celtic deity of fertility, war, and forces from the vast world. People who saw such a transformation were horrified, and some of them even began to hiccup, and someone screamed, "Monster!" Nejda, turning back and seeing the shadow of Cernun, remembered how, sitting among the sea of blood and corpses of the people whom she killed, a voice was heard. Even if she did not want to harm anyone, she would no longer be able to pretend as if nothing had happened. A high, childish voice brought her out of oblivion. She must not lose. Nejda shuddered and turned around to see a blue-eyed boy with ashen hair warmly hugging a sobbing girl who had lost her sister. This puzzled her at first, but almost immediately smiling, she changed her black eyes to her usual color and began the attack. Many branches of Yggdrasil appeared from under the floor, which immediately grabbed all the guards and tightly entwined their bodies with their vines. The poor people were covered by a huge dome of the same branches, but now it was Essus, another god from Celtic mythology. Lord of battles and battles. He is also known by the name Cernunnos. Among other things, this god symbolizes the change of seasons. Nejda, standing with her back to them, grew a staff from this plant, and taking its hands, confidently said, "I appeal to people. They should not worry. She will protect them." Sharply she had to frown as the energy approached her and turned into a bright flash. It turned out to be Balzac, who proudly said, "The deer scatters empty promises. She, a small fry, dares to go against the great and mighty one." However, despite the thick clouds of dust rising in the air, she said with confidence that she had a name. Her name is Nejda, and she is a child of nature. All this time a slight transformation was happening to her, and now her head was adorned with a crown of Yggdrasil branches. But he only laughed at her and noted how impudent the girl was. Nejda did not pay attention to his ridicule, and having grown more strong vines, she wondered whether it was an invisible shock wave or telekinesis. She unknowingly blocks the attacks, but they are not very strong. Then, weaving a huge hammer from plants called Susulus, she aimed it straight at Balzac, confidently thinking that she would crush him with even more force. However, he was not afraid at all, but again smiling smugly, activated his power, saying, "Tear the flesh." Behind Balzac, translucent wings and seals appeared. All of them were multicolored and hypnotized the look. Ananta, who was in the arena at that time and had just defeated a huge beast, paid attention to the noise and raised his head up. The spectators sitting in the stands also turned their heads in this direction, whispering, "What was that?" Didn't the sound come from the White Lotus? One of the gladiators, also looking at the tree, around which fog appeared and the crown lit up, exclaimed, "What happened?" Ananta frowned and pursed his lips, looking as if he understood what was happening, but did not say anything. Nejda, who was in the midst of dark clouds of dust and burnt pieces of plant falling slowly from top to bottom, remembered the explosion that happened just a few seconds ago, and wondered in horror, did it dispel such a powerful skill in one instant? His attacks have become much stronger. Balzac, knowing full well how strong he is, still standing on the pedestal, clarified, "And that's all she's capable of." Fingers, he provoked the fall of a huge golden cage, straight to the floor. Nejda, stepping back, clenched her teeth, thinking, "What is this?" The next moment, the shadow of a terrible creature loomed over her. It was as if it was a living skeleton, and the gray muscles of the spruce were supported by thin bones, and instead of feathers on the wings, there were only pitiful remnants of it. She, in shock, wondered, "Is this a monster?" But again the boy tried to help her and shouted, "She should be careful." However, it was already late, and after the sound of the cracking of wood, the pupils of Hope narrowed, and looking down, she saw 2 sticks sticking out of her shoulder and left side. Balzac, being very close to the monster, said, She must see his faithful servant. Behind him there really was a terrible creature that had a bird's beak filled with sharp teeth, red eyes, and many human skulls that covered its head. The ribs of the terrible creature were exposed, and they were barely hidden by the gray remains of muscle. A prolonged animal howl sweeps across the arena. The white tiger with blue glowing eyes is covered with many deep wounds. With the last of its strength, it tries to rise and growls menacingly in defense. However, Ananta, closely watching the movements of the tiger, comes closer, being also covered with drops of blood and abrasions, saying it may hate him, but should not turn away from its executioner in the face of death. The next moment he raises his sharp axe upward and deals a decisive blow to the monster. Two men also in the arena watched this. One of them addresses his partner, keeping his eyes on Anant. Everyone is confused by the unexpected turn of events. Obviously this guy is going to win. But it was he, Duke Bernhard, who should have won the victory. Ananta stops and lowers his head, breathing heavily. The announcement is finally heard. The winner is determined. The knight, turning to Bernhard, asks what his duke will do. The announcement sounds again, valiant wars. The winged guards will reward him with a white lotus branch. After this, 10 guards enter the arena, one of whom carries a white chest with a gold cut. However, he suddenly turns to his knights and asks everyone to calm down. Everything goes according to plan. No matter what happens, the white lotus branch will still be theirs. Ananta lowers his cold but piercing gaze down and watches as the winged guardian opens the chest. The inside is lined with red velvet, and a branch of the sacred tree has been neatly laid on the soft backing. He rather casually grabs it with his bloody hand and examines the reward, emitting a warm yellow light, pursing his lips. Duke Bernhard, observing this, confidently adds, they will take possession of it at any cost. In the bright hall, with once white, but now dirty and cracked columns, everything is filled with the roots of Yggdrasil, and a blue-eyed boy and a little girl are watching what is happening outside, sitting under the dome of Susel. Nejda, falling to her knees, had already managed to pull out the sharp wooden stakes and put her hand to the bleeding wound on her stomach. In front of her stood a huge mystical creature with 4 red glowing eyes. Baltsac, being nearby and proudly holding an even posture, asked if she was going to protect these people, no matter what the cost to her. How touching this is. They are doomed. He needs to end their suffering quickly. This is mercy. However, Nejda, not intending to give up, answered, so, how? He is not a savior at all, since he passes off cruelty as mercy. There was nothing human left in him. He is simply a terrible demon god who spreads death and fear. All this time, while she was speaking, black energy was condensing around her, and tears of the same color were flowing out of her eyes. He, watching her, says, she should let him say something. What is true salvation? Those who suffer will find it by falling into the abyss of despair. Along with these words, Balzac's face distorts and, sparkling with completely white eyes, breaks into an eerie smile, and then stretches out his hand and points somewhere forward. Next to the frightened people, new roots begin to grow from under the stone tiles, which in an instant pierce one of the men. Nejda turns and sees this. Her gaze shows bewilderment, and after this more and more similar plant bayonets appear, and they all kill one person at a time. Desperate prisoners scream heart-rendingly, no, don't. However, more and more roots appear, and now they dig into the body of the mystical creature. Balzac, elevated on a pile of stones, raised and spread his arms to the sides, exclaiming, such a blessing from the winged savior. This prisoner will be given special honor. Further along sharp wooden bayonets, red luminous streams burst out of the bodies of the victims, which streamed along the roots, flowing into the monster. Nejda, watching this, wondered what was flowing through the branches of the white lotus. Then she sees the outline of a new monster emerge from this red energy and understands what it is. Balzac, as if reading her thoughts, says, this is hell on earth. Then, waving his hands and freeing the guardian from Yggdrasil, he simply dissolves it. He adds, unlike him, all living beings are mortal. Only he can give their worthless lives meaning. They must see it. Their vital forces nourish the white lotus. They create an immortal warrior. Let the stream of life circulate and turn into light, which will protect the white lotus. While Balzac proudly told this, the branches became covered with sharp thorns and moved into the bodies of the winged guardians, turning them into terrible monsters, and the mystical creature also opened its wings of incredible length and, opening its toothed beak, uttered a drawn-out cry. Nejda watches this in horror and asks in confusion what he even is. How many lives has he consumed? He just smiled, waved his hand again, and now new, thicker roots, bursting out of the ground, grabbed her and curled her body. Finally Balzac, heading towards her, said he lost count. Arrogant woman, does she have any last words to say? She, wheezing from lack of air, answered rudely, he is a complete freak. Turning around, he dismissively notes how banal it is. But the next moment he is distracted by a sound similar to a hum emanating from the slowly opening snow-white doors. Immediately after this, something black and round is directed towards Balzac, but he, having a quick reaction, manages to cut the object on the fly, which now turns out to be part of the head of fear. Suddenly Ananta jumps right at him, clutching a sharp wooden stake with both hands. Balzac freezes in place from such surprise, looking at him with wide eyes. Ananta, approaching him, thrusts a kind of weapon straight into his face and jumps to the side, finally landing. Nejda, seeing this, asks in bewilderment, is it him? He calmly turned around and only coldly asked, is she safe? She was lucky. Balzac at this moment stands with a glowing stick stuck in his eye, and realizing that it is, he says, a white lotus branch. Turning around, he adds, so the guy is the winner? Really? He won? He never thought that anyone would be able to get here. At the same time, Balzac looks forward and sees bloody footprints leading to the doors, and outside on the stairs lie the disfigured corpses of the guards who were unable to fight back. Ananta contorted his face disdainfully and asked what kind of freak he was. Then, turning to Nejda, he added, where is the girl doing with the winged incarnation? She doesn't understand what he means, she just asked again, what? But Balzac, shaking and feeling how evil was beginning to overwhelm him, said, it wasn't enough for the guy to invade his sanctuary. He also dared to insult his holiness? His wicked tongue he will tear out with his own hands. At the last phrase, Balzac became covered with feathers. His hands began to resemble bird paws with sharp claws. But Ananta was not impressed by this, and answered with complete confidence that he should shut up. He is an impostor, not a winged incarnation. The winged guard raises his sword back, and with a sharp movement tears off the metal helmet from Duke Bernhard. But the very next moment, the guard himself is also struck down, because he cuts him in response with a sharp axe. Being completely covered in bloodstains, Bernhard takes a deep breath, and then, together with his subordinates, rushes into battle against the enemies. When everything around falls silent from the grinding sounds of metal, he finds himself in front of the open doors and realizes that he was waiting for the winner to come in here after the results were announced. But for some reason, he couldn't see the one who received the white lotus branch. Having walked inside and looking around warily, Duke Bernhard wondered, is this some kind of trap? A passage opened in front of him up a high staircase, on the sides of which there was a cliff leading into the darkness. Above this, along the stairs, the roots of a sacred tree grew, and on the steps of the stairs lay the corpses of winged guards. He, looking at it with horror, thought, did that guy really try? His goal was a winged incarnation. At this time, the atmosphere in the main hall was quite tense. Nejda, looking back at Balzac, said in bewilderment, if this is not a winged incarnation, does that mean he is a fake? This slowness in realizing the situation angered Anant, causing him to shout, what are her eyes for? Why does she think it got that name? She immediately remembered the white silhouette of a creature with luxurious wings, and he continued, the distinctive feature of this is 3 pairs of snow-white wings. Then, turning to Balzac, Ananta asked, is he a winged incarnation? Laughter, and that's all. He doesn't even really have wings. If he wants to impersonate someone else, he should at least try to copy his appearance. He can only talk nonsense. Balzac opened his mouth to make a sarcastic response, but looking forward with wide eyes and not hiding his confusion, he nevertheless noted that he would not even answer this. Then, turning to his guards, he shouted, they must kill this guy! The guards immediately rushed to Ananta, and at that same moment his already shoulder-deep black arms began to exude gloomy energy, and his claws became extensions of his fingers. Waving his huge paw, he cut through the roots that were holding Nejda, and she fell to the floor. Feeling weak, she barely found the strength to lift herself up in her arms, but this made Anant nervous, which is why he rudely said, what is the girl thinking about? Nejda turned her gaze towards a large pile of roots, among which 2 children's heads could be seen. It was the same blue-eyed boy and girl whom he guarded so carefully. But when she resolutely rushed towards them, he ordered her to get out of here now. A zombified guard appeared in front of Ananta, whom he decapitated with one swing. The mystical creature finally paid attention to him, and opening its toothy beak wider, it spat down a powerful stream of wooden arrows. Nejda barely managed to cover the two children with herself, taking the blows from the stone fragments on herself. The attack even touched the columns, damaging them slightly, and thick clouds of dust rose up. Suddenly, a large black and red paw pierces into it. In these few seconds, Ananta managed to transform into a creature with red eyes, teeth protruding from its mouth and covered with dense black scales. Pushing off from the stone wall of one column and jumping onto another, he rushed straight towards the mystical creature, opening his mouth wider. Baltsac did not dare to budge as he watched this. Ananta first dealt one blow to the monster, jumping to the ground, and again rushes forward, jumps up, and, waving his clawed paw, inflicts a serious wound on the creature. It turns out to be fatal, and the lifeless body falls to the floor. But the very next moment he hears some movement behind him, and without having time to react properly, he is thrown aside. Standing on top of Anant with his bird's paws, Baltsac mockingly said, he admits, the guy is strong, and he deserves to see all his power. Then, again activating the mysterious seals, he, fully taking the form of a bird, extended his hand forward and ordered that the guy should turn to dust. Just at that moment, Nejda drew attention to the ongoing fight and understood, just as he had repelled her attack. Quite suddenly, Ananta grabs Baltsac by the paw, and, pulling him closer, opens his mouth wide. However, he, too, not wanting to give up, flutters and tries to fight off Anant with his foot, exclaiming, "What ignorance!" He takes advantage of the opportune moment to wave his paw and force Baltsac to let him go. Quickly rising, Ananta ran forward, and tirelessly tried to wound and bite him. Baltsac at one moment managed to fly higher, and he immediately jumped up after him. He notices this and injures Anant, depriving him of his hand. The energy of the impact is powerful enough to even leave a mark on the floor of the hall. Ananta immediately lets out a heart-rending cry of pain, and at the same time grows back the lost limb. Baltsac, seeing this, lands and wonders how this is possible. How could this guy heal such a wound in an instant? He wastes no time and raises his hand again, rushing towards him. Baltsac immediately sprouted new roots from the ground, but Anant's powerful attack cuts both them and him in half. He just lets out a sharp cry. No, Nejda, seeing this scene, understands that it worked. Falling to the ground and gradually taking on human form again, he laughed hoarsely. Pathetic creature, how dare a guy? At the same time, the huge corpse of the mystical creature rises again, and Ananta, hearing an incomprehensible noise behind, jumps to the side. Finally turning around, he sees how Baltsac, merging with this body, threatens. The guy knows no fear of God. However, Ananta is not at all afraid, and immediately rushing to attack, shouting back. He will make the fake realize the difference in strength that he will never overcome. In the blue sky, across which snow-white clouds of various shapes floated, a bright flash appears, similar to a ray of light. But the very next moment, it turns into cracks that make a sound. Gradually they grow, and quite suddenly the sky in this place breaks, like glass, from the blow of someone's hand, equipped with golden armor. In the resulting hole, someone's dark silhouette with a halo above his head appears. Around the unknown, white energy sparkles, emitting a pink glow, and all this happens against the backdrop of starry space. The mysterious man was looking intensely somewhere down, sparkling turquoise blue eyes. A white hood with gold trim was draped over his head, through which small but sharp black horns protruded. A mysterious man appeared in the sky directly above the city of Caves and the wide crown of a white lotus. At this time Baltsac, turning into a terrible creature filled with malice, opened his gray wings with clawed growths, shouting, "The guy must see this, these noble wings." Then he wanted to add something else, but Ananta with a sharp throw approached him and pierced his body with his paw. But Baltsac sharply pushed him to the floor, writhing in pain. However, Ananta did not lose his balance, but braked with his claws. He again used magic and grew new roots from the ground that grabbed his paws. After that, the chest of the mystical creature opened, and about 100 new sharp teeth appeared from there. Baltsac also bared his sharp fangs in a smile, and looking at Anant with red eyes with yellow pupils, he exclaimed, "He will chop him into pieces." Then, flying into the air, he began to shoot bones sharp as stakes. Ananta became so angry that his paws glowed red, and after this he jumped out of his place, throwing up pieces of earth and fragments of stone tiles. Nejda, frightened for him, screamed, "Ananta!" He ran around Baltsac from behind like lightning, and he noticed it. Ananta seized the moment and, pushing off from the floor, rushed towards Baltsac. Stretching his left fist forward, filled with energy, he finally launched an attack. Immediately after this, Ananta pulled back. He turns out to be wounded. The sides of his body were simply missing. Baltsac hissed in pain. What a freak he was. But when he saw Anant, who resembled a huge lizard, he opened his eyes in shock, adding, "What kind of shape is this?" It flashed through the mind of Nejda, who was also watching him, that he changed again. Ananta needed one jerk to break the roots holding him, and then he again jumped high into the air, and his paws began to exude black energy. Baltsac, watching him, pursed his lips and realized that he could not follow the movements of this guy. His power is regeneration and transformation. If so, he will crush him with incredible power, not giving him a chance to escape. Having made this decision, he again fills his right hand with magic and sharply raises it up. In the huge hall in which they are located, there is a ringing rumble, from which Nejda, still covering the children, closes her eyes, and a mysterious stream, consisting of shoots that burst out of the ground, rushes towards Ananta, trying to grab him. But he turns out to be quite fast and dexterous, and confuses them, jumping from one column to another. Flashing his red eyes, Ananta glances at Baltsac and realizes that it doesn't matter how many times he strikes him. As long as the White Lotus exists, the fake will be restored again and again. He must not hesitate. But suddenly his attention is drawn to an open space in the ceiling, under which there is a green tree crown, and onto which black clumps of unclear shape are falling from somewhere above. An insidious plan immediately flashes through his head, and taking a step back with one paw, Ananta makes one sharp jump and rushes somewhere upward. Baltsac and Nejda do not take their eyes off him, trying to understand what he is up to. As he flies, he puts bright red energy into his left paw, and finally reaching the ceiling, he hits it hard, covering the concrete vault with numerous cracks and chips. Followed by a crash, and the ceiling collapses. Large stones and fragments fall down with it. However, the roots wrap around him again, and Baltsac asks with hatred, did he want to bury them all under the rubble? Or was he planning to do something stupid? Ananta, stopping the use of dark magic, answered him quite calmly. How many lives had he taken during all this time? Baltsac, showing no sympathy, sharply replied how tired he was of it. He took so many lives that he lost count of them. Ananta, revealing his toothy mouth in a smile, grins. Suddenly 2 wings grow on his back, but instead of feathers they have purple streams of energy, and he himself seems to be casting a spell. May the time of suffering he causes cause him to crumble into dust. The flapping of his wings creates an ultrasonic wave, and a mysterious monster appears behind Anant's back, similar to himself. Along with this, he adds a phantom form. A vibration comes from the hole in the ceiling that he created, which alarms Baltsac. The very next moment, dozens of revived mutilated corpses appear, crawling along the roof and falling down. Looking at how once living people, now endowed with only one feeling of anger, rush towards him, he shouts in bewilderment, "What is this?" When the corpses begin to scratch him, dig into his body and try to tear off a piece of flesh, Baltsac desperately screams, they must not touch him. They must not come near him. Nejda, taken aback by what is happening, freezes in place, only saying what is going on. The summoned zombies do not spare him at all, and begin to devour his face, piercing his overgrown nails into his eyes. There are so many killed souls that they fall asleep on Baltsac, burying him underneath them. With the last of his strength, he tries to break free and run away, screaming as he goes, "Victim! Living victim!" Suddenly, those same mysterious cracks appear above his head, and the next moment a stream of light rushes straight at him. An explosion occurs, from which Nejda squints her eyes tightly and tries to cover her face with her hands. When the dust clears, it turns out that it was a mysterious man with black horns and a golden halo. He fixes his glowing blue eyes on her, which stand out brightly against the background of his graphite-colored skin. Nejda is still in shock, with a small amount of horror, looking back. The sharply mysterious stranger bows, as if the gesture was intended for her, and says he hopes this journey has been pleasant. Suddenly, she hears a rustling behind her, and slowly turning around, her eyes widen. The blue-eyed boy, who had been lying unconscious all this time, calmly gets up and changes his appearance. His short white hair grows to his waist, and his clothes turn into little more than scraps. At the same time, the guy calmly and even warmly says in a friendly way, "It was rude on Becheron's part." He, having waited until his friend was completely reincarnated, announced that he had come to pick him up, the winged incarnation. Earlier, when the first mysterious cracks had just appeared in the evening sky, outside caves, on a small hill, the voice of a white paw was heard. She, taking the telephone receiver out of her top hat, seemed to be addressing someone with a daily report. She witnessed a tear in space in the sky above the White Lotus. Yes, without a doubt. Ananta should have already encountered the winged incarnation. If the one who helps this winged creature has appeared, then it's true, she's already in town. The winged incarnation, having completely assumed the appearance of a young guy with pale skin, walked forward with slow steps, looking from under his brows with his still blue eyes. Suddenly Nejda's heart began to beat several times faster, which is why she immediately put her hand to her chest, and looking after him, she wondered, who? Baltsac, grinning with all his might, raised his head up and was horrified, exclaiming, "Guyo, why is he here?" He grinned and asked if he had forgotten him yet. Baltsac, with even greater hatred, answered, "How could he? The heartless freak who took his wings." Having given Becheron a hand sign to raise him, Gayat explained that he had taken his wings to punish him, intoxicated by false glory. Baltsac wheezed heavily, due to the fact that his throat was compressed, and only the upper part of the monster's body remained. Guyo calmly continued, "Wings are given only to those who are worthy to ascend to heaven." He turned out to be quite offended, asking another question. Is he saying this to the one who admired him the most? To the one who sacrificed millions of lives to create a monster? And get your wings back. Gayat, in response to this, put his hand to his body, and frowned and said, "Stupid Baltsac. He absolutely doesn't deserve this." The next moment, a bright light burst out from his mouth, eyes and holes on his cheek from the bites of the souls he killed, and gradually his body evaporated, turning into sand. Ashes flew over the mountain of immobilized bodies. However, there was something else. Ananta was still among this huge pile, and opening his left eye, he had a view of what was happening in the hall. When he saw who was there, he immediately remembered one moment from his childhood. On a hill in the middle of the orange desert, a man in a brown cloak stood and peered into the distance. In front of him was a view of the same hardened sandy hills, through which the rays and glare of the setting sun were breaking through. The man turned to him and said mysteriously, "He has a dream. Reach the edge and find the lands of the gods, and he will not stop until he accomplishes this." Then the man turns around, and it turns out that it is Guyo. He also confidently adds that he will do this even if the whole world turns against him. The next thing Ananta remembers was the fire and destruction that destroyed the wooden tents covered with thick fabric. Burnt corpses lay everywhere. A girl with thick, jet black hair and pale yellow eyes turned to him and asked him to be careful. But it turns out that in this fire she also died, and the fire devoured her body. Now, remembering everything along with a feeling of injustice, Ananta mentally shouted, "Juyo." Becheron calmly continued their dialogue. After all, White Lotus is the name of the tree of paradise. He believes that this again has nothing to do with the desires of the winged incarnation. He, holding a branch glowing blue in his hands, replied, "At best, this branch was endowed with the power of a sacred tree. With the world tree, something else is more important." Turning around, Guy drew attention to Nejda, who all this time was holding her chest, overcoming the pain that arose in her heart. Flying up to her on his wings of sky blue light, he noted that he had forgotten about the interesting meeting. Just at that moment, Anant's scaly paw appeared from under the mountain of corpses, and then he crawled out completely. Having now imbued both hands with flaming red energy, Ananta swung them and sent forward a powerful blow that was supposed to hit Guyo directly. However, at the very last moment, when the attack was already close, Becheron appeared and stopped it. He, grinning and looking over his shoulder, realized that he had finally seen him. Ananta locked eyes with him and let out a long roar, and then rushed forward, covering a long distance in just a few steps. Becheron was prepared for this attack, and with his fist, he hit him right on the head with such force that he was thrown back and his head was completely blown off his shoulders. Then he strictly ordered him to identify himself. Ananta, having grown a new limb in the blink of an eye, growled, and then Becheron clenched his fists tighter and chuckled thoughtfully, adding, "It seems, words are superfluous." In response, he let out an even louder roar and, swinging, finally delivered the long-awaited attack. At this time, Guyo did not take his eyes off Nejda, who, on the contrary, perceived this rather hostilely. When he tried to reach out to her, something flashed above him. It turned out to be a bloody but still sharp axe, which Duke Bernhard swung as he appeared. But seeing that there was no one ahead, he turned his gaze back, where Guyo had already moved. He noted quite calmly, he doesn't know when to give up, right? Wise Bernhard. All this time the fight continued between Betran and Ananta, who, despite equal strength, did not want to give up, but growled and shouted. He would tear everyone apart. Everyone who gets in his way. He will tear him to pieces. The last words were addressed to Betran, who gathered his strength and launched a kick, throwing him far back. Now, having fallen to his knees in the middle of a cloud of gray dust, Ananta emitted a red light. His limbs began to change sharply, becoming larger. Bone wings reappeared, but now they were gradually overgrown with flesh. Opening his toothy mouth, he growled, which attracted the attention of the wary Betran, Bernhard, and the frightened Nejda. But Guyo, standing directly opposite, quite calmly said, "Well, another familiar face. Black Dragon Azi Dahaka." Ananta now appeared before him in a truly completely new form. Now he was reincarnated as a bloodthirsty dragon. Ananta stood on a rocky wasteland among the sharp peaks of rocks and looked ahead at the fiery glow in the sky. He looked puzzled at this bright glow, which painted everything around in a bloody color. Ananta gritted his teeth excitedly and mentally asked, what kind of place is this? How did he get here? He looked at the fiery sky and noted that he had a bad feeling. Ananta decided that he needed to get out of there as quickly as possible. He looked up and wondered where he should go. Suddenly a voice was heard that told him to remember. Ananta glanced warily to the side. Behind him stood a huge black dragon, who added, saying, "The man who took everything from him." Ananta looked up at the black dragon and said that this is Azi Dahaka. Azi Dahaka looked at him angrily with his huge dragon eyes and said that he was a damned mortal. The black dragon flew into the air and headed towards the top of the rock where Ananta stood. Opening his huge mouth, Azi Dahaka said that Ananta should surrender to the power of his anger and endless sorrow. A little while later, Ananta, in the form of a dragon, raised his front paw, intending to attack. He hit the ground powerfully with his paw, crushing it into small stones. Betran barely managed to fly to the side. Looking at the huge fire dragon, Betran asked the question, "Has he gone mad?" Ananta growled angrily. Betran clenched his fist, glowing with a golden aura. He got into a fighting position, preparing to fight back the dragon. His eyes glowed brightly with white light against the background of his black face. He looked at the dragon and said how ugly. Ananta raised his dragon's head up, opened his mouth and growled menacingly. A moment later, he spewed a stream of fire from his mouth and directed it at the enemy. Betran raised his hand and extended his fist, sending a powerful stream of golden-colored magical energy towards the fire. There was a confrontation between two powerful energies. There was an explosion. 3 blast waves spread outward from the epicenter. Jayu covered himself with a white wing, protecting himself from this. He cautiously looked out and looked in the direction where the explosion had been. Guy said that even when he can turn into coals, he is calm. Among the thick smoke stood Bernhard, splattered with blood, holding an axe in his hands. Guy said, even though Bernhard is his enemy, he must admit that he is a great man. Bernhard mentally decided that he couldn't wait for everyone to regroup. He quickly rushed into battle, swinging a sharp axe. Bernhard looked at Guy, standing in front, and decided that he would kill him here and now. Jayu stood on the top of a hill, glowing with a white aura. Bernhard swung his axe and let out a battle cry. His eyes were full of determination and anger. Suddenly a cut appeared on his chest. Bernhard's eyes widened in shock. Blood gushed from a cut on his chest. Guy stood calmly and looked at it, with his hands down. The bloody axe fell to the ground with a clang. Guy gave the order for him to bow down. Bernhard, bleeding, bowed his head and groaned. A bright white stream of energy pierced through his chest, rising into the heavens. Bernhard fell defeated to the ground, and Guy stood with his arm extended in front of him and his 2 middle and index fingers clasped together. Nejda, standing aside, heard a voice that said, "He sees that she is shaking with fear." She looked to the side in fear, squinting her eyes. Jayu approached her from behind, spreading his beautiful white wings. He said she looked different than before. Nejda, who was sitting on the ground, turned her head and looked at him. She held her hand to the area of her heart. She looked up at him with her blue eyes and thought angrily that it was so. Earlier, Nejda, splattered with blood, turned her head in fear and looked over her shoulder. Above her, a blond guy in white clothes was hovering in the air on huge white wings. Nejda sat on her knees on the ground and looked at him in surprise. She remembered that she had met him before. Gu touched his chest with his hand and said, "The resonance of the branch proves that she, too, was chosen by the sacred tree." Nejda looked at him in surprise and asked again, "Branches?" She sat on the ground, and he took a step forward towards the killed enemy. Jayu said this is a magical artifact that can endow the owner with divine powers. He extended his hand forward, and a branch glowing blue appeared above his palm. Jayu looked at this and said that he wanted to cross the border of the worlds. Many fiery flashes appeared in front of him, which grew into a huge flame. The flames in front of him turned into a wall of fire. Among the dark gray smoke, a head with blonde hair appeared. Guy looked at the fair-haired child who appeared in front of him from fire and lightning. Guy said that it was his brother, created from countless lives, who was still locked in a cage. Nejda opened her eyes and mouth wide in shock. She looked excitedly at what was happening. Guy asked the question, "What is his name?" The blonde boy smiled and said cheerfully, "Ziz." At the same time, something fell noisily from the sky to the ground, leaving a white trail in the air. Betran, glowing with golden light, swung his fist and charged at the black dragon glowing with red light. Ananta opened his toothy mouth wide and extended his clawed paws. The dragon raised its head. A bright fiery flash illuminated everything with a bright light. Betran flew back, breaking with his feet. He was squatting with his hand on the ground. Ananta stood on his hind legs and growled predatorily. His powerful red aura shot out in bloody streams in all directions. Betran stood up to this force with courage and determination. The dragon flapped its wings and landed on all four paws. He looked menacingly at the enemy with red eyes. Betran flew up, breaking through the stone barrier with his body. Ananta flew out after him. He was floating in the air above the destroyed roof. Ziz clenched his teeth in fear, looking at the huge dragon. Someone gently stroked his hair and told him not to be afraid. Ziz looks up in surprise. Ananta created a large fireball in the air in front of him. He cast a spell, Heavenly Fire Jade. Ananta directed a huge fireball at the sacred white lotus tree. Jue and Ziz looked in shock at the rapidly approaching fireball. Ziz clung to Guy in fear. Guy extended his hand in front of him and angrily asked the question, how dare he look down on him? White magical streams appeared from his palm. Guy sternly said that there was no place for him in heaven. He directed a white energy stream towards the fireball and said, "Let there be light." A powerful magical white stream overtook the dragon Anant. There was an explosion in the sky, and a white flash covered the sacred white lotus tree. The white magical stream glowed brightly, going high into the sky. At the same time, Ruby the lizard squealed, tears flowing from her eyes. The white paw that held him on his arm said, "That's all." She held the telephone receiver near her ear and said that after the battle on top of the White Lotus with the winged incarnation, she confirmed the death of the White Lotus. She looked at the black, smoking cloud that was rapidly descending to the ground and said that their embodiment of revenge, Ananta, was defeated. Bloody Ananta collapsed to the ground. Some time later in another place. The sand mountains were in the desert. There was practically no vegetation near this. Someone was running across the desert among the stones from 4 animals that were chasing her. There were jackals running after Ruby. The jackals, squeaking, quickly continued to run forward. Suddenly, one of them accelerated faster and opened its mouth to attack the running Ruby. Ruby turned to the side, beginning to move her short paws even faster. Suddenly, someone threw down an axe, which began to spin in the air and move forward with speed. Suddenly, the jackal's head was broken in half by the skull. The jackal began to whine in pain. Blood splashed from his head in large drops in different directions. Suddenly, someone began to quickly run forward and shouted at Ruby to go back. Ruby looked at the man in surprise. It was little Ananta, who jumped and again began to swing the second axe at the jackal. Suddenly, blood began to spray in all directions from the blow. The jackal fell to the ground, no longer showing any vitality. The other jackals shrank a little with their whole bodies and began to gradually turn around and retreat back. Ananta shouted angrily and his eyes turned white with rage. The jackals whined and barked in fear, starting to leave as quickly as possible. Ananta continued to stand over the corpse of the other jackal, glaring angrily at the others. After a moment, he put his weapon on his shoulders and, starting to frown, looked forward, exhaling angrily. Ruby watched him in admiration, her mouth open wide. Some time later, Ananta sat behind the cobblestones, with his head resting on his hand, looking bored. The corpse of a jackal lay next to him, and Ruby stood on the other side. Ananta frowned and looked up with displeasure. Ruby watched him carefully, waving her tail in different directions. Ananta turned sharply at her and asked a question, lowering his hand. Why was she following him? Ruby looked at him in shock, raising her head slightly. Ananta angrily said that he had no food. He immediately swung his hand, trying to hit her, and shouted that he was a little idiot. Ruby jumped to the side, taking a scared pose. Ananta, meanwhile, angrily asked why she was still here. Ruby opened his mouth, from which small sparks of flame gradually began to emerge. He looked forward with disdain as flames began to appear in his mouth. A moment later, he shot the flames forward, beginning to attack the boulder. Ananta immediately dodged the flames, clenching his teeth tightly together. He looked at it, puzzled and frightened. Ruby, meanwhile, looked away smugly, closing his eyes. Ananta, stunned, asked him a question. Did he exhale it? He said that he was real. He suddenly became alert, looking forward in slight shock. Somewhere to the side, muffled strange sounds were heard. Ananta turned his head to the side, starting to panic greatly. A huge shadow appeared right above them. Ruby and Ananta looked at this in fear, starting to tense up with their whole bodies. Among the rocks, the very visible outline of a rhinoceros appeared, whose eyes glowed bright orange. Several stones fell from the cliffs because the rhinoceros threw them off with his body. After a moment, the rhinoceros looked down, and its eyes glowed with even more furious color. Ananta caught his gaze and smiled with undisguised excitement. Drops of sweat began to run down his face from extreme panic. Ananta made a barely perceptible sound, like a scream. Some time later, on top of the running Ananta sat Ruby, who grabbed his black hair with her paws. Ananta ran forward quickly and screamed loudly in fear. Meanwhile, the rhinoceros was rapidly running after him, raising huge clouds of dust from its run. Ananta continued to run forward rapidly and approached the cliff. The rhinoceros still didn't slow down either. Ananta, having reached the edge of the cliff, without any doubt, immediately jumped off it. Starting to scream even louder, the rhino suddenly braked. Ananta landed on his feet, clenching his teeth tightly together. He noticed a strange figure in a black cloak in front of him. It was a man who was sitting on his belly next to a dry tree and meditating. Ananta mentally asked the question, "Is this a person?" Later he looked back again, where the rhinoceros continued to stand on the edge of the rock. He clenched his teeth angrily. Ruby clutched his head with her paws, looking up in alarm. The rhinoceros, meanwhile, exhaled angrily, looking down. Ananta asked him a question. He won't leave him alone, will he? Drops of sweat were running down his face from excitement. Ananta said okay. He grabbed Ruby by the torso and immediately let go, throwing her to the ground. Ruby squeaked desperately. Ananta took out an axe and, swinging it, shouted angrily for the rhinoceros to come to him. Ruby looked at him in surprise. Ananta narrowed his eyes in anger and said that he would show him the true strength of the descendant of the Black Dragon. Suddenly, he felt someone standing behind him. Ananta turned in surprise, looking at the black figure of the man. The man began to take off his hood. His long snow-white hair began to peek out from his cloak. After some time, Guyo lowered his hood completely down. He frowned and looked ahead carefully. The rhinoceros began to tremble sharply all over its body. Guyo looked at the rock more menacingly, causing his eyes to glow a bright blue. At the same time, the rhinoceros turned around and began to walk away from the edge of the cliff. Ananta looked at Guyo even more surprised. Guyo smiled warmly and asked him if he was okay. Ananta looked at him in shock, his mouth slightly open. He thought that meeting him that day had completely changed him. Ananta then froze in surprise in front of Guyo. This also changed his life. Over time, Indian sleeping chambers stood on the shore next to a mountain river. The man looked forward carefully and said in surprise that it was Ananta. Another man, whose face was painted blue, asked him where he had been. Ananta, meanwhile, walked next to Guyo, and Ruby sat on his head. He was asked who was with him. Ananta thought for a moment and said what it was. Suddenly, someone angrily called his name. Ananta tensed his entire body and clenched his teeth in fear. In front of him stood a girl with the same bright yellow eyes as his. She clenched her fist restlessly and asked the question, where was he and why did he come back so late? She approached him, starting to lift his head with her hands, and angrily asked the question, has he again invaded the territory of a mystical creature? She asked the question, what would she do if something irreparable happened to him? She immediately looked at Ruby sitting on his head and asked a question, besides, where did he bring this strange animal from? Ananta replied, beginning to worry that it had simply followed him. The girl looked up in surprise and asked the question, who is this girl next to him? Ananta turned to Guyo and explained to him that this was his sister named Ashita. Ashita suddenly started coughing loudly. She covered her mouth with her hand, her whole body beginning to shake from coughing. She moved her hand away from her and noticed large and thick bloody stains on her palm. Ananta looked at her in fear and asked her a question, is she okay? Ashita looked at him wearily. Blood was dripping from the corner of her mouth. Ananta, with undisguised excitement, told her not to tense up. He invited her to go inside. Guyo watched them. His eyes reflected the worried figure of Anant, who held Ashit's back and helped him go forward. Sometime later, 2 guards stood next to the chamber, and another girl and a guy looked inside it in surprise. Someone handed them a plate of meat, potatoes and bread, telling them to make themselves at home. An old man in Indian clothing explained that strangers rarely came to them. He can't help but repay a benefactor who helped a member of his tribe. He invited Guyo to stay here as long as he wanted. Gayat thanked him for his hospitality. Suddenly, he noticed Ruby sleeping on the carpet to the side. He flashed his eyes, as if beginning to threaten him. Ruby pressed himself sharply against the seated man's back, looking forward with fear. The chief meanwhile said that Ananta would accompany him. Ananta, stunned, asked the question, why is this? The guy with the bandana on his head angrily squeezed his head and ordered him not to be rude. Ananta closed his eyes angrily, making a strange sound. The leader asked a question, but why did he come to this remote desert? He said that this land was unsuitable for travel. Guyo looked at him in surprise. He explained that he was a researcher. He studies the customs, territorial features, and animals of different regions. The leader asked him, animals? Guyo held a huge scroll in his hands and asked the leader to look at it. He began to point with his finger on the map and explained that from the powerful empire in the east to the harsh icy land of the north to dense forests in the west. He explained that for many years he traveled around the continent, learning about the traditions and legends. Juyo added that he heard the story of the god Hanwha and came to this red desert. Ananta looked at him in surprise. The leader, meanwhile, thoughtfully said, the embodiment he is looking for. All the other people next to him also opened their mouths in shock. Gur meanwhile explained that it was Azi Dahak. There was not an ounce of doubt on his face, but only seriousness. He began to explain that of the 6 incarnations who received divine power, he was the very first. He remembered 6 incarnations. It was a horse with a horn, a man, a girl in the form of a cat, and a tiger. On top of it all stood a huge dragon, whose aura glowed brightly in red. Guyo began to explain further that he is still considered the largest and strongest. He began to remember his scaly physique and added that everyone fears him and worships him. He introduced a sleeping dragon and explained that it was an incarnation of a demon. He added that this is the black dragon Azi Dahak. Some time later, a cauldron of broth hung over the fire and was boiling. Ashita held the bowl in her hands and looked at it in surprise. Her shoulders were covered with fur. They explained to her that this is a healing decoction that has extraordinary properties. Guyo added that this strengthens the immune system and improves health. Ashita brought the cup to her mouth and drank from it. Ananta watched all this in surprise. Ashita thanked Juyo with a smile. She added that she felt much better. Guyo stood up and turned around, saying over his shoulder that he had to go. He advised Ashita to take good rest. Ananta turned in his direction and curiously asked the question, where is he going to go? Guyo turned to him and with a sly smile replied that he was going down the river. Ananta also began to get up and suggested, asking a question, then maybe he should go with him. He said that he would catch fish at the same time. Ananta turned to Ashita and told her that he would help the Lord and come back. Their voices were heard outside their home. Suddenly someone called Anant's name. He turned to the side in surprise. Ashita sincerely asked him to be careful. There was a friendly smile on her face. Ananta smiled widely, showing a row of snow-white teeth, and said good. He added that it will be soon. After some time, they began to leave the Indian village. Ananta looked back thoughtfully, continuing to walk behind Guyo's strong back. All the people in the village looked at him with contempt and concern. Ananta continued to look behind him, frowning slightly. He pressed his lips tightly together, feeling very nervous. After some time, they were near a lake, which was located in the middle of rocks and forest. The sun's rays reflected from the transparent surface of the water. Ananta and Guyo were sitting next to a fire over which fish was being fried. Ananta took one of the fish sticks and addressed the Lord. Guyo looked at him in surprise. Ananta asked him a question. Has he been in the village for a week already? Ruby stood next to the live fish, sniffing it carefully. A moment later, he grabbed the fish's body with his mouth, holding it with both paws. He began to tear off a piece of red meat from the body of the fish. Ananta asked how his research is going. Guyo answered thoughtfully, looking down slightly with disappointment, which was hard for him to say. He explained that only the story of the descendants of the Black Dragon was preserved. He began to remember the dragon and added that his ancestors had once suffered from foreign invaders. With the help of the Black Dragon, they were able to fight back. A huge flame from the Black Dragon blazed, scaring away people and horses. Many of them burned in huge flames moving at high speed. Gayat replied that only his descendants and admirers were alive now. Ananta chewed the fish meat, looking to the side in surprise and thoughtfulness. Guyo meanwhile said that was all he knew. He exhaled tiredly and, closing his eyes, said that, however, all the villagers avoided talking about the Black Dragon. He said thoughtfully that it was as if they were hiding something. Ananta lowered the fish slightly and asked a question with curiosity. What? Is he exaggerating too much? Ruby also looked away in surprise. Pieces of fish meat hung lightly from his mouth. Meanwhile, Guyo asked a question. Is he still secretly going hunting without his sister's knowledge? Ananta tensed his whole body, looking in his direction. He began to explain that he acted as if it was all nothing, but lately there had been a noticeable increase in abrasions and bruises. His arm was bandaged, and there were huge, long, deep scratches on his neck. Ananta said that she will understand everything soon. He leaned his hands on his legs and asked that all this be kept secret. He didn't want her to worry just like that. Ananta put his hand to his heart and explained that in wild lands, land comes quickly. He explained that therefore it was necessary to hunt as much as possible while there was someone to hunt. Guyo asked him a question. Where are their parents? Ananta remembered himself as a child in Ashida's arms. He sadly explained that they died of illness when he was very young. He added that this is why his sister is overprotective of him. She still considered him a child. Ananta looked down thoughtfully and said that she should have thought more about herself, because she did not feel sorry for herself at all. He admitted that that's why he wanted to give her some kind of gift. Guyo looked at him thoughtfully, frowning slightly. He asked the question, isn't he in pain? Ananta smiled and exclaimed that no. He explained, starting to smile awkwardly, that he was his sister's brother and would try. Guyo looked at him carefully. Ananta meanwhile suggested that they change the subject. He asked him the question, why is he studying the first incarnation? Guyo took the fish from the fire and explained, looking thoughtfully in front of him, that he wanted to find the treasure of God. Ananta asked the question, what is a treasure? Guyo remembered the treasure. It was shaped like a heart, fangs, a horse's horn, and a dragon's eye. Guyo explained that it was a source of power that had 6 incarnations. This was beyond human knowledge and the laws of this world. Guyo clutched the stick with the fish tighter and added that there were 6 treasures containing the strength and power of God. He continued thoughtfully, if anyone could find it. Guyo's face took on a gloomy hue, and he thoughtfully continued that this would definitely become a creature capable of doing the impossible. Ananta opened his mouth in fear, clenched his whole body, and said, could it be that these are the old scales? Guyo looked at him dumbfounded and asked a question, old scales? Ananta squeezed his whole body even tighter, realizing that he had said too much. Guyo approached him and asked him an angry question, does he know something? He is right? Ananta moved slightly away from him to the side and looked at him with fear. Ananta suddenly began scratching his head with his hand and thoughtfully uttered some incoherent sound. He added, starting to feel awkward, that it was actually a secret. Ananta remembered his little self, sitting in front of Ashita enthusiastically telling something. He heard this story from his sister when he was younger. He imagined a huge red dragon flying over the burning city. The black dragon, blinded by rage, did not stop at expelling the strangers. Many said that he did not rest until he turned into deserts and mountains of ash. The black dragon entrusted one of its scales to its ancestors to restrain it. Having shared the source of his power, he fell into a deep sleep. Ananta imagined a huge crack between two rocks. He added that people subsequently built a temple known as the Dragon's Gorge to worship him. They ordered the best warriors of the village to defend this place to protect the scales of the black dragon from the villains. This place was located in a crack between the rocks, and people with spears stood everywhere. Juyo said carefully, "If he allows." Ananta put his hand forward and, apologizing, cut off the lord mid-sentence. He said, still holding out his hand, that he could not show him this place. Guyo clenched his teeth tightly from the discontent that arose in him. Ananta at this time began to climb up, leaning his hands on his knees. He said that since the leader allowed him to stay in the village as long as he wanted, he would take him anywhere but there. Juyo said, looking at him carefully, "What in that case?" Ananta looked at him interestedly. Guyo, meanwhile, said that he wanted to ask to be taken somewhere. Some time later, the rocks covered the sunset orange sky, on which thick clouds floated smoothly. Ruby moved along the ground with loud pops, sticking out his forked tongue. Suddenly, someone lifted him up with his arms, clasping his entire torso. Ananta took Ruby upstairs and told him that they had arrived, so let him cheer up. Suddenly, he closed one eye and looked to the side in surprise, noticing something strange. The sun was almost setting below the horizon. Guyo stood on the edge of the cliff and looked at it carefully. Ananta put his hands on his hips and did not approach him. Guyo suddenly called his name. He shared that he has a dream. Ananta and Ruby tensed at the same time, listening to his speech. Guyo said that he wants to reach the end of the world. After another moment, he added that he wanted to find the land of the gods. He turned his head slightly to the side and firmly said that he would not stop until he accomplished this. Ananta continued to listen to him attentively. Meanwhile, Guyo turned with a cool smile and said that even if. He paused for a moment and later added that the whole world would turn against him. Ananta opened his eyes and mouth in shock. He asked a question, starting to worry, "What does this mean?" Ananta narrowed his eyes and asked the question, "Has he really never thought about this?" He said that the reason for his sister's illness lay in the curse of the black dragon. Ananta opened her eyes even more anxiously and restlessly, being in a shocked state. Ananta began to step back gradually and asked the question, "What?" Juyo turned to him and asked again the question, "How much does he know about the black dragon?" Ananta looked at the sunset sky and said the name of the dragon, Azidahaka. He added that he was a servant of the demon god, sending curses and death torments. Guyo added that this is a beast that submits to such an atrocity for no apparent reason. He asked a question, looking at the frightened and worried Anant, can he give a divine treasure to an ordinary tribe? He added that the black dragon simply used all of them. Ruby reared up in anger, looking forward threateningly. Juyo meanwhile added, "This is to send the curse of the demon lord on people." He approached Ananta and said that this is why his parents died. He said, grinning, that his sister was now doomed to suffer. Ananta looked up at him with fear in his eyes. He thought it was too easy. Guyo, meanwhile, said that it was because of him that they had nothing but trouble. Ananta froze in place, starting to panic greatly. He began to think further about what it was that made him believe it. Ananta looked at him in fear and asked again, "Is this true?" Guyo grinned, showing his snow-white teeth. He began to take out some kind of blue stick from his bag and said that it was a sacred plant. He put a white flower with a blue stem forward towards the face of Anant, who looked at it stunned. Guyo began to explain that this should be brought to the treasure of the guardian deity of their tribe. Ananta looks like a flower and continued to look at it, dumbfounded. Guyo, meanwhile, added that then the curse would be lifted and his sister's illness would be healed. Ananta looked up full of determination and asked a question. Does this mean he wants him to break the ban? Juyo looked at him with a sly look and said that he had another choice. He advised that he should think carefully about the consequences. Guyo firmly said that the decision was his alone. His shadow transformed into a winged form that had 3 wings on different sides. Ananta, meanwhile, held the flower in his hands and looked at it in fear. Stars appeared in the sky above the wigwams. Ashita lay in bed and could not sleep. She was tormented by anxiety for her brother. She leaned on her arm, sat up in bed, looked around, and excitedly called, "Ananta." When no one answered her, she got out of bed, sleepily covered her mouth with her fist, and yawned. Throwing a fur cape over her shoulders, she walked out of the wigwam onto the street and looked at the sky. Ashita asked with alarm where he was wandering at such a late hour. She looked at the cluster of bright stars that formed the Milky Way and said that she hoped he wouldn't catch a cold at this time, who was watching from afar at the narrow and high entrance to the cave, which was guarded by 2 guards with spears. 2 Indians kept watch at the entrance to the cave. Their faces were howling and painted with red paint, indicating that they were warriors of the tribe. They have fur skins on their shoulders for warmth, necklaces made from the fangs of predatory animals around their necks, and black hair on their heads gathered at the back of their heads and decorated with feathers. One of them has a belt around his waist with a silver plaque with the image of a dragon. The Indian with a belt around his waist looked warily in front of him and menacingly asked the question, "Who is there?" Guy confidently approached him. The Indian menacingly put the sharp bayonet of his spear in front of him and prepared to attack. He looked at the intruder, whose eyes glowed with a cold blue light. The Indian shouted that you cannot enter here without permission. Jayu ignored this warning and resolutely walked forward. Coming closer, he firmly grabbed the bayonet of the spear with his hand and pulled it towards himself. The Indian's eyes widened with fear and amazement. Holding the bayonet of the spear with one hand, Guy delivered a strong kick to the Indian's head. Another Indian, who was also guarding the entrance to the cave, looked at what was happening in fear. A moment later, Guy snatched the spear from his hands and powerfully struck him in the chest with his fist. The Indian hit his back against a rock and sank motionless, bowing his head. Guy looked over his shoulder and said that everything was fine, he could go out. Ananta hesitantly peered out from his hiding place behind a large rock, holding a glowing white flower in his hand. Passing by the defeated guards lying on the ground, Ananta concluded that Jayu was strong. He thought with excitement that he had dealt with the best warriors of the tribe in one fell swoop. Guy, without looking back, said that they needed to hurry. We need to finish everything before dawn. Together they entered the dark entrance to the cave. Inside, on the walls there were stands with burning torches, illuminating the long, narrow corridor. Ananta looked around excitedly at the guards who were lying motionless on the ground. Their weapons, axes, swords, and spears lay next to them. Guy moved forward unwaveringly with a determined expression on his face. He said coldly that they had arrived. They found themselves in a spacious stone hall in front of a stone sarcophagus. On the wall hung a red banner with a black silhouette of a dragon on it. Jayu and Ananta stopped in front of the stone sarcophagus. Ananta looked at this excitedly, holding a white magical flower in his hands. He turned his head towards Guyu and asked the question, "What is this?" Guy stood a little ahead and laughed quietly. Ananta looked at his back worriedly. When there was no response, Ananta called him excitedly, saying, "Lord?" Guy, without turning around, said not to be afraid. Covering his mouth with his hand, he tried to contain his gleeful laughter. Barely restraining himself from laughing out loud, he said that everything was going according to plan. Guy grabbed the lid of the stone sarcophagus with his hands and moved it away. Their faces were illuminated by a bright golden light. Ananta looked excitedly, and Guy looked victorious. Ananta leaned forward sharply to see what was there. Inside the stone sarcophagus lay golden-colored dragon scales, from which magical power emanated in golden circles. Guy said that this is the last treasure. He looked at the dragon scales. One of the scales was black in color. He said, "Only these scales are turned in a different direction. This is a weak point." Guy excitedly said that he was very grateful to this child for his help. Ananta looked excitedly at the dragon scales, holding the white flower in his hands with trepidation. Guy added that it was all thanks to him. Ruby the lizard looked at him in surprise, sitting on Anant's shoulder. Ananta excitedly asked the question, if he does everything as the Lord told him, will little sister really get better? Guy looked at him coldly. Ananta began to tremble with excitement. He hesitantly asked, "Is he sure about this?" Guy put his hand on his shoulder and condescendingly asked how a person could be so stupid. Ananta turned his head to the side in bewilderment and looked up at him. Guy's face turned into an ominous mask. His face was visually divided into 2 parts, white, illuminated by the light of his scales, and black, which remained in the shadows. His eyes shone with an ominous fire, and his lips stretched into an unkind smile. He said that Ananta made the wrong choice and mistakes must be paid for. Jayu tightly grabbed the wrists of Anant's hands, in which there was a magical white flower. Ananta screamed in fear for him to stop. He excitedly asked the question, "What is the Lord doing?" Jayu, using physical force, dragged Anant to the sarcophagus with dragon scales. Ananta tried to resist. Jayu directed the hands of the boy with the flower directly at the luminous scales. The magical flower flashed bright white, illuminating Anant so brightly that he became white. A bright column of light burst out of the cave and soared into the sky. Ashita saw a white stream of magical light rising from the mountain range and cutting through the night sky. She cowered in fear, wrapping herself in a fur cape, and excitedly asked the question, "What is this? Is this from the dragon's gorge?" Suddenly, the ground beneath her feet began to shake. Ashita exclaimed in fear, trying to stay on her feet. She looked at the shaking ground in horror. The rocks cracked due to a powerful earthquake. Inside one of the rocks, a black dragon was sleeping peacefully. Feeling the earthquake, he instantly opened his huge red dragon eyes. The dragon suddenly jumped to its feet and spread its huge wings. Flapping his huge wings, he prepared to fly. The ground continued to shake with powerful tremors, and the cracks in the rocks grew in size. The black dragon flew out with lightning speed into one of the cracks among the rocks. At this time, the Indians jumped out of their wigwams in fear and looked at the sky in horror. One of them asked in fear what was happening. "Earthquake." He pointed his index finger at the sky and shouted for everyone to look there. A black dragon flew in the night sky, its wings spread wide, heading towards the light pillar. The dragon growled menacingly, asking who? Who is the fool who desires to possess divine power? The cave was destroyed by a powerful earthquake. Clouds of dust rose up from the stone debris. Ruby the lizard squeaked desperately, tears flowing from his eyes. An armless, bloody Ananta lay face down on the stone ruins on his stomach. He looked at the lizard and through a groan asked a question. "Ruby?" Ananta raised his head and looked forward. Against the backdrop of the bright light from the magic pillar, a dark male silhouette was visible. Inside the glowing pillar was a white flower. Guy extended his hand to this and said with delight, "Finally! It's in his hands." He grabbed the stem of the flower with his hand and said, "Appear." Guy looked at the flower with anticipation. A bright white light reflected in his pupils. Suddenly something began to happen. Against the background of bright light, the dark silhouette appeared the outlines of large wings. Guy added, "A miracle that will help him travel between worlds." The flower in his hand grew and blossomed. Guy has changed. His body became large and muscular. His white hair became longer and flowed in the wind. He held in his hand a white flower, the stem of which had turned into a crystal blade. Guy looked at this with delight. He turned the tip of the blade in his direction and forcefully plunged it into his chest. Magical power filled his body and burst out in white rays. Jayu pulled the blade from his chest. Divine power first filled his chest, and then spread through the veins to all parts of his body. Guy's body glowed with white light from within. He spread his arms to the sides and enjoyed the transformation. Over time, a dark male silhouette with long hair sat on his knees on a mountain of stone debris, bowing his head. Clouds of white, thick smoke rose into the sky. The black dragon Azidahaka landed in front of him on all four paws and roared menacingly. He, flashing his fiery red eyes, said menacingly that Jayu had touched the dragon's scales. Azidahaka threateningly asked the question, "Does he know what this means?" Without waiting for an answer, the dragon said that he was Azidahaka. Guy raised his head and smiled smugly. Azidahaka ordered the mortal to state his name. Over the stone ruins, something white quickly flew through the air, leaving a white magical trail behind it. He replied that his name was Guy. Flapping his huge white wings, he showed off his ugly face with sharp teeth. Guy turned into a huge white bird with the face of a monster. On his chest, among the feathers, one could see an eye. Guy smugly announced that he was a winged incarnation. Anant is hit by a powerful storm of air mixed with dust. When it ends, then with the last of his strength he raises his head, breathing heavily and looks forward, asking what happened. The dragon, towering on a pile of stone rubble, lifts up and turns to Guyo, angrily saying, "It feels the divine treasures in this body. It cannot believe it. The beast's body cannot withstand such force. What did the freak do with the previous owners of these treasures?" He, opening his jaws with fangs rooted right into it, asked if it was not obvious. He killed them all and took the treasure for himself. At the same time, Guyo creates 6 blue sparkling spheres, which he directs downward, flapping his 6 wings. The attack hits as Dahak, causing a fairly powerful explosion, but after the rising clouds of white smoke dissipate, it appears again in the middle of it. But he still confidently adds, without part of the scales, the dragon's power has faded significantly. Now it is just a shadow of its former self, and he will crush it. Azidahaka opens his mouth, from which steam is already flowing, and exclaims, he can try if he has enough strength. Immediately after, it spews out a hot stream directly towards Guyer. At the last moment, he manages to dodge and flies away. Azidahaka also rises into the air and follows directly behind it, stopping a short distance away. It also forms seals from which spheres of fire burst out, and all of them, like bright comets, head towards Juyo. He turns around in response and creates a bright flash, saying, "Let there be light." Afterwards, the dragon's attack returns to this again, but this angered Azidahak even more, so it, emitting a menacing roar, flaps its huge wings, calling on black energy, and, like a sharp arrow, directs it towards him. Juyo closely monitors the actions of the dragon, and therefore, by clicking his tongue, he tries to fight back, also with the help of his wings, sending streams of white magic in response. The attacks meet, and Juyo's arrows turn out to be stronger, breaking the black and red energy. They head straight towards Azidahaka, who clearly did not expect this and was at a loss. This is followed by a bright white flash that illuminates the entire starry sky, shimmering with blue and purple colors. It quickly forms and turns into a huge white ball, which becomes visible even above the tribe's settlement. Ashita, standing among the people, looking up with fear, said in a whisper, "Ananta." At this time, trying to overcome the pain from bleeding wounds and abrasions, he still sits on his knees, despite the trembling in his body and his torn-off hands. Wheezing heavily, Ananta looks up at the sky, where now there is not a single reminder of the terrible battle that unfolded just a few seconds ago, and says pitifully, "Sister." Suddenly, from somewhere above, a dragon lands on the stone rubble. This whole body turns out to be riddled with deep wounds, as well as the wings, in which holes are now clearly visible. Juyo, having reappeared in the air, looks down victoriously, saying, "He tore out the heart of this. It lost, Azidahaka." This is followed by his caustic laugh, and raising his head up, he rushes off into the distance, finally saying, "Finally," he would argue to the heavens. Ananta, seeing this, with tears welling up in his eyes, greedily says, "How can this be? He did it for his sister." Suddenly the quiet but evil voice of Azidahak, a descendant of the Black Dragon, is heard nearby. This is how he helped this freak. Ananta, no longer able to hold back the flow of tears, frantically says, he sincerely asks for forgiveness, he didn't mean to. However, it, boiling with rage, interrupts him, "What a pity." The last words of the evil god in the face of death, "It will not forgive him. May he be damned." Immediately after this, Azidahak's entire body seems to turn into ashes and instantly scatters in the wind, leaving only the thin outlines of a dragon. But the very next moment, an even more terrible silhouette of a monster appears, which grows from its own ashes and emits a furious cry. Ananta, his mouth wide open in surprise, asked, "Is this an evil god?" Azidahaka suddenly flies into the air, still screaming protractedly, and carrying fireballs with him. When he sees where it is heading, he realizes with horror that there is a village there. Azidahaka reaches the tribe's settlement in just a few seconds and unleashes an incredible stream of fire on them, consuming everything in its path. Screams are heard everywhere, people try to run away, but the fire reaches them in an instant, killing them. The entire settlement and its inhabitants are smoldering like wax figures. Ananta, who is unable to do absolutely anything, can only watch and desperately scream, "No, no, sister." It abruptly returns to him, and opening its toothy mouth, collapses from above. The dragon moves into his body, filling numerous vessels, heart and body from head to toe. Finally, merging with Anant's body, Azidahaka promises, he is a fool, wherever he goes, death and misfortune will always follow him. For a few moments, he completely absorbs the appearance of it, exuding energy as red as lava. But everything ends just as quickly, and Ananta is left alone, among the devastation under the cold night sky. Now, in one of the prison cells, located in a gloomy corridor, illuminated by one small torch, he is chained to the wall with metal chains by his arms and neck. However, remembering these unimaginably difficult moments, He opens his yellow eyes, filled with anger and hatred. From the former luxurious white lotus, all that remains now are roots sticking out in different directions and a bare trunk. Juyo, looking at this, noted that it seemed like it was an unexpectedly long journey. They should return to their pantheon. Nejda silently watched as the three of them stood near the portal that Veteran opened. When he, breaking the space with his fist, opens a passage to another world, she finally distracts them, saying, Ananta, the winged incarnation, said that he is a vile creature who imagines himself to be a god. The child standing in front of her now is undoubtedly a true incarnation. She begs him to answer. She has no memories of the time before she met him. Is it possible that, like that child? Guyo doesn't let her finish, but with a sly smile blooming on his face, he asks, Ananta, is he really that boy from the past? Everything has a cause and effect. When cause and effect disappear, everything loses its meaning. This is destiny. He looks forward to the day when they meet the cute deer again. After these words, he, turning over his shoulder and flashing his bright eyes, walks away. Deep in a cave, in a natural secluded lake, deep blue, a woman settled down. She rested her hands on a stone pontoon, located in the very center of the lake, where rare rays of sunlight fell from somewhere above. Her shoulders were covered with scars, and thick strands of fiery red hair stuck out quite coarsely in all directions. Two girls walked along the stone path, leading straight to her resting place. One of them was short, with short, slightly reddish hair, dressed in a marsh-colored skirt with a white lining, leather boots, and a blue blouse, over which there was a cape with fur. A bow and arrows were visible behind her, and the girl was holding a paper in her hands. Turning to the woman, she said, Her Majesty should know that news has come about the return of Duke Bernhard from the southern observation post. The queen, immediately getting out of the water, exclaimed in a low voice, This is the most joyful news she has heard in recent times. Mur is very lucky. If the news had been bad, she would have reprimanded her. She rather calmly noted that this was a so-so prospect. According to the messenger, the beast arrived here accompanied by two people. The woman immediately asked, Is it a beast? Does it have wings? Another blonde girl, who was much taller, was dressed in fur boots, a skirt with a long strip of fabric in the middle and a shield behind her back, throwing a towel over the queen's shoulders, admitted that she did not know this. It seems that it is better for her to see everything with her own eyes. The woman, hearing this, grinned contentedly. Among the high rocks of the desert, there was a gray, nondescript castle. It had many towers and almost no windows. Duke Bernhard walked through the heavy doors that opened with unhurried steps. Nejda, following next to him, looked at his frowning face, thinking, Wise Duke. Like Ananta, he presented himself as one who harbored a grudge against the winged incarnation, and invited them to the headquarters of the organization to which he belongs. At first glance, the reason was the joint battle, but he was definitely interested in the power that Ananta possessed. And after the battle was over, the white paw disappeared from them. She could have left too, but for some reason she went to the northeastern part of the continent to meet with one person. This is a very important person. The mahogany doors swung open and an announcement sounded in the throne room. Duke Bernhard had arrived. Footsteps were heard in a room with white walls and wooden vaulted ceilings. Subjects stood along the red carpet, which led along a small stone staircase straight to the throne. A girl with ears like a wolf, red eyes and scars on her face and body, looked dissatisfied, like another huge Viking man, who, in addition to shoulder pads with spikes, had the skin of a beast on his shoulders, and also had horns sticking out, like a real ox. The queen, accompanied by Mur and the blonde, was heading to her place, and someone's voice was heard again. They should all greet Her Majesty. This was followed by popping noises. Nejda, who had also already entered the main hall, saw the woman and realized that this was the ruler of the fallen kingdom of Valkyrie, a country of female warriors. Now she leads an armed group of people who harbor a grudge against the winged incarnation. This is Rajelza Einherjar, leader of the Levantine. She, being quite well built, with powerful stone muscles in her legs and arms, also with clearly defined abs, and an eye patch over her right eye, sat on the throne, proudly saying, Here she comes. Bernhard, stopping near the stairs, bowed his head and said, Greeting Her Majesty. Rajelza responded in a friendly manner that she was glad of his triumphant return. They should skip the formalities. First, she wants to hear about the results of the expedition. He immediately told everything very honestly, as was planned. In order to penetrate the cave's temple, they pretended to be fighters in the arena. Something unexpected happened, but eventually he reached the top floor of the temple. There he met the winged incarnation, Guyo. The female warriors, who listened to him very carefully, immediately became wary. Ragelsa Einherjar also clarified with a frown. And then what? Bernhard continued bashfully. He entered into a fight, but unfortunately for him, he was defeated. With disappointment, resting her head on her hand, she clarified, does he want to say that he returned in disgrace, having achieved nothing? Bernhard nevertheless noted that victories and defeats are part of a warrior's life, even if there were several defeats in a row. One day he will definitely strangle him with his own hands. Uttering the last phrase, he clenched his fists even tighter, imagining how he would complete what he started. Ragelsa grinned contentedly when she heard this from him, and immediately exclaimed joyfully, yes, keep it up. Then, more calmly, she added, but more importantly, who is this girl next to him? Bernhard immediately corrected himself. He asks for forgiveness for not telling about her earlier. This is Nejda, a child of nature. She was part of another group pursuing the winged avatar. Her Majesty must know that she is their new ally. By accepting her into Levitine, they will become much stronger. She helped him during the expedition. He brought her to present her to Her Majesty. Ragelsa Einherjar, having listened to him, turned to the tall blonde, asking where the rest of the group was. She said that it seems that this is some kind of barbarian and an ordinary girl. In exchange for protection, she was offered cooperation. She is in relatively good health, so they are planning to move it to a residential area soon. A male barbarian is under the supervision of a healer. Now he is in critical condition. He does not regain consciousness and does not react to anything. If Her Majesty wants, they can take him with them, even if they have to drag him. Rising from her seat, Ragelsa confidently answered, this is not necessary. Approaching Nejda, she immediately greeted her. She was very glad to see Nadia. Then, holding out her hand, Ragelsa Einherjar also said her name. She shook her hand in response and said that she was very grateful for Her Majesty's warm welcome. Ragelsa noted sharply and more sternly, be that as it may, why does she want to become Levitine's ally? If she is an enemy scout. However, Nejda interrupted her, announcing that she wanted to make a deal about the branches in it. She wants to know everything Levitine knows about it. Suddenly a loud female scream was heard nearby. Turning their heads, they saw how a girl with ears like a wolf was looking at her right hand, which was gradually overgrown with fur, turning into a paw and exclaiming, Her Majesty. She shouldn't listen to this girl. As soon as she crossed the threshold, she couldn't find a place for herself because of the stench of the winged incarnation. It's all her. Is the magical artifact of the winged incarnation in her body? Even the male warrior, who seemed to have been quite calm all this time, now looked at Nejda with obvious suspicion. Ragelsa Einherjar, not daring to ignore it, clarified, is this true? After a pause, she put her hand to her chest, explaining that everything she said was true. After the meeting with Guyo, the branch still resonates to this day. However, she knows nothing about it. Then Ragelsa turned to Bernhard, asking if he had told her anything. He confidently replied that he did not share any information without Her Majesty's permission. If this girl is truly the one the winged avatar is looking for, they have a great opportunity to catch him. However, but again she was not allowed to finish, because another warrior girl burst into the hall, exclaiming in horror, Her Majesty. Ragelsa Einherjar was angry about this. She immediately began to swear, there is a royal meeting, what kind of mess is going on? However, the brown-haired woman insisted, she's very sorry, it's very urgent. Right now there is a bloodbath in a residential area. On that same tragic starry night, when the gloomy energy absorbed Anant, settling in him in the form of Ozzy Dahak, he, filling himself with it from the inside, realized that he no longer felt his body. His consciousness becomes dim. Having connected with the monster, he turned his head to the side and saw a bright fire in the distance, with black streams of smoke going up. Slowly lifting his paws off the ground and awkwardly moving them, Ananta walked in that direction, gradually picking up speed, and after just a few meters, he began to run, covering vast distances, leaving behind only small clouds of dust. Having reached the place where some time ago there had been a settlement filled with people he knew, Ananta let out a long roar filled with pain. As a little boy, he saw tents burned to the ground and the burned corpses of people. Now, none of this reminded him of home. Leaving the image of a dragon and slowly dissipating the dark energy, he stepped forward and, not paying attention to the fires burning everywhere, headed forward. An image of Ashita appeared in front of him, calling him with a warm smile. However, now, having sank in front of her decayed corpse, it only distantly heard how she once wished it to be careful. Unable to believe his eyes, Ananta carefully, barely breathing, took her in his arms, and bending over the coal-black body, shook, and then screamed, sobbing tears of blood. He shouted that he would kill him. He will definitely take revenge with his own hands. Guyo! Just at that moment, a white paw appeared, watching him. Now, slowly opening her eyes, from which the tears of a terrible dream were flowing again, Ananta still lay on the bed, and looking around the room made of concrete blocks, asked where he is. Suddenly a child's voice was heard nearby, and a little girl with big ears, just like a hamster's, said with surprise, but completely unintelligibly, "Coco, no." Looking down, he asked with the same bewilderment, "What? Who is she?" Then, seeing her unusual ears, Ananta suggested that maybe she was an incarnation. Quickly throwing back the blanket and lowering his feet to the floor, he realized that he could not afford to waste time. He needs to find Juyo. He needs to find him as soon as possible. But suddenly blood gushed from his mouth, nose and eyes, as well as his ears, causing him to almost choke. The child, seeing this, chuckled in bewilderment, and Ananta realized that she could not breathe. His vision is blurry. Falling to the floor, he also noted to himself that this was a side effect of using the power of the curse. The little girl immediately ran out the door, screaming loudly and speaking in her own language unknown to him. Ananta, with the last of his strength, tried to get up, and raising his head, he saw where she ran, and at the same time he frowned. Almost an entire city was located in a huge cave. Under a large stone bridge with neat arches, houses with wooden supports were built. People walked everywhere, living ordinary working lives. But suddenly all their eyes turned to him, moving his legs heavily and barely breathing. Ananta looked around nervously, wondering where he was. The fact that he cannot see the sky in such a vast space makes him think that he is in an underground city. Suddenly someone appeared in front of him, and a woman's voice was heard. He must stop. He appears suspicious and is not a resident of the civilian area. He must obey orders. He is under arrest. If he resists, he will be executed immediately. The three girls immediately pointed sharp spear tips in his direction. However, Ananta sighed calmly and asked to be released. Another voice was heard sharply next to him, but now it belonged to a man. A brunette with a white lock of hair on his forehead, heading towards the warrior girls, embarrassedly scratched the back of his head with one hand, and with the same awkward smile he clarified, "Have they seen his child?" One of the guards immediately exclaimed, "Mr. Owl." Ananta, just at that moment, saw the outer side of his palm, on which, along with the scar, a mysterious drawing was depicted. He immediately remembered how, when he met the White Paw, when he was still a child, she handed him a piece of paper, asking him to remember this emblem. This will help him find a winged incarnation. The leaf featured a mayengo, a decorative sign symbolizing a family, group, or some authority. She also added that those who follow him will surely have this emblem. Now, Ananta immediately extended his hand, trying to touch someone else's shoulder, but in response, the blade of the blade cut through the air and ended up right in front of his eye. After Owl swung his weapon again with a wide amplitude, and fixing his yellow eyes on him, he said, "The guy must remember. He hates it when someone touches him from behind." Ananta first took a step back, but immediately tried to strike with a furious blow, because of which Owl, although he dodged, mentally noted that this guy is strong. Then, jumping back, he exclaimed, "This is going to be quite difficult. The guy should know that today is his day off." Defiantly throwing his sword over his shoulder, Owl also thought, "This is amazing." The guy looked like he could die at any moment. But how can he radiate such vitality? Ananta interrupted his thoughts by saying, "The emblem on his right hand, does it relate to the winged incarnation?" In response, he immediately rushed forward, but when Owl tried to pierce his head with one blow, Ananta found the strength to dodge. This was followed by a series of attempts to inflict at least one worthwhile wound on him. Ananta, having received scratches, did not give up until he rested his back against the wall of Owl, felt his superiority, and, raising the blade of the weapon back, noted that if the guy needed answers, then he must receive their powers. Then, swinging his sword again, he used the eagle claw technique. Lord Owl swung his sword from side to side, sending a stream of magic towards Anant. When the white glow dissipated, he saw that Ananta had put out fiery wings in front of him, creating a shield. When there were no more attacks, he looked out the narrow gap between the wings to see what was happening. Lord Owl laughed and mockingly asked the question, "What is this?" One of the guards shouted for this to be reported to their majesty. He commanded that they request reinforcements as soon as possible. Another guard, holding a sharp spear in his hands, went to carry out his orders. Ananta, his red eyes flashing, held out his dragon's paw in front of him. His hands glowed red and became like the front paws of a dragon. He rushed to attack with his fists. Lord Owl took a step to the side and dodged the blow. A red and black hand flew right in front of his face. He swung his sword and created a protective barrier of white magical energy in front of him. Ananta tried many times to hit Lord Owl in the face, but he deftly dodged and dodged. Lord Owl thought in his mind that this was outrageous. Even his sword wouldn't be able to withstand that if he came face to face with it. He looked closely and thought that despite this, he was not in the best condition. Ananta was covered in abrasions and bruises. There were drops of blood on his chin. He looked menacingly at his opponent with a fiery gaze. His red and black scaly hands with long claws were ready to deal a powerful blow to the enemy. Suddenly, Ananta bent over and winced in pain. Lord Owl noticed this. His eyes glowed with a determined light. He thought, "There's a gap." He instantly lunged forward and stabbed his sword into the chest of Anant, who was weak and could not dodge. The sword pierced right through him. Scarlet blood gushed out. His aura flared brightly with a bloody color. The tip of the sword protruding from his back became red and black in color. Lord Owl realized that something was happening. He looked intensely at his opponent. Anant's face began to change, turning into a toothy maw. Through the blood-red magical flashes, one could see the dragon's head. A terrifying roar was heard. Lord Owl took out his bloody sword and backed away in fear. The aura above Ananta blazed with red fire. His body was covered with powerful muscles. He let out a menacing roar. Lord Owl watched in shock as the fire dragon approached him. People froze in shock at the sight of this monster. Lord Owl raised his head and looked up excitedly. A huge black and red dragon slowly approached him, glowing with the magical power of red. Lord Owl quickly sheathed his sword. He looked ahead, wondering what to do. When Ananta, in the form of a dragon, stood on his hind legs, opened his toothy mouth and growled menacingly. Owl asked himself, was he scared? Someone excitedly shouted for Owl to retreat. He turned around and looked over his shoulder. Ragelza held the sword above her head and quickly approached the dragon. Ananta, noticing her, flashed his red eyes angrily. Ragelza dropped to one knee and sharply lowered her sword in front of her, directing a magical stream of white energy at Anant. He roared. Ragelza looked at him boldly. Behind her stood other warriors. Ananta was wounded. He bowed his head, from which black blood flowed. Armed men surrounded him on all sides, holding axes and spears. Ragelza took a step forward. Nejda, who was stopped by Bernhard's hand gesture, shouted excitedly for them to stop. He is not the enemy. She shouldn't kill him. Ragelza replied decisively, if he is a threat to her people, no matter who he is, he cannot be pardoned. She took a fighting stance, holding her sword at the ready. Ragelza shouted that he was a disgusting monster. She will end his life. Ananta growled menacingly. He raised his clawed paw and attacked with lightning speed. Queen Ragelza looked at him with one eye in shock. Her second eye was hidden under a black eye patch. Ananta hit himself in the neck with his fist. Blood gushed out. Ragelza asked in shock, "What?" Ananta grabbed his flesh with both paws and began to tear it. The royal warriors, blonde girls in knight's armor, looked at him in shock. One of them fearfully asked the question, "What?" Another one asked in shock, "What is this?" Ananta fell to the ground, blazing with flames. Nejda looked at him excitedly. Tears were streaming down her cheeks. She said sadly, "Ananta." When the flames diminished, the queen said in shock that it was a guy. Ananta lay wounded among the fire. Ragelza asked in shock, "How?" After some time, someone reported that, according to the order, the barbarian warrior was imprisoned in an underground dungeon. Nejda sat on a bench with her legs together and her hands on her knees. She looked sadly ahead. Guards with spears stood at the door with strong locks. They looked menacingly ahead. Someone reported that the embodiment of nature also awaits under the supervision of the royal guards. The girl, with short red hair and carrying a bow and arrow on her back, said they urged witnesses to be careful. But what happened remains unclear. A strong, muscular warrior girl with blonde hair pulled back into a ponytail at the back of her head said that it looked like rumors would quickly spread throughout the fortress. She is sure that everyone present here is aware of the current situation. Several people were sitting at a large round table, and at the head of the table was Queen Rajelza. She said they were going into executive session. The agenda is as follows. We will talk about the future of a person named Ananta. She put her elbows on the table, joined her palms, looked menacingly ahead, and added that the final decision would be based on collective opinion. A dark-haired girl with fox ears on her head, the fourth commander of Levitine, Rupa, the embodiment of savagery, asked with a displeased expression on her face how long they intend to keep such a dangerous person in the fortress. What is there to think about? We need to kill him. Ol folded his hands behind his head, leaned back imposingly, and said with a smile that Rupa was too cruel. He asked the question. Maybe they will use it to their advantage. Owl, third commander of Levitine, is the epitome of swordsmanship. Rupa angrily shouted at him to shut up. The dark-haired, large man with bull horns, Levitine's second in command, Tarkin, the embodiment of success, crossed his arms over his chest and said that he was not interested. The queen looked at Bernhard and asked what he thought about it. She asked if he knew about this guy from the beginning. The first commander, Bernhard, the embodiment of valor, answered yes. He sat confidently on a chair, with his hand clenched in fist, on the table and looked menacingly in front of him. Rupa angrily hit the table with her fist and asked, "Are they joking?" To drag a monster like him into the fortress without warning. She angrily asked the question, what was Bernhard thinking? He glanced sideways at her and replied that Annan's presence would cause a commotion inside the fortress. Even despite the opposition from those around him, he decided that he should be allowed to join their ranks, even if they faced destabilization. He added that Queen Rajelza's power is undoubtedly unstable, and this is a threat. However, Ananta harbors clear enmity towards the winged incarnation. Rajelza thoughtfully folded her hands on the table and looked at him. Bernhard frowned and said decisively, if they can control this power, then Ananta will become a powerful weapon for them. He expresses his willingness to accept him into Levitine's forces. Rupa jumped up from her seat, loudly slammed her palm on the table and asked furiously, is Rajelza seriously considering what he said? She turned to the side and, turning to Owl for support, reminded him that he had a conflict with that guy. He could have killed him if he had fought for real. Ol, crossing his legs, touched his chin with his fingers and slyly said, although it is strange for him to say this as the one who climbed first, but as Bernhard said, he has potential. Remembering his battle with Ananta, he said that if the battle had been real, then in any case, neither side would have remained unharmed. Rupa widened her eyes in surprise and asked what. Above the huge hall with high columns, a voice sounded loudly and said that it had been decided. Then he added that the rabbit's foot messenger should show herself. Someone decisively took a few steps forward. The White Paw said that she was a charming messenger, recognized by everyone. Her name is White Paw. She stopped and coquettishly stuck out her leg and arm to the side. She added that she responded to the queen's call. At this time, Ananta was chained behind a strong wooden door in a dark basement. Chains bound his arms and neck. He heard a woman's voice speaking to him. White Paw said with a smile that he had elevated himself. She was worried that he would be embarrassed. Looks like she didn't need to worry. The door to the basement was open. Ananta opened his eyes and looked at her menacingly. White Paw added, when he looks at her with those eyes, she can't stay calm. Ananta saw in front of him a beautiful girl with long hair ears. She was dressed in a corps de ballet dancer's costume and posed flirtatiously in front of him. White Paw lifted the black hat on her head with her hand and greeted the great empress and the brave heroes with a gesture. She added with a joyful smile that the White Paw was welcoming them. Rupa suddenly jumped to her feet from her seat and angrily asked the question, who is she? How did she get here? Owl turned his head in the direction where White Paw was and asked in shock, what? A red-haired girl with mouse ears on her head peeked out in fear from behind White Paw's pink tailcoat. She held Ruby the lizard tightly in her arms, who bowed his head sadly. Someone shouted, Rachel. A red-haired girl with mouse ears named Rachel happily ran to meet Owl, who squatted down and spread his arms to the sides in a greeting gesture. He joyfully said that she was a hooligan. He only turned away for a minute, and she had already disappeared. Rachel sighed in shame. Someone said to Owl that he didn't need to beat himself up. Because she has the power to cross space, mechanical gold watch on a chain with a picture of a rabbit. Bernhard turned, looked to the side, and sternly asked the queen who she was. Ragelza looked at him sternly and replied, "White Paw is a member of the information group called the Rabbit Paw." Before they returned, she came to her and proposed a deal. At that moment, Queen Ragelza was sitting importantly on a throne in the throne room, and White Paw appeared in front of her, hiding her hands behind her back. She smiled sweetly and asked if the queen was interested in the power that could kill the winged incarnation. At first, Ragelza thought that she had gone crazy, but she foresaw this situation from the very beginning. Ragelza, crossing her powerful muscular arms over her chest, replied that she was interested in her proposal. Let her talk about the conditions and what she wants. White Paw clapped her hands happily and told her not to waste another minute. What she wants is permanent cooperation between the Rabbit's Foot and Levitine. In return, the queen will receive the full power of the Rabbit's Paw to destroy the winged avatar. The door to the dark cell was open. Broken shackles lay on the stone floor. White Paw said that she would provide them with an embodiment for revenge. Someone's dissatisfied voice was heard, shouting that this was useless information. The White Paw became agitated and shook its index finger from side to side in protest. Ragelza looked at her with interest. Bernhard, Rupa, and Tarkin looked at her angrily. Their looks seemed to ask, "Who is she talking about? How dare you provide someone?" Suddenly a voice was heard saying that there was no need for cooperation, since the efforts would be joint. Owl smiled approvingly, and Rachel looked back in surprise to see who said it. Ruby the lizard, who had been sadly sitting on her hand, suddenly perked up. Ruby raised his head and looked over his shoulder. Tears appeared in his eyes, wide with surprise. He squeaked something in surprise. Then with great agility he broke free from Rachel's tight embrace and ran forward, squealing excitedly with all his might. Rachel looked after him in fear and surprise. Standing on the threshold was Ananta, who pointed at himself with his thumb and said menacingly that he would be the one who would kill the winged incarnation. Ruby happily climbed up his leg and looked lovingly at his owner through tears of joy. Rupa became angry seeing him. Her aura glowed bright pink. She, gritting her teeth, put out in front of her huge hands covered with gray fur with long black claws. She angrily shouted that this was a criminal who should be imprisoned. What are the guards doing? Two warrior girls in knightly armor looked in front of them in shock and fear. Rupa angrily asked Ragelza to give her orders. She's going to cut this freak into pieces right now. Rupa, clenching her teeth and furrowing her brows, wanted to attack, but the queen stopped her, telling her to calm down. She wants to hear the whole story. Ragelza narrowed her eyes, carefully studying the uninvited guest Anant. She thought it was interesting. Ragelza looked at Anant's bare, muscular torso with a searching gaze. His body was covered with scars and abrasions. She thought that the scars on his body showed the number of battles he had fought. The cruel life hidden under his skin was unlike anything she had seen before. Ragelza remembered his look full of fire, then him in the guise of a fiery dragon. She concluded that this incarnation resembles a person. The White Paw looked at the queen and the heroes sitting at the round table, then made a gesture, pointing her hands at Ananta, and said that this was Ananta, the most powerful force of the Rabbit's Paw. The queen mentally asked herself a question, a person who personifies revenge. Ananta placed his palm on White Paw's head. She closed her eyes and laughed cheerfully. He dissatisfiedly asked the question, since when did he become her property? He asked the question, does she want to die? The White Paw shook under his hand, her face covered in sweat. She laughed nervously. Ananta bent down slightly and pressed his hand on her head. She sank under his pressure and exclaimed in fear. Suddenly a girl with long hair ears approached Ananta from behind. The girl, who looked very similar to the White Paw, clasped his hand with tenderness and said that Ananta was defeated by the winged incarnation, right? She added kindly that he needed a friend because he couldn't do anything on his own. Ananta excitedly tried to free his hand and told her to shut up. Then the girl looked at White Paw, who was writhing in pain under Anant's hand, and said, "It seems her sister is not in a very good mood." The White Paw said through tears, "Okay," then added what the Black Paw would say. She looked at Anant, who had a fiery aura blazing around him, and said that moreover, he looked a little unstable. It seemed that his adjustments had been completed. Their dialogue was interrupted by the commanding voice of the queen, who called Anant. She sternly asked the question, "Can he really kill the winged incarnation?" The White Paw smiled and tried to say something to the queen, but she cut her off and said that at the moment she was addressing Ananta. Rajelza said that his background is absolute mediocrity, which means nothing to her. Ananta raised his head and looked at her from under his brows, gritting his teeth. Ruby on his shoulder tensed as well. The queen added that, of course, some things bother her, but the important thing is that she saw with her own eyes his strength and abilities. Rajelza looked around at the heroes gathered at the round table and said that those who gathered here have a common goal, to destroy the winged incarnation. Ananta looked first at Rupa, who was sitting with a dissatisfied expression on her face, then at Tarkin, who was looking sternly in his direction, and finally looked at Bernhard. Rajelza added that the resentment harbored against the winged incarnation on their part is the basis of their city of Levitine. She looked at Owl and said, for example, the prosecutor started a fight with him. Owl is the epitome of swordsmanship. He was a member of the clan that followed the winged incarnation. Hearing these words, Rachel raised her head in surprise and looked at Owl. He hugged her shoulders tighter to calm her down. The queen added that the clan was destroyed because some members harbored hostility. He swore revenge and burned the design into his hand. She accepted him onto the council without hesitation. Everyone turned their gaze to the back of Owl's hand, where a burned scar appeared in the place where there was a tattoo with the sign of the winged incarnation. The queen frowned sternly and said, "So yes." She looked at Anant with a scanning gaze and saw how his aura turned into a powerful fiery stream. She said, "The endless anger within him towards the winged avatar." Ananta, looking at her from under his brows, asked a question, "What is her name?" The queen answered without hesitation, Rajelsa Einherjar. Ananta removed his hand from the head of the White Paw and asked a question. Were they asking if it was possible to kill the winged incarnation? After a short silence, he looked ahead with a fierce gaze, clenched his teeth, clenched his fist, and said that he was under the curse of evil spirits. The more fallen beasts he eats, the more of their power he takes, and his power continues to grow. After hunting the evil spirits and regaining his power, he would kill the winged avatar on behalf of the queen. He put his hand forward, circled the heroes with his index finger and said, "So let them be quiet and unite with him." He angrily called them idiots. Rupa angrily jumped up from her chair, clenched her fists and asked what was wrong with this guy. The queen smiled contentedly and said, "Great." She leaned back in her chair, opened her mouth wide and laughed cheerfully. She raised her hand, palm up, and through her laughter said, "What an impudent guy." Still laughing, she said, "Great." As queen, she promises that Levitine will unite with him. From now on, he is the embodiment of revenge. The queen rose from her seat and approached them. She looked at him and smiled welcomingly. Looking back at her guards, she called out to Scald and Myrrh. Both girls responded by saying yes. The queen ordered them to bring Majda here. After a while, between the gray stone columns, one could see a bright white-pink glow in the sky. Someone's feet walked slowly on the gray slabs. Veteran approached the strong doors and stopped. Then he decisively opened the doors and heard someone say to him, "Welcome." Several human figures were clearly visible against the background of the night sky with a bright glow. In front of them in the square lay the bloody torso of a mythical animal, which Ziz stood and looked at with interest. The dark silhouettes smiled unkind smiles. Ziz turned his bloody face in their direction and smiled. His hands and clothes were stained with the blood of a mythical animal. He laughed joyfully. Guy solemnly said that they were celebrating the birth of a new incarnation. Veteran bowed respectfully before him and said, "They all gathered together, as planned." Guy ordered him to open the door. Veteran grabbed something invisible with both hands and forcefully pulled it apart. A passage appeared in the air in front of them. Veteran and Ziz looked through it at the cliff, from which an evil growl was coming. At the bottom of the huge abyss, there were many monsters with red eyes. They opened their toothy mouths predatorily and looked up. Guyo stood at the top of the cliff, watching many monsters fight each other. Heart-rending screams and sounds of battle were heard everywhere. Wolves and creatures with the skull of a deer opened their mouths angrily and attacked. Their roar echoed strongly from the walls. Guyo looked down attentively and calmly. His long hair fell over his bare torso, covered with a kimono. Guyo parted his lips and told them to remember. Veteran turned in his direction and looked thoughtfully. Guyo said that he was abandoned by God. He remembered Ziz and said that he had lost his status as a spiritual being to an evil one. He will not be able to return to his original form again. Guyo closed his eyes and lowered his head. He said, looking at the monsters below so that they could feel this humiliation. The monsters, meanwhile, raised their red eyes upward, looking around carefully. Meanwhile, Guyo began to shout angrily. He is the one whom no one recognizes. He furrowed his brows, causing deep wrinkles to appear on his forehead. Guyo started shouting further. He is the one who is despised. Wings began to appear from his back and began to move massively. Guyo meanwhile shouted, he is the one who suppresses rationality. He asked the question, is this the meaning of his life? After some time, he stood on a rock, and on his back were 6 powerful wings, which were majestically spread to the sides. Above it was an inscription with runes and an eye. Guyo asked a question, is he sure that his life is worth it? Suddenly, from the very top of the rock, something began to fall down with all its might in a bright white flash. After some time, it landed on the ground with a quick movement, destroying it. Guyo stood in the middle among the creatures and leaned on his hand. He landed on one of the monsters, which was torn into many pieces. Guyo said, slightly flapping his wings and scattering the dust, that he was outside of this world. He said, the one who will inherit the horizon of the world connecting the territory of the gods. He was surrounded on all sides by monsters whose eyes glowed brightly red. Guyo stood up, straightened his entire body, and said that if he was ready to desecrate the gods, he could throw off the desecrated body of the abomination. The monsters next to him opened their mouths menacingly, glaring at him with red eyes. Guyo's eyes lit up with a dangerous fire, and he said threateningly that now. He added challengingly for him to prove his abilities. He said again that this was the last time. Next to him, an animal similar to a gorilla, without skin and hair on its skull, growled. Guyo looked at one of the monsters and said that now he can receive the gift and grace of wings. The gorilla raised its 4 paws and began furiously beating its chest with its fists. Her roar echoed loudly throughout the cave. Another monster, with a strange physique, turned his head to the side and screamed heart-rendingly. The gorilla swung his fist, hitting this monster. The skull of this monster broke into many pieces. Blood began to splash in different directions, completely staining everything. Jackals and dragon-like monsters attacked each other, trying to hurt each other as much as possible. Their deafening screams and growls spread throughout the cave. Guyo grinned and began to laugh smugly. He stood in the middle of a battle where each of the creatures fought against each other. A huge panther with a horn on its head began to bite the head of the dragon, who began to scream loudly. Guyo continued to laugh madly while watching all this. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Nejda moved her ear, hearing strange sounds. She stood displeased, her eyebrows furrowed. Rajelza was sitting at the table and said that she was welcome. Nejda tensed up completely with her whole body, directing her intense gaze forward. She noticed Ananta standing in front. She quietly called his name, looking sad. She lowered her ears down in despair, continuing to look forward with hope. White Paw raised her hat and asked Nejda, is she excited? She was standing right behind Anant. Someone asked the question, what about the White Paw? Meanwhile, on the other side stood a Black Paw. She smugly crossed her arms over her chest and directed a sly gaze forward. Someone asked the question, who? Rajelza advised her to relax. She waved her hand to the side as she began to explain and said that she had forced the other executives to leave for her. Nejda looked at Anant's hugging Black Paw and thought that a few seconds ago he looked unstable. Anant's face was gloomy. Nejda began to mentally reason further about what was simple. She looked over his entire body, noticing strange drops of sweat from intense tension. Ruby also looked at him in surprise. Nejda asked a question in her head, is this a coincidence? Rajelza said with a welcoming smile that she had just recently finished talking with Ananta. She added that they were 2. Nejda and Ananta looked up furiously. Rajelza said that they were now officially serving Levitine. Ananta asked her a question, when did he say that he would join them? Undisguised hatred and anger were written on his face. Bernhard calmly said that such a thing does not matter, since this is a temporary alliance. He said, slightly lifting his palm from the table, that they needed his power to destroy the winged incarnation. He explained that with their help he would have additional strength, and that should be enough. He asked the question, is this true? Bernhard immediately said thoughtfully that Nejda. He explained that cooperation with Levitine is essential to the answer he seeks. he explained, frowning, that the rest of the story would be very harsh for him. He hoped she was ready to hear the answer she was looking for. Nejda closed her eyes and said, "She thinks she has stated her decision well enough." She opened her eyes and confidently said yes. She asked them to tell her about the branch living with her. Rajelza said that she was mysterious. She remembered a branch that was illuminated in a bright blue color and explained that it was also known as a branch of the world tree. Rajelza explained that she had heard about this from Bernhard's report. She began tapping the table with one finger and suggested that she had witnessed the monster transform into an incarnation during the Battle of Capes. She asked, clarifying, "Is this so?" Nejda remembered Ziz and thought with a hunch that that child was then. Rajelza went on to explain that the uniqueness of the branch is usually called the boundary of the wings. She imagined a winged avatar that stood above a large number of monsters. She explained that it is a catalyst for evolution that turns even the most vile creatures into embodiment. Nejda asked, puzzled, "What does she mean?" "What?" Bernhard began to explain that she was a being who had been revived as the incarnation of Guyo. He explained that this is a creature that belongs to the winged incarnation. Nejda clenched her fist and looked forward with disappointment. Bernhard went on to say that her appearance is a consequence of the strength of the branch. He said that the real appearance could be disgusting. Nejda said in disbelief that this did not seem to be true. After a moment, she immediately exclaimed that even if it was true, Rajelza looked at her carefully. Nejda said if the winged incarnation is truly one who possesses power comparable to divine. She asked the question, why would he use so much power against a monster that was not an incarnation? Rajelza tiredly put her hand on her forehead, starting to rub it. After a while, she removed her hand from her face and said that the power of the branches could also turn the incarnation into an evil spirit. Her eye glowed bright red in complete darkness. Rajelza shared that she witnessed this on the day her homeland, the Valkyrie, was destroyed. She remembered ships sailing on the sea. Rain fell rapidly from the sky, flooding the side of the ship. The man stood in the middle of it and carefully looked ahead, sailing away from the rocky shore with the castle. Rajelza looked up in surprise, watching all this. A cloak with fur was thrown over it. She looked at the winged incarnation, which hung directly above one of the castle towers. Suddenly, a creature with a long horn broke through the ground and jumped up. Huge pieces of earth fell from his body. After some time, a skeleton of a horse with a horn, which had no skin, emerged from this. Rajelza watched this, sailing away from the shore. She thought that the Valkyrie guardians were turned into evil spirits thanks to the winged incarnation. Suddenly someone said sharply that he didn't understand. Nejda turned back, frowning deeply. Ananta said, according to what they say, she was a follower of the Juyo or evil spirit. The black paw continued to hug his hand. Ananta looked at her contemptuously and said, no matter how they look at her, she was an abnormal person who couldn't even kill a beetle. Bernhard said, slamming his fist on the table, that this was her specialty. He guessed that she was the one closest to the horizon of the world that Juyo was looking for. Ananta clenched his teeth angrily and muttered the question, horizon of the world. Bernhard confirmed this. Rajelza, meanwhile, said with concern that their royal family had passed down myths about the branches from generation to generation. She remembered one of the monsters, who angrily opened his mouth and explained that the horizon of the world was a spatial gap that appears along with the birth of the world tree. Guyo, meanwhile, stood among the corpses of monsters, on which stood a creature similar to a tiger. Rajelza continued to explain that the purpose of the winged incarnation was to invade the world of the gods through this spatial gap. Guyo, meanwhile, began to go straight to the monster, which was on the mountain of corpses. The monster gradually began to descend. Rajelza said that this is why Guyo was still creating creatures that could later become seedlings of the world tree. Juyo released the branch that had a blue aura and began to bring it closer to the monster's body. Rajelza said that one branch was so large that ordinary creatures could not resist it. The monster suddenly began to illuminate with a bright blue light. He angrily began to clench his teeth together, and an aura came out of his eyes in zigzag threads. Suddenly, the pupil in his eye began to shrink to a very small size. The monster opened its mouth, after which blue energy began to be released in huge streams. Rajelza further explained that beings who could stably control the power of the branches. Guyo looked at this coolly and tortured, frowning deeply. His entire body and clothes were covered in blood and dirt. Rajelza said that it was not much. She concluded by looking at Nejda, Anant and Ruby standing in front of her, and said that this is how the most important thing began. She imagined a desert, the sky above which was almost black with thick clouds, and said to explore the branches of Juyo. Suddenly, someone in the desert landed with all their might on the ground, kicking up dust. Ragelza said that they were with their help. In the desert stood a huge creature, shaped like a horse with a horn. Ragelza said that they were subduing the guardian of the royal family, who had turned into an evil spirit. Ragelza rose from her seat and said, looking at the people standing in front of her, "What now?" She introduced the commander of the Third Army named Owl. Owl winked, grinning. She later introduced the commander of the Fourth Army, Rupa, who crossed her arms over her chest. Ragelza sat on the throne and shouted that she was ordering the 2 military commanders to head towards the land pasture. All the people standing in front of her began to wave their fists with great motivation. Their screams could be heard outside the castle walls. Ragelza shouted as the vanguard, they must prepare a base for their troops. Ananta leaned against the wall, listening to these speeches with contempt. Nejda and the White Paw looked forward carefully. Ragelza at this time shouted that their goal was to destroy the evil spirits that had taken control of the lands of the herd. She put her hands on the hilt of the sword and, looking at all the people in the hall, wished good luck. 3 days earlier, the flames on the candles moved smoothly from vibrations in the air. The melted wax from the hot wick flowed down. Someone's voice said that this was the secret fortress of the Valkyrie, located in the northern eastern part of the continent. The same voice added that in this fortress there are about 500 Queen's Guards, and also a small number of Bernhard mercenaries. This was all told by the White Paw of Nejda sitting in front of her. She added that 1,000 civilians are under their protection. White Paw put her hands on the table and explained with a smile that the commanders were embodiments with the most powerful power. She added that Levitine could be considered the strongest organization among those fighting against the winged avatar. She put her index finger forward and continued to explain that Ananta was defeated in Caves. She concluded, so they will be very useful in reorganizing reliable forces. Nejda replied that interaction with Levitine, meeting with the queen, she said with a hunch that this was all her plan. The White Paw confirmed this and explained, but the fact that Nejda did not leave was a surprise to her. Nejda pressed her lips together displeasedly and remained silent. White Paw waved her hand awkwardly and explained that in any case, the fact that their ally was strong had not changed. The White Paw looked to the sides and added that Anant's power was a double weapon. Nejda turned her head and looked at someone's figure, puzzled. The White Paw, meanwhile, added that this made it possible to gain strength by devouring evil spirits. Ananta almost completely curled up his whole body, and from his hands a red and black aura spread throughout the atmosphere. Ruby looked at him with excitement as he sat next to him. White Paw added, however, if he doesn't constantly devour it, he will lose his mind and turn into a monster. Nejda looked towards the Black Paw and asked the question, then who is she? White Paw explained that she was a fellow member of the information network called Black Paw. Meanwhile, the Black Paw pressed against the back of the meditating Ananta. White Paw explained that Anant's madness could be suppressed through hypnosis. She explained that this was a temporary solution, so she would still need to find and feed the evil spirit to him in order to lift the curse. The White Paw pressed her palms together with a sweet smile and exclaimed, so that's what's the matter. She asked Nejda, does she want to make a deal with them? Nejda asked in surprise, a deal? The White Paw extended her hand forward and asked her to help Ananta in destroying the winged embodiment. She said that in exchange for this, the Rabbit's Paw would provide her with safety. The White Paw narrowed its red eyes and explained that Hope was the owner of the branch of the winged embodiment that they were looking for. She said that that guy would definitely show his essence as Nejda. Nejda looked in surprise at the hand that the White Paw was extending to her and remained silent. After a moment, she firmly said that she would refuse. The White Paw froze in shock and made a surprised sound. Nejda lowered her gaze and admitted that everything she wanted. She paused slightly and admitted that she no longer saw anyone being sacrificed. Before her eyes, there were many corpses piled on top of each other. Disfigured bodies of people were hanging from the branches sticking out. Nejda did not want to sit back and just watch it. She said, placing her hands on the table, that all this did not require payment. She extended her hand and added, she will protect the people who are being sacrificed. She repeated even more confidently, turning to the Rabbit's Paw, that she would be with her. White Paw exhaled awkwardly. She said, "It's not really a deal." The White Paw immediately shook Nejda's hand and said, "Great." She added that an agreement had been reached. She explained that she would now tell her about future plans. White Paw began to explain that Queen Ragelza was using Anand's power to conquer the old Valkyrie capital. She introduced Ragels, who stood over the map and looked at it carefully. White Paw added that they should start preparing for the return of Folkbang. She added that the land is now cursed, destroying even death. The lord of this place, called the Land of Pasa. Nejda said that this was an alicorn, the embodiment of immortality. White Paw confirmed this and explained that it was a sacred unicorn, one of the 6 incarnations. The alicorn opened its mouth wide and growled. White Paw explained that he was a servant of the immortal god protecting the Valkyrie. White Paw added that according to the queen, the alicorn transformed into an evil spirit immediately after meeting the winged incarnation. Nejda pressed her hand to her chest. White Paw, meanwhile, explained that it was 9 out of 10. She added, "This power of the branches is surely connected." Ananta stood up and said coldly, "To sum it all up, they just want revenge on the enemy who destroyed their kingdom." The White Paw looked at him kindly. Ananta, meanwhile, continued that they want to kill the evil spirit and acquire information about the branch. He began to walk forward and angrily said that the simplest request, which was fulfilled even if it was defective. He walked up to the table where Nejda and the White Paw were sitting. Ananta clenched his teeth and said that this was very bad information. He said that right now let her accompany him to the next hunting area. Meanwhile, the Black Paw moved forward behind him with careful steps. At this time, the White Paw exhaled awkwardly, turning to the deity. She said displeasedly that he was so impatient. The expedition began 3 days later. The White Paw was holding a watch with a golden hair in its hands. They found themselves near a huge hole in the rock. It was an alliance between 2 Levantine commanders. Many people stood in a long line. This area was surrounded by columns and a fence. All the people were dressed in military style and stood exactly in a line. There were about 100 people in total. The White Paw smiled and said that the coordinates of the Folkpang had been verified. She suggested that they could come forward at any time. Suddenly, someone began to walk on the ground, causing loud heel clicks to be heard. Someone's voice addressed all the girls with a proposal. Owl looked around smugly and invited everyone to take a walk. He wore a long blue cloak that flowed with his every movement. Rupa suddenly put her hands together and shouted for them not to die. She began to look around with militant seriousness and shouted that it was too early to go to Valhalla. The girls behind her were waving their fists. Ananta, meanwhile, bent over and tried to catch his breath. Black Paw stood behind him and asked him a question. "Is he happy?" Ruby on Anant's shoulders turned in her direction and bared his teeth angrily. Ananta slightly squinted his eyes, looking at her to the side, and said that of course. He angrily brought his teeth together and said, "He feels that he can kill anyone." The Black Paw grinned and looked slyly in his direction. Nejda looked in his direction with detachment. Meanwhile, elsewhere, among the dead trees and desert rocks, there was a dense fog through which it was impossible to see anything. Some strange sounds were heard from a huge hole in the rock, which echoed off the walls of the cave. After some time, Owl and Rupa began to run out of this at full speed. They quickly ran forward, raising a huge layer of dust behind them. Suddenly Rupa moved her ears, hearing a strange sound. She immediately called out to Owl, who was breaking with his feet, and, pointing his hand forward, shouted, "What's there?" In front of them stood a monster with ram horns, who bared his teeth angrily. This creature was waving its tail in different directions. Nejda, meanwhile, began to use the world tree, which is why tree branches began to appear on her head, intertwining with each other. After some more time, it united into a huge lump of wood, transforming into some strange shape. After another moment, a huge horse made of branches and trees ran towards the monster with ram horns. It was Epon. Suddenly, a bright energy began to rapidly grow from the roots of the tree, which hit the monster directly. Dust rose up from all sides, completely blocking the visibility area. Owl and Rupa went down the rock and froze in place, looking at it in surprise. Meanwhile, the monster with ram's horns stood on top of the dead stallion made of branches. He tried to dig through the horse's body with his paws. Suddenly, the monster looked up, noticing something strange. At the same moment, something began to rapidly approach him, raising its hand. It was Ananta. The monster did not have time to react in any way and froze in place. Ananta, meanwhile, struck the monster with a sharp movement, slamming it into the ground. From his blow, a bright scarlet aura began to spread in all directions. Nejda and the Black Paw stood right at the roots of the trees, watching closely. Rupa and Owl were still watching this carefully, standing still. Owl exhaled appreciatively, looking forward with a grin. Rupa frowned contemptuously, clenching her teeth together. She looked forward with displeasure. Owl, meanwhile, said that this was a mission. Ananta angrily clenched his teeth, looking forward from under his brows. Nejda frowned with displeasure. Someone's voice said that everything turned out to be much more fun than he thought. After the entire squad finally passes through the portal and disperses around the area in anticipation, the Black Paw, leaning its back on the thick tree trunk near which Ananta is sitting, took out her tarnished pocket watch, looked at the dial and thoughtfully noted, looking up, "It seems this is the land where sunlight does not reach." Earlier, at Ragel's headquarters, having spread out a time-worn map on a large wooden table, she turned to Owl and Rupa. Now she will explain the plan for the joint work of the 3rd and 4th detachments. The Folkbang mainly consists of plains, except for closely connected coastal areas in the north. All because it was originally the kingdom of Alcron and spirits. In the past, Valkyrie could fend off external threats with their help, but now it is just a huge army of monsters filling the earth with death. Therefore, it is important for them to create a strong point from which they will start a breakthrough. The two of them will organize the forward base. He immediately clarified, with a little dissatisfaction, do they really need a fortress there? They can simply harness the power of the White Paw, the embodiment of the rabbit. But Rajelsa Einherjar explained that there is one drawback in this plan. This is the limitation of the ability of the White Paw. It would be nice if they could directly infiltrate the kingdom, but her ability is limited to moving to the safest place. Currently, only the Iron Forest located in the south of the kingdom is accessible to the vanguard. Further advancement is impossible without creating a strong point. This mission is dangerous. Safety can only be guaranteed in close proximity to the royal highway. To prepare for this, they need to use the allied forces of Ananta and Nejda. Rupa, as soon as she heard these names, immediately crossed her arms over her chest with displeasure, and caustically noted that Rajelsa should not worry about trifles. Only her and Owl will be enough. However, almost immediately her indignation was suppressed by Rajelsa, who persistently explained that this was the Queen's order. The commander of the 4th detachment must understand this. A week after the start of the mission, they must meet with Ananta's group at the main base. And yet, they won't have to die. They must return alive to hug their comrades. Now, Nejda, turning to Ruby, said, "Then, she really asks for this." It, immediately understanding everything, opens its mouth and releases a powerful stream of flame, which immediately spreads along the ground, burning the monster's corpse to the ground. Rupa, watching her, frowns jealously, and then turning her head to the side, and seeing a Black Paw sitting next to Ananta, she clenches her jaw and clicks her tongue in displeasure. Owl, noticing this, noted a little mockingly, she does not hide her dissatisfaction. They are about to go into the forest. She should be a little calmer. Either way, they are comrades now and should fight together. Rupa frankly replies that this pisses her off. Comrades. It is disrespectful to those who left them before. To those whom they can trust with their lives at any moment. This is a real friend. She can't accept a guy whose origins are unknown. After that, she leaves with heavy steps, because of which he is confused, and turns to her. But Rupa does not pay attention to him at all, and after a couple of seconds, her displeased cry is heard next to Ananta. Once he waved his fist, and already suffocates. He is weaker than she imagined. An ally who can't move a muscle without a guardian is amazing. He, feeling really bad, weakly noted that she should stop and mind her own business. However, Rupa continued, getting angrier with every word. Rajelsa seemed interested in the power he possessed, but she had a different opinion. He does not have complete control over his power. After all, even when he fought against disaster, did he limit his strength out of fear of falling into madness? Nejda, just at that moment approaching them and holding Ruby in her arms, asked in surprise, "What? What does it mean?" But she didn't answer again and continued to vent her anger. It's like dealing with a bomb that could explode at any moment. At these words, Ananta finally cannot stand it, and, rising heavily, comes close to her, and in a cold bass voice, repeats, "He told her to mind her own business." Rupa bared her teeth in response, and starting to transform into a werewolf, she screamed, "The freak should stop talking. He should take his gang and get out of here. She will tell Rajelza Einherjar that he got scared and ran away. If he refused, she would tear him apart right here." He was not at all frightened by such threats, and even asked if she wanted to hear his answer. She should disappear before he kills her. Suddenly, a black paw extends its hand, along which a pink haze began to flow, to Rupa, ordering them to calm down. She suddenly finds herself in a dark cave, in front of a mountain of bones of various monsters. Looking around, Rupa asks in confusion, "Is this the place?" Suddenly, the far wall collapsed, letting in a bright light into the dark stone space, causing her to close her eyes and exclaim, "What?" But the very next moment, Rupa's eyes stared straight ahead, and seeing female silhouettes dressed in armor holding weapons, she realized Rajelza. All this time, Rupa was under the spell that the black paw cast on her. She also tried to calm Anand down by telling him to stop it. But he remained just as angry. She tells him to avoid the fight that this girl started. The black paw immediately began to send a bewitching hypnosis of emptiness onto him, while sweetly saying, "No matter who started, he crosses the line." But the spell had no effect on Anand at all, and he, displeasedly turning his head to the side, loudly clicked his tongue. Suddenly, looking in front of him, he was horrified by something and sharply pushed her aside. When the black paw looked up, it saw how a huge blue snake with white eyes crawled very close to them and opened a terrible mouth, with sharp fangs sticking out of it. The monster did not hesitate and immediately swallowed Anand along with Rupa. Owl, who saw this, began to bite her with horror. But when the huge snake crawled, he gave the first order, 10 people must follow him. They will drive it away. But as soon as he prepared to attack, he immediately heard the heavy clatter of hooves. Black horses were rushing straight at them, their mouths filled with small but sharp fangs, red energy pouring from their eyes and nostrils, and spikes sticking out of their backs. Nejda, armed with the Yggdrasil staff, immediately grew tutut, thick and jagged stems that pierced the monsters through. Afterwards, she immediately ordered the others, "Everyone must prepare for battle. They attack in packs." At the same time, Ananta, tightly covering Rupa's mouth with his hand, quietly ordered that she should shut up. They both sat leaning against the trunk of one of the trees, while the hissing of huge snakes was heard very close by. A blue snake, emitting a loud hiss, crawled along the gray rocky ground, skirting the gloomy tree trunks. Ananta, being inside the monster's body along with Rupa, who is still unconscious, held the walls of the stomach with his hand, swearing, "This cannot be." When he noticed that the liquid flowing down the insides of the snake was leaving burns on his back, he immediately applied it to the lower part of his stomach, activating the dragon's energy. The monster immediately felt a burning pain, but did not have time to do anything, since Ananta tore it apart from the inside. The snake was defeated, and he, breathing heavily, finally got out, carrying Rupa in one hand, and saying, "Things are bad." And after a while, she lay near the thick roots of trees spreading along the ground. Having opened her eyes slightly, Rupa sat up in confusion, looking around, and he, sitting next to her, said without much enthusiasm, "Has she come to her senses? She's a lucky girl." She, immediately noticing that multiple burns were added to the scars on his body, screamed, "He? What kind of appearance?" However, when Rupa realized that her clothes had also been partially dissolved by the poison, she became embarrassed. Ananta, not paying attention to this, clarified, "Will she remind you how it got into the snake's mouth?" As she can see, somehow they managed to get out. As soon as she heard this, she, with her big ears back, thought with disbelief, "This guy, maybe he was protecting her." He now turned his attention to his own palms, thinking, regeneration is too slow. He will not be able to move for some time. Afterwards, Ananta, examining his pink spots on his body, asked if this was not toxic. "It looks like this liquid is close to an acid." Rupa, coming closer, began to ask questions. What is he analyzing, and what is he immersing himself in? How much time has passed? Her comrades. Even when he sharply grabbed her wrist after hearing something, she continued to ask why. Ananta, without answering anything, abruptly pulled her closer. Rupa found herself sitting on the ground right next to him, and once again clarified what he was doing. Then he sharply clamped his hand over her mouth, ordering her to be silent. Very close to them, snakes began to gather, leaving behind deep ditches from their tails. Ananta, trying not to make a sound, realized that the entire area was surrounded. Is this the land of snakes? And more importantly, what is this feeling of anxiety? Demon? Maybe some kind of spirit? Along with these thoughts, he managed to peek slightly from behind the tree to understand where exactly their enemies were. Rupa, taking his palm away from her face, clarified, "Does he want to fight?" Ananta explained, "No." Just like she said, he can't fully control the curse right now. The use of powerful force without a black paw can lead to uncontrollable violence. However, he does not want to be eaten by them. There are two options. The first option is that he will ignore the damage and fight the enemy. The second option is for him to avoid the battle and join the allies. Vividly imagining how the two of them would run from the bloodthirsty snakes to their comrades, he noted that the decision remained with her. However, Rupa suddenly explained that there was also a third option. They could break through the encirclement and head to their original destination to leave the forest. She can tell by smell. Now a huge number of snakes are hunting their prey. If they encounter them, then immediately surround them. Even if they join forces with reinforcements, there will be unnecessary casualties. Then Ananta, after listening to her carefully, asked if she had any viable option. Gritting her teeth, she finally dared to say she didn't like it, but he could rely on her. With these words, she crawled forward on her knees, which made him afraid, asking what? What does she mean? Rupa insisted they don't have time to chat. He must do it. At the last word, she began to change. Her skin, like her eyes, turned red. Her gaze became even more angry, and she asked Ananta to hold on tight so as not to fall. After some time, gray snakes in the forest were attracted by a noise somewhere nearby, and they immediately crawled towards the source of the sound, not paying attention to anything in their path. Just at that moment, a werewolf ran past them at great speed. The snakes, noticing the movements to the side, immediately drew attention to this, and opening their terrible mouths, began to growl. Suddenly, one of the monsters was struck down. Its flesh was torn out along with its blood. The scaly creatures rushed after Rupa, on top of whom Ananta was sitting. Looking back, he finally announced they were falling behind. She, in the form of a wolf, answered as she walked that they were almost out of the forest. They still had a little time left. Along with this, she also hopefully thought that thanks to this technique, the level of danger their comrades faced might decrease. Suddenly, something ahead attracts Rupa's attention, and she immediately shouted, "Stop! There's someone here." When they finally escape from the forest, they actually see the silhouette of a man standing next to a huge dark snake. Ananta takes a closer look and sees the mango mark on the man's clothes, and can't help but wonder, is this it? A huge cobra, like all the monsters before, hissed, towering over the gray-haired man. He, dressed in green boots, trousers of the same color, and a green cloak with golden inserts and a special sign, was reading a book while holding a monocle. Sitting on the tail of the snake, he slowly looked up at his yellow eyes with a longitudinal pupil, coldly saying that he was sorry, but no one could leave. After that, a black mass spread across the ground from his feet, from which smaller snakes began to grow. The man calmly gave them the order. They can advance. Dark green monsters immediately approached the two of them. Ananta, without trying to hide his fear, realized it was fast. Can they escape? Suddenly, Rupa grabs his wrist with his mouth and, with a sharp swing of his head, throws him to the side. After that, bloodthirsty snakes bite into her body, making her whine. Ananta, finally landing, exclaimed irritably, "No!" One of the reptiles bit Rupa on the neck, causing him to wheeze heavily. He, gathering his strength, immediately rushed to the rescue, and at one time tore apart the bodies of all the monsters with his dragon hands. She, watching him, gradually sheds the image of a werewolf, wearily saying, "Now the problem is solved." Rupa immediately faints, exhausted, but Ananta manages to catch her. The mysterious man, finally closing the book, coldly asked, "Is the guy protecting his partner?" It's useless. After that, he frowns, carefully watching his every move. Ananta, meeting his gaze and activating his dragon energy, coldly said, "Well, he wants to be beaten to death?" A huge red-eyed horse, rearing up and opening its mouth filled with sharp fangs, made a loud neigh. Owl, armed with 2 swords, strikes silently, and then uses a heavy spear technique and plunges one of the blades directly into the monster's chest, killing it. However, even after this, he does not take his eyes off the creature until Najdar wraps a thick stalk around the horse's body. When all the attacking monsters are dealt with, Owl looks around, noting that there seem to be no serious injuries. Turning to Najdar, he also added, "There is something strange." Initially, these monsters did not plan to attack them. It seemed more like they were trying to escape from predators. Maybe this refers to that huge snake that swallowed two. But she doesn't have time to answer anything, since the black paw that came up to them notes that the two of them don't have time for such conversations. Now, as soon as possible, they need to find Anand, until the situation got out of control. At this time, Rupa spits a clot of blood on the ground, and writhes in pain while he holds her. The mysterious man, watching them coldly, asked if he didn't tell them that this was all useless. This is his clone's extraordinary poison. Even demonic creatures die from this. If a healer does not urgently help them, then this incarnation will die. But the stranger immediately added, puzzled, what? Ananta, carefully placing her on the ground, quietly asked her to wait here. After skinning this lizard, he will take it to the black paw. Rupa, overcome with heat and trembling, watched him transform, trying to stop. However, he had already taken the form of a dragon emitting red energy and moved forward. The gray-haired man, watching him, immediately noted the ominous aura of a curse clinging to the flesh. Is it from the veteran report? The stranger then summons black snakes from underground, ordering them to get ready. Rising into the air, the man announces the name of these old bones is Izan, the embodiment of gullibility, the enemy of their wings. After that, he directs the reptiles, with their mouths wide open and a pair of large fangs exposed, straight to Ananta, who, like a bullet, runs past, tearing them apart. Izan, widening his eyes in confusion, barely has time to understand what happened before he approaches him and swings his clawed paw, delivering a fatal blow to the cobra. Izan, although he flew to the side, still wonders, was it so fast? Ananta, without wasting a second, switches to him, and now also delivers a piercing blow. However, he lets out a sly chuckle, and with snakes wrapped around his wrist, he says, speed, strength, agility, nothing is missing. Ananta is wary as Izan changes his appearance, and turns into a huge snake-like mutant, with green scaly skin and 2 pairs of arms. Notes, but this is not enough to defeat him. Rupa finally finds the strength to stand up and, breathing heavily, looks ahead, where a violent confrontation is already unfolding. But suddenly, looking at Anand's spiky back, she understands. Now, suddenly the image of Rajelza Einarjar appears in front of Rupa, and she immediately asks, is it her? How can she sacrifice her life in battle for others? Rajelza, turning around, says with a smile, comrade is someone she can trust, entrust her life to at any moment. Rupa can trust her with his life. This makes an impression on her, and therefore, transforming into a werewolf again, she says that she is very sorry, promising to return alive. But she doesn't think she can contain it. Izan pulls one of his paws back to strike again, but it is torn off. He looks to the side in confusion as his limb falls to the ground. Rupa, taking the guise of a bloodthirsty wolf, gets closer, and he, turning around, suddenly realizes that he does not see her. She, using the sacred blood engraving, attacks him, and quickly moving around, inflicted many deep wounds, from which blood immediately gushed out. Izan lets out a long groan of pain, and she, trying to control herself, falls heavily to the ground, and her aura gradually fades away. Although he notices this, suddenly a huge blood-red image of a dragon appears right above him. Ananta, attacking him, finally utters a howl like an animal. Then he swallows the upper part of Izan's body, and after that, many bloodthirsty birds rush towards him to tear him to pieces. The branch of the sacred tree suddenly breaks like a precious stone, and Izan screams heart-rendingly, Pterosaur. In a spacious clearing, in the distance surrounded by gray silhouettes of hills, under the same gloomy overhanging sky, something breaks out. It turns out to be a dark blue creature with a long body and 2 pairs of wings. Izan, losing his appearance as a monster, all covered with blood stains, pronounces with the last of his strength. He asks for forgiveness from the embodiment of conquest. Flying away on this huge dragon, reminiscent of a snake covered with feathers, Izan bashfully admits that the mission to repel the conquerors ended in failure. Earlier, he, while still in the form of a reptile, attacked Anand with numerous blows, smugly asking where all his pathos went. It looks like the threats to beat him to death were just a bluff. However, although he actually accepts the attacks, he understands. No, he can no longer contain the impulse of the curse. The act of breaking a curse to destroy an evil spirit is called predation. But if he has not completely cursed his enemy, then the energy from this will tend to absorb everything around him. Noticing that Rupa is slowly trying to get up, and Ananta notes to himself, he must find some way to prevent her from interfering. But just as he was about to strike back, he suddenly freezes. She, using the inscription with sacred blood, attacks Izan in the form of a beast, and, casting a fleeting glance at him, says, "The rest is on him." This leaves Anant confused and Rupa falls flat on the ground. Left alone in the middle of a rocky field and emitting red energy, he feels that his strength is overflowing, as if he is swallowing an unquenchable flame. But that's not enough. Raising his head up, Ananta sees Izan flying away, sitting on a dragon, and thinks decisively, he wants more. Immediately his body submits to such a desire, and wings appear on his back, which in just a few seconds grow to enormous sizes, and opening them, Ananta prepares to take off. While thoughts pulsate in his head, kill, he will absorb it. But suddenly freezing, he again notices Rupa, lying face down on the ground, and having taken on her usual appearance. By this moment, Izan, although visible in the sky, was still far away. Ananta remembers how she told him a little earlier that everything else will be on him, and closing his eyes, tries to calm down. A tent camp is located in the thicket of the forest, while guards of female warriors are stationed around. Slowly raising her heavy eyelids, Rupa looks in front of her and sees, albeit blurry at first, Skald, Ruby, and Nejda, who with a sincere smile immediately exclaimed, "Finally, did she wake up?" She, with her hands and chest bandaged, weakly said, "This." When Rupa jumps up sharply, Nejda, frowning a little, tries to stop her. She shouldn't overexert herself. She's wounded. If they had not applied the antidote in time, the situation would have been irreversible. It's good that Ananta delivered it immediately. Otherwise, something irreparable would happen. Rupa, hearing his name, immediately exclaimed, "That guy, idiot, is everything okay?" He, just at that moment entering the tent, coldly noted that instead of thanking his savior, she calls him an idiot. It's daring. Owl, following him along with a black paw, added with a smile, "She can't stop." Rupa, looking up at him with a dissatisfied look, exclaimed in surprise, his body. However, Ananta did not allow her to express her thoughts by interrupting. She had better take care of herself and did not need to worry about his body. Before going outside, he also noted that she should stop thinking about nonsense and get better. She doesn't owe him anything. Nejda, together with Rupa, looking after him, said, "Even if he says so." She, although blushing with embarrassment, still said angrily, "He is a fool." Soon, sitting with everyone on the logs near the fire, Owl explained that Rupa would quickly recover after rest. In terms of physique, she is like a strong and healthy guy. He wants to express gratitude to Anant from all his comrades. When he just grins in response, Nejda asked if he fought with a man from Guyo's team. Ananta said that there was an old man there who called himself Izan. He has the ability to summon snakes from his own shadow. Snakes, his insane clones, can only perform simple actions. Judging by the fact that there were no corpses lying nearby, their goal was to drive away the foreigners, and not to kill. They tried to capture the invaders who were heading into the territory of the pass, but then received orders to immediately return to their master. She clarified for what purpose. He admitted that he did not know this, but he clearly feels that the branch that Izan possessed has taken root in him. The Black Paw, sitting down next to him and gently clasping his hand, said tenderly, "Of course." The curse embedded within Anant has visibly stabilized. Then, trying to hug him, she added, "Such a significant effect in such a small portion. If it consumes the entire branch, I wonder what the outcome will be." As he pushed her away with disdain, the voice of Owl, the 6th-ranked Sephiroth, rang out. The embodiment of gullibility, Izan. Nejda immediately asked again, "Sephiroth, what is this?" He explained that they were the elite chosen to guard the winged avatar. A title given to the 10 most powerful individuals. They are endowed with power, and among them are the highest-ranking warriors known as the 5 disciples. Above him, there are 5 chief assistants watching over the disciples. The presence information suggests that one of Juyo's 5 students may also show up. The power possessed by a supreme student of the Sephiroth is similar to that of an expert capable of causing natural disasters with his movement. By this time, a blue dragon with yellow feathers on its wings reaches a dilapidated tower, left among the rubble of other buildings. Izan, getting off the monster, was breathing heavily. When someone came out to him, he shuddered when he heard that he had an expression on his face like a frightened kitten. Izan suffered a blow to his ego, yes. He, with bloody hair and clothes, lowered his gaze to the floor, saying, "It seems shame cannot be avoided by the embodiment of conquest." The guy immediately threw something in his direction, asking what his role was. He, looking at what had fallen in front of him, responded by blocking the pass and hindering those who could conquer them. The skull of a unicorn landed on the stone floor, which had sharp long teeth, a black tongue resembling a tentacle and no lower jaw. Owl also shared with everyone that the second place of the Sephiroth is occupied by the embodiment of domination, Gon. He, being a tall and well-built guy, with scaly protective pads on his forearms, short straw-colored hair, and a scar running through his left eye, announced that he was taking the initiative and would crush the enemy. Gon passes through the open portal, again breaking up the space, followed by Izin. Looking around, he notices Betran guarding Guyo, who is standing near the corpse of a huge monster. Holding his hand forward in a warning gesture, he commands the embodiment of dominance to stand still. Gahan, surprised by this treatment, asked what. Was he asked to stop? Constant vicious freak. Coming closer, they glared at each other, as if they were about to start a fight. But they were interrupted by Guyo, who smiled and noted that he seemed to be full of strength. Will they listen to his request? Izin, immediately kneeling down, replied that he was in the power of the winged incarnation. Gahan, after waiting a short pause, also bowed and replied that he could not refuse him. Then Guyo began to report on the Queen's movements. Information received from Spy Levitine. They are gathering strength to win the pass. Gahan clarified, is the goal the embodiment of nobility? He explained that she plans to follow the well-trodden tracks. Using an imperfect branch form is a failed attempt to bloom. They should get rid of this attempt and remove the branches. Immediately the voice of Izin was heard, who, in an attempt to rehabilitate himself, asked if this was an order, then he would like the Lord to entrust it to him. The incarnation will destroy these vile people. Then Betran approached him. Does he remember Baltzak? Izin clarified a little confusedly. Is this an exile from his original place, number 10? He confirmed it, yes. A man cursed by a black dragon, Ajidhak. The one who defeated Baltzak is now in Levitine. An experienced person opposing him and the winged incarnation managed to survive. They would be wise to stay close to the embodiment of conquest as a precaution. Gahan, having heard their conversation, asked what the name of this man was. Guyo immediately changed his face. His gaze was directed somewhere into the distance, and the corners of his lips were lowered. Well, still, he answered coldly, Ananta. Gahan, the embodiment of dominance, the strongest spear, and Betran, the strongest shield, form an unrivaled pair. Undoubtedly some of the greatest powers of the Sephiroth. At the same time, they are the most dangerous individuals, because this guy doesn't have the slightest bit of loyalty towards Lord Guyo. At least it would have been enough if only 4th or 5th place had accompanied them. Why did the Lord entrust him with this mission? Gahan showed Izin something resembling a small scaly blue and white cocoon and clarified. Does he know what it is? Izin, still holding his hand on the forearm of the severed hand, answered, this is an imperfect branch that was implanted in Alekin's heart. He added that compared to what they have, it is indeed a low-quality product. Then, throwing it back, he added, Nu, is it all bad? With this, he carried out the Lord's order. When the imperfect branch flew into the darkness of the destroyed tower, Izin shouted in bewilderment. What was he doing? Gahan, smiling, asked again. He told him, didn't he? When a bright pink beam of light rushed upward from the rift, he added that he would defeat his brother. The demon who ruled the land of Paz and the formidable army of demons following him. How does he think things will turn out? Izin, stepping back in surprise, said in horror, this! In the depths of the tower's crack, at the very bottom, a sound was heard reminiscent of the heartbeat of a large and terrible creature. Gahan took the horn belonging to the unicorn, and squeezing it and breaking it, he thought, the strongest spear and winged embodiment. If he could survive fighting them, then he is truly a formidable foe. Of course he will prepare a stage worthy of him. He will wait for Anand. A week later, in a dense and always gray forest, all members of the detachment gathered in front of a huge formation of closely intertwined plant trunks. At the same time, whose voice it was heard, the preparations were completed. Afterwards, a black portal opened inside it, from which steps were heard, and soon Ragelza Einerjar came out along with her subordinates. Rupa was the first to greet her, saying that she was glad to see her here. Owl, standing nearby, added that he thought he would die waiting. She, coming closer, replied that she was also glad to see that all the members of the vanguard were safe and sound. And Ananta and Nejda, the two of them worked hard. Then, turning and addressing Skald and Myrrh, Ragelza clarified, there shouldn't have been anyone left there, right? They immediately answered confidently, 50 sisters from the Queen's personal guard, warriors. Everyone is here. Suddenly Ananta coldly called out to her, what does it feel like to step onto the soil of your homeland, which was destroyed? Such a question puzzled her, and under his piercing gaze, Ragelza Einherjar stepped aside, looking around at the endlessly gray and dull expanses around, repeating, her homeland. Suddenly a white paw approached her, which with her constant smile and good nature said, Her Majesty, the Queen, she is aware of the current situation, which was reported earlier. A week ago, a huge pillar of light appeared from the direction of the royal capital. This must be a phenomenon that occurs when the branch power appears. The appearance of the sixth place of the Sephiroth and the manifestation of the branch's power is most likely an enemy trap. The situation has changed significantly from the previously expected scenario. Even if Her Majesty tried to use her power in a critical situation, it would take at least 3 days. And yet, will she move forward? Ragelza, having listened to her carefully, but still being in a depressed state, said, Sisters. They arrived to their homeland, where they were born and raised. They lost it to the winged incarnation and left their homeland many years ago. She made an oath to her comrades who died in battle, to people living with the pain and grief of a destroyed nation, that one day she would return to her homeland and lead the revival of Valkyrie for them. When the time comes, she will scream before the souls of her fallen compatriots. Their sacrifice was not in vain. This was made possible thanks to the blood and sweat they shed. Faithful compatriots, brave compatriots, she really asks them to fight with her. After such a fiery speech, the voices of female warriors were heard. Long life to Her Majesty, their queen. Even the little Myrrh, along with everyone else, raising her tightly clenched fist up, also chanted this, with tears in her eyes. Ananta watched silently as even Ruby on his shoulder was surprised by what was happening. All subordinates tirelessly repeated these phrases. They wish long life to Her Majesty, their queen. The target is the capital, Folkbang. They must sound the trumpet and go forward. The route of movement of the expeditionary forces assumed that 100 invaders would advance from the Iron Forest to Vigrid. In addition, there would also be a transfer base, including reserve troops in the amount of 50 people. When active preparations were underway in the tent camp, the Black Paw, sitting on one of the wooden boxes, noted that the non-warriors were asked to wait quietly. She wanted to observe Anan's actions from the side, but they only guard the house like watchdogs. White Paw, sitting opposite and holding a cup of tea with a small saucer in her hands, noted that it seemed that her sister was sad that she could not participate in the expedition. The Black Paw immediately confirmed this, of course. Then she added that now that his violence had stabilized, she doesn't need to be on the front line. Regardless of the outcome of the expedition, its ability is a chance for everyone to be saved. From the Queen's point of view, there is an urgent need for their protection. She did not voice her next thoughts out loud. More precisely, it was not a matter of protection, but, one might say, of observation. They don't seem to trust her very much. Suddenly, the Black Paw moved closer and asked how her sister thinks. Does she believe in the success of the Queen's expedition? Well, White Paw, smiling slyly, noted that the outcome of the expedition is not so important. She just wants her to become even stronger, even if everyone else is destroyed. An arrow cuts through the air and at high speed pierces the head of a dark gray snake. The reptile immediately opens its huge mouth and hisses loudly. The Skald, taking advantage of the moment, cuts the monster in half. The vanguard, having set out on its journey, has already encountered aggressive monsters. They found themselves in a large space, without any chance of shelter from the huge snakes that continued to crawl towards them. But at the same time, Ragel's confident voice was also heard. They must continue to push through. Attack on the right flank. They must all come together. Shield wall. Female warriors immediately raised their strong shields, creating a shell that the monsters could not penetrate. Ananta immediately turned to Ruby and ordered it to sweep them away. It, obediently jumping onto one of the shields, released a powerful stream of fire, burning the evil creatures. He, standing behind, understood that for some time he did not need to interfere. Breaking through enemy units, moving against the tide, a tactic in which the slightest mistake can lead to the destruction of allies. Ragelza Einerjar, looking at how bravely Mur and Skald fought, wondered if she had confidence in his powers that her subordinates possess. Of course, she's a big woman. Izan noted in the report. She and her retrained warriors could certainly overcome this. However, despite the fact that they reached the heart of the pass, why don't alicorns and demonic creatures make their presence known? She was distracted from her thoughts by Skald, who exclaimed, "Her Majesty must see this." They reached the observation tower. Harm, Izan, standing at the very top, approached the edge and addressed them. He was glad to greet them. They are the ones who reject the winged incarnation. He will also witness a miserable end. When Mur tried to shoot at him with a bow, the protective green energy did not allow her to do this, and the arrow broke into pieces. Ragelza noted quite confidently, "No, they will refrain from plausible expressions about their death for now." Izan, having created a small snake as a continuation of his damaged hand, which just bit the wooden shaft of the arrow in half, got angry, saying what would happen next. A petty display of anger by an old man. The next moment, a dragon flew out of the crack in the middle of the tower, holding something in its tail. As soon as Ragelza Einerjar saw this, she exclaimed in horror, "This." In a small network of vines, there was something resembling a huge living cocoon with weaves of pulsating vessels. When this restraining net began to dissolve, she immediately turned to everyone. They must get into a defensive formation. The next moment, the dragon was thrown down by the cocoon, and it landed, raising a large amount of dust into the air. Ragelza, covering her face with her hand, peered carefully ahead. A large red spot appeared very close to them from the impact, and this puzzled her extremely. Finally, among the mysterious mass, the outline of a human skeleton appeared. Ragelza Einerjar, eyes wide open, quietly said, "Is it him, Alican?" In the middle of the mysterious formation, someone resembling a centaur actually appeared. The body, half human skeleton, half horse skeleton, was covered with dense plexuses of muscles. Opening his mouth, he said something in an incomprehensible language, but she immediately ordered everyone to move to cover. Alican suddenly opened his mouth very wide, from which a huge eye appeared and a voice rang out, becoming the embodiment. The next moment, there was another explosion of the red mass, which, like a parasitic organism, began to capture those who were hissing in horror, and also gradually absorbed the female warriors. The Skald, unable to bear this, struck it with her axe, shouting, he must let them out. However, Ragelza Einerjar ordered her to move away and not touch it, absorbing even more victims, and Record plunged into a new cocoon, from which a horn suddenly appeared, dotted with many eyes, and then a monster jumped out. It was also the skeleton of a horse, with a long, snake-like tongue, sharp teeth arranged in several rows, and the same sharp hooves. Izan, watching as more and more people absorbed Alican, said proudly, "The old man will no longer devalue him. He must accept the devastating difference in power." Alican immediately rushed forward, tilting his head so that his sharp horn was pointed forward. Suddenly, there was a powerful red aura emanating from Anant. He immediately stopped him as Owl approached Alican using his claws of rage. Rupa, who had also managed to restore her health, attacked using the sacred blood seal. Both blows hit him, and finally Ragelza approached Alican. Taking out a heavy sword from behind her back, she said that she would personally finish him off, as befits a true ally. Ananta, uttering a loud roar, rushes forward, flashing bright eyes, and jumps high up, with the aim of a more effective attack. However, Alican, noticing it, forms a quasar, releasing it from the horn and directing it towards Anant. As soon as the star approaches, it increases in size, absorbing its body half into the event horizon. Rupa, seeing this, screamed in horror. No! Ananta hits the ground hard, splashing blood around, causing her, overcome with rage, to walk towards Alican, screaming, "He's a freak!" But he, turning away from her, showed a creepy tail consisting of red tentacles, among which yellow eyes and mouths with frequent small teeth could be seen. They all immediately headed in her direction, and at the very last moment help arrived. Sharp blades of swords with which Owl fought appeared. He, using his claws of ferocity and chakras, attacked with a retaliatory strike on the red appendages, several swings, cutting them into small pieces. Rupa also did not stand aside, and again ran towards Alican, screaming, "He must die!" But suddenly a rich green blob appeared, which Owl noticed at the last moment. When the toxic substance hit the ground, he grabbed it and managed to jump to the side. However, he immediately felt pain in his shoulder and saw a bleeding wound. Rupa also got scared and exclaimed, "No!" Izan, all this time watching them from the tower, said hatefully, "The disgusting girl who took the right hand from the old man. He will personally cut off all the flesh from her like no other." Then the dragon flying above him suddenly tensed up and again spat out that same dangerous clod of substance. Owl, turning her head back and seeing this, thought, "It can't be." Apparently things are getting a lot more complicated. And when the poison almost reached them, Rupa, turning into a werewolf, grabbed him and ran away to the side. He, confused by her action, even exclaimed that. At the same time, a bright blue ray damaged the wing of the flying kite. Izan, seeing how his pet began to fall, shouted, "What?" But Mer, launching arrows endowed with this very magic, confidently said, "This is the spirit of the free wind. It should grant her the protection of the wind that pierces her enemies through and through." The Skald also gave commands to the female warriors. The third and fourth group must surround their leaders. The entire unit must also go on the attack. The soldiers, supporting each other's morale, began to shout menacingly. However, Izan, who did not like this behavior, reincarnated as a mutant lizard, scornfully saying, "These insignificant, stupid people." Suddenly large paws covered with fur appeared on the wall of the tower, and when he wanted to say what else, he was interrupted by Rupa, with Owl sitting on her back. "Where is the right hand of the clumsy fool?" Izan immediately swung his arms, shouting, "They are freaks." Well, Owl jumped on top of him, whose eyes turned completely yellow when he activated the Season of Rage. Then, pointing the sword towards Izan, he attacked him with Gungnir energy. The blow was powerful enough to knock him back and leave him unconscious. Landing next to Rupa, Owl sighed with relief, saying there wasn't a single good trait in him. Suddenly she, looked somewhere to the side, exclaimed, "But not this, Ananta." There was an earthquake, and the dragon fell to the ground with the rest of the warriors and gave up a menacing growl. At this time, Nejda tried to make every effort to heal him. While saying that he was seriously injured, he urgently needed help. He must pull himself together. At this time, right behind her, the battle between Ragelza and Alekin was taking place. She was thrown back, and he froze in place. Suddenly, warrior girls led by Skald appeared in front of Ragelza Einerjar, who, together with them, created a wall of shields, ordered everyone to form a defensive formation. They must protect Her Majesty. But, almost despite how focused she was, Alekin was still attacked along with the rest of the girls. He, scattering everyone to the sides, began to throw them up in order to eat his prey on the fly. But he failed to do this, as a sharp blade passed through his thick neck. Looking back, he realized that it was Ragelza. Nejda, paying attention to her, frantically exclaimed, "Her Majesty!" She also reminded her to treat Anant quickly. To win this battle, they need his strength. Along with these words, she threw off the bandage covering her eye. It turned out that it was golden yellow in color and exuded energy. In the next moment, Ragelza Einerjar was enveloped in a bright ray of light, and, raising her sword upward, used Fragarech. Directing the blow towards Alekin, she created a powerful and bright stream that reached him, numb with surprise. After this, a bright flash appeared, which grew into a big explosion. When gradually everything calmed down and all that was left around was ash and dust floating in the air, spreading in large clouds along the ground. In the center of it all, Alekin's silhouette appeared again. He got rid of the image of a terrible animal, and being half the skeleton of a man, merged with the blood-red mass. Ragelza, walking slowly towards him, said sincerely, "This is sad." Nothing remained of the image of him that she had once admired. How did he become such a freak? Should her friend at least let her finish him off with her own hands? When she was ready to deliver the decisive attack, she stopped in confusion. Alekin, opening his mouth, in which some of the teeth were missing, asked hoarsely, "Princess Ragelza?" Once upon a time, when the sky in these lands was blue and the tower was intact, at the very top of it Mer's voice was heard. "This place is too dangerous. The princess must come down quickly." However, Ragelza Einerjar, who was just as young, responded with a laugh. "She's just like a scared cat." Suddenly Alekin, who also called out to her, "Princess." By climbing into such a dangerous place, what does she want to achieve? Ragelza, without giving up her attempt to climb the spire, confidently answered, he shouldn't worry. Why should she be afraid of heights if she stands above people? And then there is him, who is always on her side, right? Alekin, being a young man with azure blue hair, a horn on his forehead that shimmered like a jewel, and pale skin, smiled radiantly and agreed with her, of course. she can become a wonderful queen. He will always protect his princess. Now, being a real living dead, he repeated hoarsely, Princess Ragelza is a question mark. Why does she look like a dot? But Alekin doesn't finish his question, and turning his attention to his almost decomposed hands, he asked in horror, Is it him? Ragelza Einerjar, extending her hand in his direction, hopefully asked the question, Has his consciousness returned? Then she carefully asked, Does he recognize her? He froze in place and again heard a distant cry. They must get out. In the spacious hall, illuminated by the sun's rays, there were many corpses. Blood was splattered everywhere. Alekin, sitting on his knees, was also covered with bleeding wounds and was breathing heavily. Juyo, towering over him, held his severed horn in his hands. Ragelza Einerjar, who saw all this, tried to break through the crowd of people, crying loudly, trying to reach him. Her mother, commanding a detachment of soldiers, rushed forward. Guyo suddenly opened his 6 wings, studying the bright light, which he directed straight at them, immediately killing them. Little Ragelza froze in horror when suddenly one of the rays hit her right in the eye. Alekin saw all this, but could not do anything. Only a silhouette, illuminated by a white glow, rose in front of him. Now, when all the memories returned to him, he said, her eyes were blinded. With these words, an eyeball appeared from Alekin's mouth, the pupil directed directly at her. Ragelza Einerjar, stopping with her hand outstretched to him, exclaimed, he must stop. However, he suddenly disappeared under the swollen living masses, finally saying, he needs to incarnate. Nejda, quickly reacting to such changes, used her abilities and grabbed her with the help of thick vines, pulling her back. Alekin emerged from the parted pink flesh. We see a black creature of an indeterminate shape, with tentacles, fangs, and eyes sticking out in different directions. Opening his mouth that appeared, he let out a heart-rending scream. Ruby, seeing everything that was happening, unfortunately sighed and turned his head towards Enant. He was lying unconscious, covered with a large number of wounds and burns. Then it, realizing that something needed to be done, suddenly activated its flame and became completely covered in it. Nejda, after saving Ragels, made her a stern reprimand. Her Majesty, this will only make them suffer more. They would be wise to retreat and take care of the wounded. However, she immediately screamed furiously, interrupting her. No! She just panicked and lost control. Alekin has already reached his limit. They must join forces. They need to deal the finishing blow to him now. But the two of them were distracted by a strict order. They must all move away if they do not want to become a handful of ashes. Ananta, who had by now recovered from Ruby's flames, was ready to continue the fight again. Ragelza Einerjar, seeing him, screamed in confusion, It's him! But after looking closer, she also realized that this appearance was the spirit of the flame, the same type of defense as Myrrh. Ananta immediately headed towards Alekin, who at first wheezed heavily, and again opening his mouth, with an eye sticking out of it, screamed. He, forming a flaming ball that covered the heavens, threw it in his direction. Alekin also created another quasar by channeling it in response. 2 powerful types of magic collided, followed by a bright fiery explosion that reached him. Ananta appeared from the depths of the fire, the closest one directly in his direction. Then Alekin, wheezing, changed his shape, becoming covered with thorns. He, not afraid of this, but breaking this form of defense with his paws, said as he walked, They are both victims of this winged monster. Clenching his fist tighter, Ananta continued, a coward, mired in fear. How long is he going to cling to life? After that, the release of bright energy only became greater. Alekin, calmly accepting how the fire consumes his flesh, wondered whether to cling to life. For what purpose? Nejda, taking advantage of his delay, raised Yggdrasil and grabbed him with the help of these vines, and, looking up, saw a bright beam of light breaking through the gray clouds, forming a funnel around itself. Ragelza Einerjar, who was the center and source of this, loudly announced that she, the Valkyrie Queen, wanted to give the order. She asks her friend to rest in peace. Then, a column of energy began to fall down, heading towards him. A stream of fire rushed from the earth to the heavens, destroying the vault of heaven that hid the rays of the sun. A lot of debris fell down. When the clouds of smoke cleared, the destroyed world tree could be seen. The scorched remains of trunks protruded from the ground. The skull of an evil spirit lay alone on the scorched earth. The alicorn in human form looked up and mentally thought how bright the light was. He sat on a wooden roof under the sky. Next to him sat little Ragelza, who looked into the distance with admiration and pointed in that direction with her index finger. The alicorn mentally said that he wanted to stay on her side. He looked at the endless blue sea, which smoothly turned into the sunset pink sky. The sun slowly disappeared behind the horizon. Alicorn said, "Forever." Against the backdrop of bright light, Ragelza stood in front of him with a sword in her hand. He smiled tenderly at the sight of her. Suddenly his silhouette began to dissolve in the air, breaking up into small pieces. Ragelza looked at the bright light among the gloomy sky. Tears flowed from her eyes and rolled down her cheeks. The alicorn mentally said the words of farewell to his queen. The bright heavenly light was obscured by dark clouds. Ananta, in the form of a dragon, stood on his hind legs and looked at the sky. Ruby sat on his head. The lizard squealed sadly and looked into the dragon's eyes. Ananta asked the question, "What was this power?" Ragelza tightened her hand around the hilt of the sword, got down on one knee, bowed her head and forcefully stuck the sword into the ground in memory of the fallen warrior. Nejda approached her and sadly expressed her condolences. Ragelza said that honoring the departed is normal. Blonde warrior girls in knightly armor knelt down on one knee and bowed their heads respectfully. The queen added that she had no time to shed tears. At this time, the dilapidated observation fortress was in smoke and fire. Nearby, armed men were waving axes and swords. Mer looked back. The queen said they must move forward. Her warriors looked at her, among whom stood Mer, holding a bow in her hand, and awaited further orders. The queen added so that the deaths would not be in vain. Above on the fortress stood Lord Owl. Someone shouted angrily, "Scoundrel!" Rupa shook Izen's breasts. His face and clothes were covered in blood. Rupa angrily asked how much blood he thought was shed because of him. She winced angrily, her aura flaring bright pink. Rupa said with a threat, "Even if she doesn't think about dying in peace." Izen, spewing blood, coughed and laughed. Rupa swung her fist at him and screamed angrily, "Does he think she's joking?" Izen replied that it would be better if she died in the place that he had prepared for her. Izen sat on the stone floor, leaning his back against the ledge. Rupa was squatting in front of him, holding his chest with one hand, and with the other, intending to punch him in the head. Suddenly someone called out to her. She looked to the side in surprise. Owl, wrinkling his brow, looked ahead and said that nothing was over yet. He looked into the distance at a bright stream of light that rose from the ground into the sky. A bright beam of light illuminated a dark male silhouette standing on the cracked ground. A muscular, narrow-eyed guy with blonde hair looked menacingly in front of him. This is the epitome of Gehan dominance. Owl shouted angrily that the enemy was following the royal path. Ananta and Ruby looked at the fort excitedly. The warrior girls also turned their heads in shock in that direction. Gahan leaned forward slightly and looked menacingly ahead. A moment later, he and Ananta were quickly running towards each other, glowing with a white magical glow. Ol widened his eyes in fear. He stood at the edge of the observation fortress and looked down excitedly. A through-hole appeared in the middle of the fortress. The walls continued to slowly collapse, showering bricks. Gehen punched it with his body at high speed. He approached Ananta, who met him with a powerful fist. Gahan hit it with his cheek and stopped. Ananta swung again and tried to hit him. Gehen stepped back, dodging the blow. Ananta thought about what the researcher said about the devoted follower Jayu. He remembered what Owl had told him when asked what Sephiroth was. He previously said that Sephiroth is an elite chosen to guard the winged embodiment, a title given to the 10 most powerful individuals who are given authority, and among them are the highest-ranking warriors known as the 5 disciples. Above the disciples, there are 5 chief assistants who watch over them. Information about Izen's presence suggests that one of the 5 students may also show up. He remembered Betran's appearance and strength and mentally asked if this meant that he was skilled enough to be on the same level as him. In the clouds of dust stood Gehan, who flexed his muscles and said that he had saved him the trouble of searching. He is Ananta. If so, he will destroy it. Gehan looked at him with a stern expression with one good eye, his other eye darkened by a jagged scar. Ananta transformed into a dragon, but a human silhouette could still be discerned. He stood with his arms spread to the sides, his toothy mouth opened wide and growled. Ruby sat on his head, looked menacingly ahead and held on with his front paws. Gehan decisively rushed forward. Ananta waved his clawed hands to the sides, glowing with a red aura. Gehan, clenching his fists, furiously struck, leaving white marks in the air. Splashes of blood scattered to the sides. Ananta thought angrily, his opponent is a freak. Gahan, narrowing his eyes appraisingly, thought that this guy was strong. His physical strength is amazing. Ananta struck him on the shoulder, and Gahan struck at random and hit Ananta's body. Scarlet blood appeared. Gahan realized that Anant had the strongest ability to regenerate. He looked at his fist and cast a spell, Pangolin. A transparent, barely noticeable glow appeared around his hand. He swung and hit Anant in the chest. And then he cast another spell, the first destruction of the great mountain. Ananta fell to his knee, placing his hand on the ground. Splashes of black blood appeared in the air. He shouted, "Ruby!" The lizard was clearly waiting for this signal. Ruby instantly became fiery. It glowed brightly with yellow light. This yellow fire filled Anant's entire being. Tongues of hot flame burst out of his body. He opened his mouth, and a bright light illuminated everything around him. Gahan was shocked. Protecting herself from the bright light, Nejda closed her eyes and covered her face with her hand. Ragelza looked at the fire dragon Anant in shock. She thought that Anant's current state had clearly surpassed the limits of incarnation. Blazing with fire, it released a powerful stream of fire from its mouth at the enemy. Gahan covered himself with his hands, crossing it in front of him. Ananta was filled with hot and blinding fire. He consisted entirely of this. Gahan, using magical power, created a shield in front of himself that reflected this heat. A river of fire spread throughout the area. Nejda, holding a wooden staff in her hands, shouted out a spell, Yggdrasil. A strong wall of trees hid her and the queen from the fiery stream. A thick smoke screen hid Anant and Gon from view. Nejda looked out of her hiding place and excitedly asked the question, "Is he dead?" Because of the thick dark smoke, nothing was visible. On the other side of the black smoke, the fiery Ananta stood and looked ahead. Gahan looked at him and thought that he was just a monster. He looked at his smoking, soot-covered body and asked in bewilderment what happened to his body. Gahan was bare-chested, because his clothes were burned in the fire. You could see the many tattoos covering his muscular body. On his broad back was the symbol of the winged incarnation. Gahan bowed his head and said, "Ananta." He smiled widely from all over his mouth. His face became like an angry mask. Gahan said that he recognized him as his opponent. He confidently added that he would defeat him. The flames on Ruby's body gradually began to fade. Ruby looked ahead, out of breath, looking exhausted. Ananta called him by name and commanded him. He put Ruby on the ground and told him that he had done a good job, so he should back off. Ruby squeaked tiredly, looking to the side. Ananta began to step forward, lowering his dragon hands, and said that now he would fight with him. Gahan angrily said that he was an enemy. He stood in the middle of a dense cloud of dust that enveloped his entire body. Gahan said he wouldn't talk about victory until it was at his feet. Ananta leaned on his hands, standing on all fours. He decided that he needed to stop thinking. He slammed his feet deeper into the ground, starting to break through it with a loud crack. Ananta thought he should just shoot it down. He began to quickly run forward and decidedly thought that he needed to shoot down the enemy opposite him. He flew at high speed straight into Gahan's body, his mouth opening threateningly. Gahan stopped him abruptly, grabbing his outstretched hand with his hand. With his other hand, he also tried to push with his other hand. Ananta still continued to open his mouth to attack the Gon standing in front of him. At the same time, Gahan pushed him with all his might, turning slightly to the side. Ananta began to jump back from the strong recoil of the blow. A moment later, he landed on his feet, sliding a few more meters back. Ananta opened his eyes, beginning to experience intense rage and rage. His pupil took on a medium size and closely followed every movement ahead. Gahan, meanwhile, began to tense up his entire body and rapidly ran forward, moving his muscles. He thought it was a pangolin. Gahan, meanwhile, began to swing his fist, rapidly covering the distance. It was a meteor strike. Gahan delivered a strong and blinding blow directly to Anant's torso. Ananta took a fighting stance with which to deflect the blow. A huge hole appeared in his chest from a very strong blow. From this hole, blood began to splash in all directions. Ananta raised his head upward from the violent collision, beginning to cough up blood. Suddenly, after a moment, he began to swing his hand with long claws and tried to strike with great fury. Gahan at the same moment parried his blow, striking him down with his fist. Ananta jumped back, starting to growl loudly. Gahan swung his fist again. hitting Anant directly in the face, who clenched his jaw forcefully. Ananta reacted sharply and hit back, hitting Gahan straight in the chest. He began to scream with intense rage. Ananta began to strike blow after blow, each time trying to break through Gahan's defensive stance. His blows began to gradually merge into one red aura, which surrounded him in a semicircle. Gahan gradually slipped back from the strong impact of the blows. Ananta attacked again with his fist, hitting him straight on the back. He began to aim his claws directly at Gon's chest and carefully flew away from his scales. He asked a question, not a scratch. Suddenly Gahan grabbed his hand, squeezing it tightly on the wrist. With a slight movement, he pushed him back. Ananta began to fly with great speed backwards straight into a large cloud of dust. Nejda and Rajelza gradually began to turn around and looked in surprise as Ananta landed in the rubble of the house. Rajelza looked worried and dumbfounded. She thought of seeing Anant's essence with her own eyes. She remained silent and later added that he really was immortal. Rajelza looked at how Ananta put his hand on his neck with undisguised fury, and thought that the transcendental regenerative force fueled by the curse. She began to think further, coupled with indomitable mental strength. He was not afraid of wounds. Rajelza remembered how he angrily ran forward to attack, and thought that these were destructive forms. Anant's entire body in her memories was engulfed in continuous flames, which brightly illuminated the atmosphere near him. She thought it showed his fighting spirit and willpower. Beads of sweat began to flow down Rajelza's face from excitement, and she said, swallowing hard, that she could therefore say that his essence was like a being clad in full platinum armor. He cannot be defeated by the power of the curse alone. Rajelza turned towards Nejda and decidedly thought that they needed to find a way and hurry. Nejda suddenly called out to her, addressing her as Her Majesty. Rajelza suddenly turned her head to the side again and looked ahead in shock. In Nejda's arms was a strange creature from which a blue aura emanated upward. Rajelza, stunned, asked the question, "Is this true?" Ananta, meanwhile, began to rise among the rubble in the building. He leaned his hands on the wreckage of it, trying to get up as quickly as possible. Gahan walked towards him with confident steps, which slightly shook the ground. He began to think, this is an iron fortress that will never collapse. He looked forward expectantly and immediately objected to himself that any fortress, no matter how strong it is, has its weakness. Suddenly someone called Anant's name. He looked back, turning his head questioningly. Rupa shouted with undisguised joy that he was safe. She held the unconscious Izan in her arms, leaning her other paw on the rubble. Ol grabbed his wounded arm with his other hand. Suddenly, a voice addressed them, calling them comrades. It was Izan, who exhaled with weakness and a trembling voice. There was a huge hole on his body from which blood continued to flow. Suddenly, a voice asked a question, "Is this guy?" Suddenly, among the debris, a strange aura with a scarlet color began to rise upward. From these debris dust spread on all sides and was scattered by the wind. Ananta watched all this. Gahan sat on his knees and folded his hands in prayer. Behind him at that time stood Ananta, from whose body a black and red aura rose upward, transforming a strange circle, the middle of which was illuminated. Suddenly someone started shouting that no. Izan loudly shouted the name Gon. With undisguised rage and disappointment, he asked the question, will he just stand there and watch? Blood began to splash from his severed shoulder in all directions due to unnecessary movements. The huge dragon's mouth swung down with a sharp movement, grabbing Gon inside. The branch snapped in two. From this, bright flashes of blue aura still continued to emanate in different directions. After some more time, these two parts began to shine with an even brighter color and were reunited into one. From this, bright particles began to emanate in all directions. Ananta opened his eye, which took on a bright green hue. He pulled his forked tongue out of his mouth, revealing a huge row of sharp teeth. He moved his tongue, causing a loud hissing sound. After another moment, scaly snakes began to sprout from his back with huge tentacles. Ananta hissed threateningly that the second round was beginning. The snakes on his back began to open their mouths threateningly, showing their huge fangs. Owl and Rupa regained their original appearance and watched everyone in surprise. Ananta, meanwhile, leaned his black-green clawed paw on the cracked ground and rudely said that he was a stupid bald freak. Owl frowned and began to argue in shock that it was the power of a predator. His face and neck were covered in bruises. Gahan looked forward carefully and muttered angrily through his teeth, which was impressive. Gahan, in the form of an incarnation, opened his eyes crazy and opened his mouth wide with long teeth. In human form, he grinned menacingly and narrowed his black eyes. Gahan muttered through his teeth with a mockery that he had swallowed the power of Eason. Suddenly, he bent into a small ball made of dense scales and began to roll along the cracked ground. He used pangolin. Gon's speed gradually began to increase, and he was rapidly approaching the huge pile on which the transformed Ananta was located. Gahan, meanwhile, began to use the big wheel to his advantage. Ananta leaned his arms and legs on the rubble of the building and waited expectantly for him. The two snakes growing from his back became wary. Two more snakes sharply bit into the stones. After some time, they jumped out of the pile of rubble, thrusting their threatening fangs forward. Gahan approached her with great speed. A moment later, he ran over the snake's head, breaking it into many small pieces. More snakes bound the body of Owl, who anxiously began to look around his torso, entwined with the body of the snake. Rupa frowned contemptuously and clenched her teeth together, looking down in shock. After some time, the snakes began to gradually move back. Ol put his foot on the broken stone and began to carefully look around. Rupa and Owl simultaneously commanded that everyone take the survivors and leave here. Gahan continued to approach Ananta at a fast speed. His body, curled into a solid circle, was rapidly picking up speed. Ananta put his hands forward, starting to stop him. He braked with both feet, trying to grab the fragments of stones with his claws. The scales on his face and hands were gradually worn away by Gahan's high speed. Ananta began to growl loudly. I felt like the scales on his body were cracking. Gahan immediately opened his torso and jumped up, clenching his fists tightly. He began to rapidly fly down and muttered an order through his teeth for him to kneel. Ananta clearly told him no. A green aura spread out from his eyes in zigzag threads. Ananta ordered the snakes to break through the huge mass of debris and told them to gather themselves. The snakes suddenly stuck their heads out, scattering parts of the stones in different directions, and began to open their mouths wide with a loud hiss. Suddenly, they began to entwine Gahan's two hands in several layers, and later grabbed his wrist with their mouths. Other snakes began to twine around his legs, repeating the same plan of attack. Gahan, stunned, raised his arms and legs up, looking at it contemptuously. He opened his eyes wide, noticing something strange. Someone asked him a question. Why is he distracted? Ananta hung completely in the air, and snake heads continued to emanate from his back in different directions. He said that in the fight for his life, he should never take his eyes off the enemy for a second. Ananta was floating in the air, supported by a long snake tail. Against the background of the green glow of his aura, many snake heads looked like black wings. He flashed his green eyes frighteningly and said, in a life and death battle, you cannot look away. Gahan looked at him and saw the dark silhouette of a winged incarnation against the backdrop of bright white light. He said mentally, a man chosen by heaven. Gahan, in the guise of an armadillo, looked to the side, abruptly released his front paw, tearing the green snake to shreds and said, what unpleasant memories. Taking advantage of the fact that his opponent was distracted, Ananta quickly rushed at him, putting out a paw with long claws in front of him. Gahan was taken aback. His pupil shrank in fear. Ananta raised his paw over him and attacked with lightning speed. Previously, mountain peaks rose majestically against the background of a clear blue sky. In the middle of the sharp and gray rocks, there was a lawn with thick green grass. The bloody head of a wild boar lay on the ground. Someone thought, what a weakness. The armadillo sat on top of the lifeless, bloody carcass and bared his teeth predatorily. He asked himself, where could he find a worthy opponent? Suddenly, he tensed and noisily slammed his mouth shut. Someone's iron-armored foot stepped on the ground. A gray-haired man in strong metal armor, similar to the spikes of a crocodile, clenched his fists, grinned cheekily, and asked the question, is he the notorious threat of this area? He pointed at himself with his thumb and said smugly that he was a Sephiroth, second place. Green pupils glowed in his black eyes. He grinned widely, showing sharp white teeth. His name is Cayman, the embodiment of destruction, with wings of greatness. While he was boasting, an armadillo jumped towards him. He spread his front legs to the sides and floated through the air. Cayman raised his fist to strike and mockingly said that this was stupidity. Magic energy revolved around his hand in white rings. He cast a spell, a fist that crushes mountains. Cayman struck the armadillo, sending it flying far back, crashing into a huge rock. Cayman touched his head in confusion and asked the question, "Did he kill him?" He added, puzzled, that the Lord had given the order to deliver him alive. A menacing growl was heard. Cayman looked ahead warily. An unharmed battleship emerged from a gray cloud of dust and moved towards him. He bared his sharp teeth and growled menacingly. Cayman frowned with displeasure and pursed his lips. Suddenly, the armadillo stood on its hind legs and turned into a monster. He said menacingly that Cayman is a small thing for him. Cayman instantly reincarnated, becoming a monster crocodile. He put his front paws in front of him and rushed at the enemy. 3 days later, on the top of the rock in front of the rift between the worlds stood a black silhouette in a long cloak. Guy, dressed in a gray cloak with a hood, said that he saw that he was idle, as always. Gehan, having transformed from an armadillo monster into a man, stood and looked at the huge bloody crocodile. Guy, seeing this, said that he never imagined that he would be defeated. He added that it was amazing. Gahan, who had his back to him, looked over his shoulder. Guy said that he took the branch from his faithful servant and did not receive a single injury. Gahan turned around, looked at the top of the mountain and asked the question, "Is he the winged incarnation?" Guy replied, "Yes." Then he in turn asked the question, "What is his name?" Gahan told him his name. The winged incarnation thoughtfully repeated, "Gahan, chosen by heaven." Suddenly the crocodile opened its eye, then opened its toothy mouth wide in front of Gahan, who stood with his back to him. Gahan, noticing this, rushed straight into the open mouth and shouted a spell with a fist that crushes mountains. He dealt a strong blow, piercing the crocodile's head right through. Blood and pieces of flesh scattered in different directions. Still holding his bloody fist at the ready, Gahan said that he was strong. For the first time in his life, he fought against a formidable opponent worthy of his recognition. Gahan stood in front of a large hole in the crocodile's body and added that he would defeat even the strongest opponent with his own strength. This is the meaning of his life, given by heaven. He is the pinnacle of incarnations. Gahan looked back at the winged avatar with a smug expression on his face and added that he was the embodiment of dominance. Jayu pulled the hood off his head with his hand and said that he liked it. He smiled welcomingly, extended his hand forward in an inviting gesture, and said that the top of the world that Gahan wants to surpass is right in front of him. Jue reincarnated as a large white bird and said that he was Jue, the winged incarnation, chosen by heaven. Gahan raised his head, looked in front of him and joyfully thought, "Here he is." He transformed into an armadillo monster and mentally added, "The same one." Gahan looked at Guy, who was soaring in the air on large white wings, emitting a bright white light. Gahan mentally added that this is an opponent whom he must defeat at any cost. Guy extended his index finger forward and said, "Let there be light." Many white circles of light appeared around Gon, on which some symbols were depicted. Each circle released a bright stream of light from the center. Bright white rays, like strong ropes, tightly tied Gahan's arms and legs, also capturing his tail and neck. The light beam tightened tightly around the neck, and the armadillo monster began to choke. He desperately tried to free himself. Guy watched his futile attempts and told him to give up and serve him. If he does as he asks, he can witness it on his side. Guy smiled sweetly, and Gahan shook his head desperately. Guy added that the horizon of the world will open at the call of heaven. Gahan looked at the winged incarnation and angrily asked, "Is this freak without a single scratch?" He shouted that he had not lost to him yet. Guy thoughtfully said as he wished. He put his hand in front of him, palm forward, angrily flashed his white pupils in his black eyes and said, "Let him see this defeat with his own eyes." Gahan's eyes reflected a bright light. The winged incarnation said, "Let there be light." The light became so bright that the blood vessels in the eyes of the battleship monster Gahan burst, and his pupils became bloodshot. White smoke came out of his eyes. Gahan screamed heart-rendingly in pain. Jayu put his index finger forward, which became like a sharp white claw, and said that he would burn today's wound on his soul. It will certainly grow into a great tree. May his desire to conquer the winged embodiment reach the horizon of the world. Currently, Gon, in the guise of an armadillo monster, was opposite Anant, in the guise of a snake dragon. Ananta studied his opponent and thought that this was obvious from their first meeting. He wondered how he had dodged the attack aimed at his injured left eye. He looked at the stone under Gahan's feet, covered in black blood. There was a piece of his armor lying there. Ananta thought that there was no doubt about it. Tips on how to beat this guy. He quickly moved forward towards the enemy. The green snakes on his head opened their mouths wide. Gahan prepared for battle. Ragelza and Nejda froze in silent tension, watching them. A magical whirlwind rose in the air, tearing off pieces of the armor of the armadillo monster. Ananta mentally said that he would be destroyed. Physical wounds pierced his soul, screaming in agony. Pieces of armor were floating and spinning in the air. Gahan looked at himself and said that his armored body, not suffering from wounds, was his pride. Ananta said that this is the real power of the branch he has. Gahan said it was an ability he was ashamed of until now. After he kills him with his power, he will challenge the winged incarnation again. Gahan generated magical power into a large, sharp claw. He raised the tip of it above Anant's head. Gahan looked menacingly in front of him and thought that Ananta was an opponent like him, opposing the wings. He shouted at him to come to him. Two powerful monsters stood opposite. Gahan added that only one can challenge the one on top of the world. Ananta asked in bewilderment, "What difference does it make? Will he make a fuss over a small scratch?" He called to face an enemy who would tear his body apart when he was not ready for it. Ananta menacingly said that for him he was nothing more than a step along which he would climb on the path to capturing the freaks. The snakeheads, opening their mouths, moved forward. Ananta shouted that he was the one who would bring down Jue. The white magic stream cut off several green snakeheads. Gahan struck with his front paw. Ananta jumped high and found himself on top of his opponent. Opening his mouth with 2 rows of sharp teeth, he growled menacingly. Something white flew from top to bottom in front of his muzzle. Gahan cut his head in half with a claw as long as a sword. Ananta glowed brightly with a green aura. A magical whirlwind began to revolve around him, lifting him above the ground. He directed this stream towards Gahan. Green magic rings surrounded Gon. He shouted angrily, "No!" Ananta restored his head with the help of regeneration and rushed to attack. He dealt a strong blow to his opponent's head. Gahan thought that after everything that had happened, this seemed impossible. He looked at Anant and quickly ran towards him. Gahan, holding out 2 sharp and long claws in front of him, struck.